Hello and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us today as we are continuing our coverage of California versus Carlos Reales Dominguez. They are in deliberations. They started on Thursday, so that's Thursday to Friday. Let's say Thursday, Friday, Monday, and here we are Tuesday. So they're in day 4 of deliberations. We're keeping an eye to see if anything has happened as far as any kind of movement, and there is nothing to report. So we're going to now just turn our attention. We looked at the state, some key witnesses, key evidence that the state provided. Now we're looking at the defense. We did one stream of the defense the other day, and that was Carlos's family. And today we're going to be looking at the experts, which will then lead us into Dr. Berry, a conversation with her later today at 6:15 Eastern. So settle in. We got a full day ahead for you guys. Hopefully you will like what we have to provide for you. And yeah, let's get started. All right, welcome in everybody, welcome in. Thank you for joining us. It is Tuesday, July 21st, 2026, as we are waiting for the jury to come back with a verdict in the Carlos Reales Dominguez case out in California. They have been deliberating since Thursday, so they're in day 4, and nothing to report yet. So the first trial, the jury I think took 9 days, I believe. It was over 9 days, something like that. Excuse me. So it took them quite a while, and they came back not guilty on 2 counts, and then they were hung on the others. So it's not surprising that it's going to take this jury a while as well. So in the meantime, we've been looking at the state's key evidence and their witnesses. We've been looking, now we're turning our attention to the defense. We looked at his family, and now we're looking at the experts. And as I said earlier, this will roll right into a conversation with Dr. Berry later today at 6:15 Eastern. And with Dr. Berry, we're going to be talking not only about Carlos, we're going to be talking about Isaac Apodaca, Kiara McCauley, which we covered the Apodaca trial, and then also Lindsay Clancy. So we're going to have a good conversation with Dr. Berry later today. So bring your questions for Dr. Berry later today. I'm looking forward to a conversation with her. So let's see. We have Quilton Girl. How are you? William, good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Good Vibes. How are you? YT Hazel. Hello, hello. Welcome in. Downey Lynn. Good morning. Iowa Backyard Cam. Great to see you both. Sharon, how are you? Kimbers. Great to see you today. Brenda, good morning. Good morning. Welcome in. Hey, Elsie, how are you? Ed, good to see you. Let's see, let me scroll. Horse Welfare, there you are. Good morning. Snap, good morning to you. Grizzly Grandma, Courtroom Attic, how are you? Hope you are doing well today. Hey, Fanny, good morning to you. Let's see, who else do we have here? I know we have lots of people here. Let me scroll up a little bit and catch up to you guys. Court Watcher, hello, hello. Welcome in. Ladybug's mom, Hell Rider, great to see you. Hope you're doing well today. Selena K, good morning to you. Hope you are doing well. Debs, how are you? Cajun Bayou Queen, how are you? Trial Fan, great to see you. Thank you for joining us. Tammy and KS, good morning, good morning. Let's see. Make sure we hit the like button, everybody, as you're coming in, if you haven't already. Dragonflies, good morning. Great to see you. Aussie Gardner coming in saying hello. Hello, hello. All right, let's see. Just a Girl Baking, how are you? Let's see here. Aaron sent me something. Let me see. Let's see. Aaron sent, the Racial Justice Act. Yes. We talked a little bit about that. The judge threw in third time that the prosecutor violated the California Racial Justice Act. That happened during jury selection and then also closing arguments. So I'm hoping to get to closing arguments before they come to a verdict. So we'll see how that all works out. Squeegee in the house, yes. Hey, Brat, how are you? Just to Go Baking. JMS, great to see you. Scent Bunny, welcome in, welcome in. Hey, Gina, good morning to you. Shannon, good morning, great to see you. Greg, hello, how are you? Welcome in. Thank you for joining us. Child fan waving. Auntie Reed, good morning from Maine. How are you doing up there? All right, so let us see if we can hit the like button, you guys, as you guys are coming in. If you can hear my voice and you are not in chat, take a moment and hit the like button. We would appreciate that. All right, so let's get right to it. We have a full day ahead, and then we have Dr. Barry afterwards. So we have a full day ahead. Full day ahead for you guys. So I am excited to show all of this. We're going to start with Dr. Patricia Tyler. She's a psychiatrist. She testified in the first trial as well. So this is a defense witness. Dr. Patricia Tyler. All right, so here's a witness that we can check out. And if you have any questions for Dr. Barry later today, remember them, write them down, and be sure to come in and ask her.
For being here. It's good to see you. And I'm going to ask the clerk to administer the oath. After you take the oath, then I want you to have a seat for witness stand.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give and the cause pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. And please state your first and last name and spell them both for the record.
Just a second, I'm turning off my phone.
Thank you for doing that.
My name's Dr. Patricia Tyler, Patricia Tyler.
Okay, thank you. Bring in the chair. Relax. I was telling witnesses earlier in the day, sometimes it's nice to put your hands down like that. You do have some notes there. Why don't you go ahead and turn those over, and be more than happy to take a look at them and prompted by counsel if necessary. So we're on direct examination. Mr. Hutchinson, your witness.
Good afternoon, Dr. Tyler. What do you do for a living?
I'm a psychiatrist.
The jury has already heard testimony about what a psychiatrist is. How long have you been a practicing psychiatrist?
Since 1984.
Can you describe your educational background, beginning with your undergraduate degree through any residency and fellowship?
I went to college at Atlantic Union College, which is in Massachusetts, and I got a BS in biology. And then I went to Loma Linda University for 4 years, where I got my medical degree. And then I went to UC Irvine for my residency, which is a 4-year program to specialize in the field of psychiatry.
And where is Loma Linda Medical School?
It's in Southern California.
It helps all state really clear. No, we're going through it. Can you describe your background practicing psychiatry up until today, in terms of positions you held?
Well, since I'm kind of old, I've had a lot of different positions in a lot of different places, but just touching on the things that are probably most relevant. When I first graduated from my residency, I worked in private practice, seeing a lot of rich, wealthy people from Newport Beach. But I didn't like sitting all the time, so I moved up here to Napa. I was a medical director at Napa County Health and Human Service, which is an outpatient psychiatry and mental health services for mostly indigent people who have serious mental illnesses. And I was in charge there of psychiatry, nursing, substance use, and some other services there.
Let me stop you there. How long were you the director in Napa County?
I think it was about 8 years, something along that line.
8 years?
8.
Thank you.
And
Yep.
what type of clinical experience did you have in that role?
I saw patients as well as being in the executive team.
After that position, where did you go?
Then I went to Napa State Hospital, which is one of the largest state hospitals in the U.S. And I had a variety of positions there, but prior to my retirement, I was the medical director at Napa State Hospital, which is mostly a facility that houses about, at least at the time that I was there, about 80% of patients there are criminally committed to the hospital.
What do you mean by patients who are criminally committed?
That means that under California Penal Code, they were committed to the state hospital under one of the codes in California. Some of them were found incompetent, meaning that their mental illness prevented them from helping their attorney, and others were there because they were not guilty by reason of insanity, having committed a crime, but it was determined that their mental illness had been the predominant factor in the crime itself.
And how many patients at any time approximately be at Napa State Hospital?
Well, it has varied over the years, but at the time that I was at Napa State Hospital as the medical director, there were about 2,300 patients.
And as the medical director, how many people worked directly under you? In other words, in terms of hierarchy, how many people were under you in that position?
In the chain of command that reported to me, over 200 people.
How long did you hold that position as a medical director at Napa State Hospital?
Both as an acting medical director and medical director, my guess, though I'm not entirely positive, this around 6 years.
And those, you were talking about the 2,300 patients. How many, and I know you can't give an exact answer, but how common was it to have patients who suffered from schizophrenia or similar mental illnesses?
Very common.
And do you have experience both as a supervisor and directly treating people who suffer from schizophrenia?
I do.
After you left, did you retire from Napa State Hospital?
I sure did.
Okay. Did you stop working?
Well, I wasn't very successful at that.
So what did you stop working for a little bit?
Kind of, yeah.
Okay. Where did you start working again at?
I then worked at for a variety of jails here in California doing direct clinical services.
Is there a specific company you work for?
WellPath.
What type of company is WellPath?
WellPath is a private sector company that provides health services and mental health services to inmates who are housed in jail.
Is it only in one specific county, or does it cover multiple counties?
Multiple counties.
How long are you still working for WellPath?
I am.
How long have you been working for WellPath?
On and off since my retirement, which was in 2019.
How many different county jails have you personally provided psychiatric services to inmates?
I think about 5 or 6.
And which counties are those?
Yolo County, Sonoma County, Modesto County, Stanislaus County, I think Solano County.
When you provide services, do you meet with the patients in person or do you see them by some other means?
I've mostly worked remotely through Zoom, but I have also worked in person at some of those jails.
What does the term telepsychiatry mean?
It means that you provide your psychiatric assessment and treatment by over the computer. So usually either the computer is brought to the inmate at their cell or an interview room, or the inmate themselves is brought to a room one way or another, but it's over the computer.
And can you even give an estimate of how many patients with schizophrenia you have seen or treated in some capacity in your career?
Well, a very lot. I don't know, hundreds.
Are you familiar with negative and positive symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with the criteria that psychiatrists rely on to diagnose someone with schizophrenia?
I am.
And at this point, I'd like to offer Dr. Tyler as an expert.
Yeah, there's no objection. We have a qualified expert.
Now, Dr. Tyler, did you testify in this trial last year?
I did.
The jury has already heard from other experts explaining what schizophrenia is. So I'd like to go directly to your role in this case. In May of 2023, were you providing psychiatric services to inmates in Yolo County Jail?
I was.
And how were you providing services at that time? Was it through telepsychiatry, in person, a combination of both?
Mostly telepsychiatry.
Generally explain, what is the process by which you would come to see a patient via telepsychiatry?
WellPath, which is the company that I work for that provides mental health services to the inmates in this county, has an electronic health record, just like your regular doctor does, and one of the aspects of that is they set up tasks for each staff person. In my case, they would set up a task for me to see an inmate, either reviewing their chart or seeing the person via Zoom.
And are there mental health professionals at that time who actually worked in person on a daily basis at Yolo County Jail?
Yes.
Do you recall the names of the individuals who were working as mental health professionals during this time period beginning in May of 2023?
That would be Brandy and, gosh, I'm blanking on her other name. Amy, yes.
Would that be Brandy Halstead and Amy Gutierrez?
Yes.
And as a psychiatrist, did you have access to their records?
I did, as well as conversations whenever they were necessary.
So, who would make the determination that a person may be in need of seeing you? How does that work?
In most cases, that referral would come from those clinicians to me as a task.
Dr. Tyler, on May 16th of 2023, did you meet a patient by the name of Carlos Reales Dominguez?
I'll take your word for it on the date, yes.
In May of 2016, did you meet a patient named Carlos Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
And do you see Mr. Reales Dominguez in court today?
I do.
As you see him today, does he look different than he did when you first saw him?
Substantially.
Again, and the first time you saw him, was that via telepsychiatry?
Yes.
Okay. What did you observe about his appearance when you first saw him via telepsychiatry in May of 2023?
So when I first saw Carlos, he was very disheveled. His hair looked unbathed, uncombed. It was fully covering his face. You could not see his eyes. In fact, I couldn't really even see his mouth. And that's the description.
Did you try to communicate with him?
I certainly did.
Okay, and what response, if any, did you receive?
My recollection is that he was mostly mute or very few answers at all, maybe one or two words.
Now, when you first met with him the first time, did you have access to any collateral information, and it's in background information, beyond your observations and Ms. Halstead's and Ms. Gutierrez's notes?
I did not.
Now, do you remember, off the top of your head, what are the specific dates you met with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
I don't know them off the top of my head.
But did you meet with him on more than one occasion?
I did.
At some point, did you make a recommendation for him to receive emergency antipsychotic medication?
I did.
Why did you make a recommendation that Mr. Reales Dominguez be given emergency antipsychotic medication?
Well, at that point, Mr. Dominguez had been sent out to the emergency room on numerous occasions because of lack of oral intake of food and water. And the medical staff had determined that they were concerned about his bodily function, meaning his heart and his kidneys, because of his lack of food and water. And therefore, it was my consideration that rather than having him go out repeatedly to the emergency room, that it would behoove him to get emergency medication since he had refused any offer of oral voluntary medication.
So, had he been offered voluntary medication?
Yes, he had been.
Had he refused?
He did.
Dr. Todd, in your experience, how common is it for people with schizophrenia to refuse to take medication?
Very common.
Can you elaborate on that?
Well, a lot of patients who are suffering from a psychotic disorder, including schizophrenia, are not aware and do not believe that their perceptions of reality are not based in reality. So they may, when you have a nightmare and it feels really real and it's really scary and it's really awful, but you haven't quite woken up and it feels really real. Well, schizophrenia is sort of like that, where you're fully awake, but you believe like really often, usually awful things are happening. And so schizophrenics do not have insight, or they don't have the ability to see that the things that they're experiencing, that they're hearing, that they're seeing, or that they're believing are not actually true.
So, as you sit here today, do you remember the specific date you first made the recommendation for emergency antipsychotic medication?
I don't.
Now, and so when we're talking about emergency antipsychotic medication, do we mean medication that is given to the patient whether they agree to it or not?
Yes.
Assume for the sake of this question that you made that recommendation on June 21st. Was there a delay between the time you made your recommendation that Mr. Reales Dominguez get emergency antipsychotic medication between the time you actually got a dose of it?
Yes.
When you make a when you as a psychiatrist make a recommendation for emergency antipsychotic medication, when do you want it to be administered?
Well, the order itself was a stat order, which means it should have been given immediately, as soon as the nurses could go obtain it and provide it with appropriate safety measures of the deputies being close by.
The appropriate safety measures?
The custody staff being close by.
Dr. Todd, in your opinion, why is it important for emergency antipsychotic medication to be administered immediately or as soon as possible?
Well, the only reason why you would order, as a psychiatrist, emergency medication is because you believe that the patient's bodily function, meaning their kidneys and their heart, are at risk of failure or injury without intervention.
Was Mr. Reales Dominguez given that emergency dose immediately?
No.
How long of a delay was there before he was given? Well, do you know what caused the delay?
I have some understanding.
Did someone from WellPath do something that interfered with your order?
Yes.
Okay, who was that person?
The HSA, as I was told, although this, well, actually, I was told directly by Dr. Dalmasi, who was an executive.
Let me stop you there. We're going to ask these questions in a way that the evidence code allows.
Okay.
Do you know someone named Rosemary Gladden?
I do.
Who is Rosemary Gladden?
She was the nurse in charge at the jail.
When you say nurse in charge, what do you mean by that?
Well, I forgot her exact title, but it was more like a program director, somebody in charge of running the program.
Dr. Tyler, was Ms. Gladden, was she a psychiatrist?
No.
Was she a medical doctor?
No.
In your career, when a psychiatrist makes a recommendation for emergency antipsychotic medication, is it appropriate for a nurse to overrule that recommendation?
It's never happened to me before.
Okay. And how many years have you been practicing?
Since 1984.
So at some point, did you become aware, and this is yes or no, did you ever speak to Ms. Gladden directly about this?
No.
At some point, did you become aware that there was a delay in giving Mr. Reales Dominguez the recommendation you ordered?
Yes.
At that point, did you speak to someone about this delay?
Yes.
Who did you speak to?
But what actually happened is a couple of days after I wrote that order, I asked Brandy Halstead, the clinician, did Mr. Dominguez get the medication? And she told me no. And so I asked, why not?
Okay. Did Brandy give you an explanation for why he was not given the recommendation?
Yes.
In her explanation, did she mention Rosemary Gladden?
Yes.
At that point, did you have a conversation with somebody else?
Yes.
Who did you have a conversation with?
I had a conversation with Dr. Dalmasi.
Who is Dr. Dalmasi?
He's one of WellPath's executive psychiatrists, so he's in my chain of command way above me at the corporate level.
Where was Dr. Dalmasi based out of? Another state?
I think so, yes.
Was he present in California, to your knowledge?
I don't think he is.
And listen carefully, did you discuss Mr. Reales Dominguez with Dr. Dalmasi?
I did.
Did you explain to Dr. Dalmasi why you believed Mr. Reales Dominguez was in need of emergency antipsychotic medication?
I did.
And without telling us what he said, did Dr. Dalmasi tell you the information that had been given to him from other people?
He told me that the presentation he had been given was substantially different than what I had told him.
I'll fact on this there.
Okay. Overruled.
Okay. So he told you that what he'd been told was different than what he was hearing from you?
Yes.
And after he heard from you, did he agree with your recommendation that Mr. Reales Dominguez was in need of emergency antipsychotic medication?
Objectively, overruled.
Yes.
Now, did you have the opportunity to review some records this week relating to Mr. Reales Dominguez?
I scanned them.
Did Mr. Reales, did you review records relating to the time when he actually got at least a dose of antipsychotic medication?
Yes.
When did he receive a dose of antipsychotic medication?
I think it was about a week later.
Do you remember the date?
I don't.
Was it in June or July, if you recall?
I think it was in June. Or it might have been July 1st. I don't know. Something. Because I think...
But there are... Reviewing the records, was he given a shot? Was he given oral medication? What ultimately happened based on your review of the records?
My recollection is he was given a shot and then later got oral medication.
Okay, but that was at a later time.
Right. Correct.
Right. Now, we've heard testimony that... We've heard testimony from Dr. Stephen Siegel about certain patients who can be treated with monthly or every 2-month injections of schizophrenia. Was this shot supposed to be one of those, or was it different?
No, this was an emergency medication, which is, so there are more than one type of injection that you can give someone for psychosis or for a mental illness requiring antipsychotics. And in emergency medication, which means it needs to be given right away, right then, because the patient's heart or liver or kidney are at risk, that is a medication of an antipsychotic that only lasts 24 hours.
So, Dr. I'd like you to assume some facts. Assume you made your first recommendation on June 21st. Okay. And assume Mr. Reales Dominguez was not given that dose until July 10th. In your opinion, was that a safe amount of time to wait to give him emergency antipsychotic medication?
No, I was pretty upset.
Explain why you were upset.
Well, Mr. Dominguez, as I had determined from both my clinical interview with him and a review of his records and a review of his labs and a review of the hospital emergency room visits that he had repeatedly required, was not eating or drinking sufficiently to support himself and his bodily function. So delaying a stat order is a pretty risky thing to do and can result in people dying.
Did you actually at some point go to Yolo County Jail in person?
I did.
Why did you go in person?
Probably because I was upset about this.
Okay. So, did he ultimately get the one dose?
He did. The record is pretty confusing, though, because it shows that he got it on one day, but my order then said that to please give it on a different day because it had not actually been given.
Okay, can you explain that again?
So usually if you look on a nursing record of medications, like say you're supposed to take hypertensive medication, it has a little like X mark saying that it was given. And if it wasn't given, often there's a different way of indicating that it wasn't given. So it's a red mark, or maybe it's a 0 or something like that. And then there's usually some notation about why it was or wasn't given. In this case, it looked to me like the record, it was given, but I was told by the staff that it had not been given. So it's very confusing.
Were you present when it was given?
No.
So, do you have personal knowledge that it was given beyond what's in these confusing records?
Personal, as in, did I witness it? No, I did not witness it.
Right. So, at the time when you are making this recommendation, at that point, you have access to the records of the jail and your own observations, correct?
Right.
but did you have any collateral information, at least at this time when you're making a recommendation, in terms of statements from friends, families, roommates, girlfriends? Did you have any of that at that time?
No, the collateral information I did have was the laboratory values at the hospitals that he kept getting sent to because he wasn't eating or drinking.
That you what?
Because he wasn't eating or drinking.
Thank you.
So, when under the law, even if a patient is not opposing medication, are you able to administer at least one dose without their consent if it's potentially life-saving?
Yes.
Okay. If you want to continue to give this person medication, is there a process by which you can get authority to do that?
Yes.
What is that process?
That's a hearing here in this court, or in one of these courtrooms, asking the judge, through my testimony or through somebody's testimony, to explain why you think ongoing forced medication is necessary, and a determination is made. It's called an involuntary medication hearing.
Okay. Now, ultimately, and you can assume, did you testify at the hearing?
Yes, I did.
And were you testifying, at least at that hearing, remotely, if you recall? If you don't recall, that's fine.
I don't recall.
Okay. But let's assume, for this question, you testified on August 3rd of 2023. Prior to that hearing, did I give you some collateral information, witness statements, and investigation reports from Mr. Reales Dominguez's family members, girlfriend, former roommates? Did you review those?
I did.
And based on your observations and that collateral information, when you testified at the hearing, did you offer a diagnosis of what mental illness Mr. Reales Dominguez suffered from, in your opinion?
I did.
And what was that diagnosis?
Schizophrenia.
Dr. Tyler, why did you, in your opinion, was schizophrenia the appropriate diagnosis based on your information?
Well, as a psychiatrist, when you see a patient, you will make a diagnosis, either a temporary diagnosis or a more permanent, more certain diagnosis based upon both the presentation or the way that the patient presents to you, what they themselves tell you, what you observe, what the records that you have available show, any family member statements that may or may not be available. And so in this case, I developed when I first saw him, I had several diagnoses that could have been possible. Everything from somebody's depressed and has some loss of reality testing, to sometimes people come in under the influence of substances like methamphetamine is well known for causing psychosis, or even marijuana can cause people to become psychotic at times. And also a psychotic disorder, which could be what we call schizophreniform disorder, which is somebody who has all the symptoms of schizophrenia but hasn't had those symptoms for long enough to be consistent with how we diagnose schizophrenia, or schizophrenia itself. So you kind of consider all the range of things, just like you would if your car breaks down. It could be you're out of gas, it could be the battery's dead, it could be that the electrical system's out. So you think about all those things, and eventually you come to a conclusion. In this case, I determined that Mr. Dominguez had schizophrenia because he well, let's look at all the other possibilities. He told me he was not depressed. He never complained of depression. He never had a suicide attempt. He did not have anything that suggested, either through his own presentation or his own statements or any collateral records that I reviewed, that depression was a major problem. So let's cross that one out. I did wonder about substance use because a lot of young people use substances. Sometimes they think they're using one thing and ends up using something else. However, in this case, Mr. Dominguez, first of all, he was in jail long enough, and I continued to see him month after month after month, and he still had symptoms of psychosis where he had lost touch with reality, even though in jail I knew he wasn't getting any access to substances. So that made it much less likely. Now sometimes people, especially if they use methamphetamine, they can have psychosis or paranoia that lasts for a couple of months afterwards. But in this case, it was lasting for quite a bit longer, and more importantly, the records that I reviewed indicated that he had had symptoms consistent with schizophrenia. So classically, when somebody has schizophrenia, they have prodromal phase, which is an early phase of the illness. They don't actively have, like, they're not hearing things yet, they're not seeing things yet, but their functioning just drops way below their normal. So you might have an A student or somebody who's very social, very active in sports and all that kind of stuff. They quit socializing. They quit doing their homework, they don't bathe anymore, they just look like they're kind of a lump of the log for a while. And then after that, classically in schizophrenia, you'll see the active symptoms come out. And it's usually for young men in the 20s, usually in college, unfortunately. So they go away and they have an active phase of psychosis where they start to hear things, they start to see things, they may believe things, and they may also have very odd way of speaking, either not speaking very much or almost use language that you can't even repeat. If you hear it, you can't even repeat it because the semantics or the grammar is totally off. So in this case, he had all of those symptoms, and I had the records that he had been hearing voices for some time. His previous functioning had dropped much lower than it used to be, and so that was my conclusion. I also considered malingering. So malingering is where in jail, lots of times if people are facing really serious charges, they might pretend to have a mental illness because they think that's an easier way. Actually, it's not, because most people who go to state hospitals stay there pretty much their whole life. It's something serious, but nonetheless, they pretend. So how do I rule that out or in? Almost all the inmates who are trying to pretend that they have mental illness will come to my interview and say, I have voices, I need medication, I'm mentally ill. So they're emphasizing how ill they are. Mr. Dominguez did not believe he had any medication, he had any mental illness. He did not want medication. He refused medication. He never ever had any behaviors or symptoms that were consistent with malingering.
This jury's heard about the many negative symptoms. We're not going to go through them all, but can you describe the negative symptoms that you observed based on your examination of Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Well, one of the most pronounced was just his whole demeanor. So he wasn't bathing anymore, wasn't combing his hair anymore. He, according to the staff, smelled pretty bad initially. He wasn't talking very much. He was just sitting in the cell doing nothing for hours on end. And some periods of time he had what I was concerned was catatonia, which is where, because of schizophrenia, people just stand in place and they literally don't move. They don't even swallow eventually.
What about his facial expressions or showing of emotion? What did you observe in that regard?
So I never saw Mr. Dominguez cry. I never saw him be angry. He had no expression. It was like blank. It's a blank look.
Is that a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Now, after assuming that, did the court grant an order for involuntary antipsychotic medication?
Yes.
And did, sometime after that, Mr. Reales Dominguez begin to receive antipsychotic medication?
Yes.
You can assume for this question that he was on September 13th, he was sent to Atascadero State Hospital. What is Atascadero State Hospital, to your knowledge?
It's another state hospital, just like Napa State Hospital.
It's located in Southern California?
Yes, in Atascadero.
And does Atascadero treat maybe the same type of patients as Napa State Hospital treats?
Pretty much.
Did you continue to see Mr. Reales Dominguez until he was sent to Atascadero State Hospital?
That's my recollection.
Did you see any improvement before he left?
I did see some improvement, yes.
What improvement did you see?
Well, he started eating and drinking, thank God. He still wasn't talking very much, but he was talking more.
Even when you see some initial improvement, how long can it take for antipsychotic medications to have their full effect?
Well, antipsychotic medications, as much as they do work, which, by the way, is not all the time, take about, they can be an immediate effect from just in the next 24 hours. Sometimes it calms people's agitation, so there's an immediate effect. There's a more long-term effect for that particular dose, which is between 2 and 6 months. So it depends on what you're giving and the dose and all that kind of stuff. But
did you have, once again, assuming he was sent to Atascadero on September 13th of 2023, did you have any contact with him while he was at Atascadero State Hospital?
I did not, no.
Did you have an opportunity to see him after he returned to Yolo County Jail in January of 2024?
I believe I did.
Did you recall seeing him at least one time after his return?
Well, I think I did, but I don't actually recall it.
At some point, did another psychiatrist start handling most of the psychiatric services at Yolo County Jail?
Yes, I quit working there.
Was there a specific reason why you quit working at Yolo County Jail as opposed to other jails?
Well, there might have been more than one reason, but I was pretty upset about what had occurred. In other words, I'm a psychiatrist, I'm responsible for people's care, I've never worked anyplace else ever, and I've worked in all sorts of places where my orders were not carried out in a timely fashion, and I didn't feel that the management there was practicing in a safe manner.
Dr. Chang, in your experience, even when a patient is stabilized on antipsychotic medication and is not experiencing positive symptoms, do they still often exhibit some residual negative symptoms?
They do, and I should also say that lots of times people with schizophrenia who are taking medication still will have episodes of active symptoms from time to time as well, because we don't yet have a cure.
And after you stopped working at Yolo County Jail, other than seeing him in court when you testified last year, have you had any further interaction with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
No.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Dr. Tyler.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson, and then Mr. Keenan on cross-examination.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. And just to be clear, during this time, you were a doctor dealing with individuals needing immediate care. For example, the symptoms were, if they're pronounced, your task is treating symptoms.
My task is to treat patients who required medication either immediately or on an ongoing basis at that jail.
And it's a tough job because you have to go make decisions based on what you're seeing right there, because it could actually be life or death depending on the patient.
Well, most circumstances are not life and death, but
And now with respect to, would you say that your time dealing with Mr. Reales Dominguez, your role as a psychiatrist was primarily dealing with in a clinical aspect, meaning you're wanting to stabilize the patient?
Can you repeat the question?
Yeah, your goal was basically to stabilize the patient, meaning Mr. Reales Dominguez. You want to make sure that whatever he's going through, you want to make sure he's under control.
Well, my task is to treat mental illness, to stabilize it, and to prevent further deterioration and to relieve suffering.
And that'll depend on knowing what type of symptoms they're going through.
Yes?
And so, is it fair to say that when dealing with any patient, if there's no collateral information available, the physical observations you're observing and what you're able to discern from a patient is how you're able to best treat that patient?
Repeat the question?
Sure. In a given setting, when you're dealing with a patient and you don't have collateral information to know the historicity of this particular patient, you would have to depend on what you're observing with that patient in real time. Also, any information that patient would provide to you.
Injection compound.
Sustain, refresh.
When dealing with a patient trying to treat, would you say that
When dealing with the patient,
what they tell you as far as what they're experiencing is one factor to consider?
Yes.
And also your observations is another factor.
Yes.
And you would agree that it's also important to have as much collateral information as you can to get the best picture possible.
That's ideal.
And I know in this circumstance, this is a tough job. Fair to say, dealing with patients and having to deal with a variety of patients. That's a tough job.
I don't know what constitutes tough or not tough. I'm not sure there's a scale of that.
In fact, when you first dealt with Mr. Reales Dominguez, that was on May 16th of 2023.
I'll take your word for it.
Would you, now your contacts with Mr. Reales Dominguez, that would be reflected in the WellPath records?
Yes.
Okay. And so, I'm going to show you just some snippets. May I, run quick, what's next? 187? So, just as an example, these people 27 have permission to publish one else.
Objection. We approached.
These are WellPath?
Yes.
Yeah, come on up. Thank you. We didn't stretch break anyway. I think you saw me. So feel free to stand up and stretch, including you, Dr. Kyler. Thank you, folks. Off the record. And
May I approach the witness?
yes, you can. Well, for what purpose? Are we refreshing memory?
Yes.
Okay, you got to ask a question. Before you show that to her, it's got to be a question that she doesn't remember.
Do you recall, I was just asking about, did you meet with him May 16th?
I'll take your word for it.
We already stipulated to that, yes.
No. Okay, what else do you need off that?
Okay, so stipulation for the 16th, okay.
May 16th is stipulated to. Great. That's helpful. Thanks,
That's
folks.
helpful, thank you. So, now on May 16th, that was, since it's a stipulation, we can assume that was your first contact with Mr. Reales Dominguez.
I don't have a specific memory, but I'm taking your word for it.
So this is a good chance to teach the rule of stipulation. I think I mentioned it once, but also I have the witness here. When these lawyers stipulate and I say okay, that means it is fact. It's like etched in stone. You have to accept it, even if it were not true. It's once the judge says it's true, it's true. So May 16th is the date, folks. Go ahead.
And that would be a visit that you had a televisit? What's the correct terminology for it?
A telepsychiatry visit. I'll take your word for it, but it would be helpful if I could review my note of that day.
Would that refresh your recollection?
That would help a lot.
Okay, yeah, go ahead. So you're going to read this to yourself?
Yeah.
To refresh your memory. Don't read it out loud.
I'm also okay with the stipulation too.
Wow. This is a small print.
If she wants to look directly at her notes to answer, I have no objection to that.
Okay.
Would you have their notes with you? Or?
I can find the same note, yeah.
If it helps, I have a digital. You can use the physical if that helps you.
No, this is okay.
Just by the way, when you're walking back, if you flash that document to the jury just to see how small the font is. That's what I So if there's hesitation and you're trying to figure out what it says, I want you to know what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
Is it, when you're interacting with Mr. Reales Dominguez, you're in front of a computer?
Yes.
And Mr. Reales Dominguez is in front of a computer?
Yes.
Is it just from the shoulders up? Is it just from the waist up? Is it just whole body? Do you know how is it projected?
Well, usually the inmate will walk in, and I can see them walk in. Usually their whole body, depending upon how the angle is, and then. But for the vast majority of the interview, it's from waist up, sometimes even from neck up.
Okay. And they would basically be sitting like a desk or a chair and just be able to freely talk with you?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's important so that you can establish rapport and get an understanding of the patient's needs.
To see them?
Yes.
Yeah.
And so this particular, and it's fair to say prior to May 16th, you had not met or knew about Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Nothing.
And so, did you know his background at that point?
No, I did not.
And when you're tasked to find out how to treat, what are some important questions you would want to ask?
Well, in an initial psychiatric evaluation, there's a sort of a standard set of questions or order of topics that you would go through. Do you want me to go through them?
Just a couple that you find would be important.
Well,
Objection. Improper question.
I don't know what you...
Hold on just a second.
Vague.
Yeah, it's vague. I mean, if you're asking her to outline a clinical interview, then I suppose that's what you're asking.
I'm just asking.
Get bits and pieces of it. I don't know if that's
Just as,
Hold on, and pieces, you don't, sorry, Judge.
yeah, I don't know that that's helpful to get bits and pieces.
just to get an understanding of a telepsychiatry visit, at least the initial, just as an example, or would you ask, how are you feeling? Is that generally, just to get some example, what's your approach?
Well, it often actually varies depending upon what the presenting problem is and what I've heard from mental health staff or what the notes indicate. So, I mean, if a patient's yelling and screaming and has just spit on deputies, I might make it a pretty short interview to focus on the critical things, like, will you take medication? But if they're relatively calm, then I would try to, as much as I could, go through all of the standard topics that you would do in an initial evaluation, one of which is, what's your mood? How you feeling? How you doing in jail?
And do you recall this particular visit, do you remember how long your visit was with him?
I don't.
Would that be reflected in your notes by chance?
Probably not. They don't have a system that I recall that tells you the beginning and the end, and also the note is often written much later than when the appointment is.
And at this point, when you first met with Mr. Reales Dominguez, did you know much about his symptoms at that point beyond what you're actually observing?
Well, as the note reflects, I had been told by mental health that he was that the staff were concerned about his food and water intake.
And that was one piece of information that you had going into the appointment or the visit?
Yes.
Anything else about his symptoms? Any other symptoms at that point to get a clue for how you were able to treat him?
Repeat the question?
In his first visit, were there any other facts given to you by Mr. Reales Dominguez that gave you a clue for what type of mental illness he may be dealing with?
Well, without going through the whole evaluation, one of the more significant things I found about that interview is this is a young man who was in jail for the first time and who had been charged with a very serious crime of murder. And you would think, just, like being I'm a mom of a kid not that much different, that child would be pretty anxious, upset, distressed, not sleeping well, just, that's about as big an event in your life as you can think of. And yet, in his case, he was absolutely blah. No tears, no anxiety, said his sleep was fine, no explanation for why he wasn't eating. It was very odd, just the juxtaposition between what his circumstances were and what his presentation was very, very different.
And related to that, so based on your experience, someone charged with a very serious crime, they can regress or decompensate.
My experience, I've seen lots of people charged with murder, lots of people charged with extremely serious crimes, and they are usually in quite a bit of distress.
And so you said that he was mostly mute, gave very few answers. And that was with your first visit with him?
I was referring to multiple visits, but in this particular interview, he did talk more than usual, but almost all of his answers to my questions were 1 or 2 words only. And
did you have any background from Mr. Reales Dominguez about his substance history?
Before visiting with him?
No, when speaking with Mr. Reales Dominguez during this visit, did you gain insight to his substance history?
I don't remember. That's one of the normal questions I would ask. And without reading every single sentence in here, I do not recall whether he spoke on that topic or not.
But your notes would generally reflect that?
My notes would usually reflect that, but I don't necessarily put down every single word that is asked or answered.
Okay, let me stop you there. So we're going to take an afternoon break. And Dr. Tyler, would you indulge the court that if there was something that the lawyers wanted you to review during our break, would you do that for me?
Sure.
You know, so either lawyer, if they get together and say, doctor, would you look at this while we're taking a break, would you accommodate it? In addition to whatever break you need.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm excusing you this time. Our breaks are 15 minutes, but if we need a little bit longer, we'll take it. Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, jury, last break, and you'll get a schedule update before we leave. Okay, see you in 15 minutes. Thank you, counsel. Thank you, Your Honor. Thank you. Off the record.
Mr. Reales Dominguez.
So just want to welcome everybody coming in. Thank you for joining us today. We are going to be covering the experts for the defense, Carlos Reales Dominguez, followed by a live with Dr. Berry talking about Carlos, Isaac Apodaca, Kiera McCauley, and Lindsay Clancy. So we're doing this today so that we can roll right into our live conversation with Dr. Berry afterwards. So if you have any questions for Dr. Berry, please jot those down, keep them safe, and so that you can pull those up when we have our live with her. So on the stand again is Dr. Patricia, I should say, Tyler. She is a psychiatrist. She treated Carlos. She's under cross right now. She quit her position at Yolo County due to being blocked from trying to provide care for Carlos. And she did testify in the first trial. So let's continue on with her testimony. We have a couple other psychiatrists after her and a social worker as well. So today is all about Carlos and the treatment that he got from the defense side of things.
True.
No.
You were tasked to clinically treat him.
Yes.
You were also under the constraints of only the information you knew at the time.
Yes.
In fact, the more information, the better, but with whatever you can get, that's how you can treat him. If you could.
As much, yeah.
In fact, that's why on May 16th, you even documented that more collateral information would be helpful.
That's correct.
And when we say more collateral information, what are we referring to?
Well, I would have loved to have spoken to some family members about what they were observing or concerned about.
And that's to, one, ensure you have a historicity of that particular patient?
Yes. In this case, Mr. Dominguez is claiming he doesn't have any mental health symptoms. Nothing's bothering him, but he had no explanation for what his current circumstances were or why he wasn't eating. So I really was concerned that he might have a psychiatric disorder in which he didn't have insight into what was happening, and usually the family can provide some very useful context to how this has developed, whether they had seen anything.
And based on your interaction with Mr. Reales Dominguez on May 16th, the first televisit, he even told you that he had not used substances previously.
He told me that. However, I put in my differential diagnosis still that I considered that a possibility, because a lot of young people tell you that they haven't been using substances when they have been.
In fact, you need to, sometimes what they tell you, you take with a grain of salt.
I certainly do, in a jail.
And you want to make sure that what they tell you can lead to improving their symptoms, right? So, for example, if they're denying substance use, but you want to know if substance was a contributing factor, that would be important to know.
It is.
And so, there are different, you talked about his presentation, and so at this point, his denial of having depression, all you can do is take it at face value, for example.
Well, I take it as that's what he's telling me. That doesn't mean it's true.
And so, whether he has, leading up to your first visit, even if he had smoked marijuana daily or multiple times a day, that would be an important fact to consider.
Any substance use would have been important to know about if I can obtain that information.
What about how he was doing in school? That would be important to know.
Yes.
In fact, any relationship problems, that would be important to know.
And that's why I asked those kind of questions. Yes.
And he denied having relationship problems.
He denied having relationship problems. He eventually said he wasn't doing too good in school, but he told me he was still a student, and actually he was no longer enrolled, is what I heard later.
In fact, he even told you what his career ambition was at some point.
Do you want? Yes,
Yeah.
Yes, he told me. Although he had a very odd explanation, either in this interview or maybe another one, that he wanted to do research on something that made no sense. It had to do with the history of evolution, or it was a very odd semi-delusional statement that is almost difficult for me to recall exactly what it was.
Do you recall which visit that was?
I don't.
And
I don't think it was the first one, though.
okay, and that was with respect to what was it referring to human memory?
Yes.
Okay. And that was on May 30th, 2023, where we talked about what his assignments being on human memory.
What did you say the date was again?
May 30th, 2023.
Yes.
And so, now that explanation about human memory and his assignment on human memory, that was out of the loop and that caught you off guard?
Well, he told me that he wasn't doing very well in school, and so I think I was asking him to elaborate, well, what are you supposed to be doing in school? And he said he was working on this assignment, and so I just asked him, well, what was the assignment? And his answer didn't make a lot of sense. Pre-human memory. I'm like, well, I've never heard that expression before. I don't know what that is.
He told you that it had been about, in quote, the human memory, the history of human memory, and then the pre-human memory?
Yes.
And what about the fact that if he was enrolled in a class on human memory in the spring of 2023, would that help give context to that answer?
It depends. Somebody who's suffering from psychosis, particularly a young person involved in classes, they're still like living a daily life. They have daily experiences, but how they take that, and I have never heard the term pre-human memory, so it didn't strike me as likely to be something. It struck me as possibly psychotic or delusional in nature, though I didn't have a lot of collateral. And I didn't know what classes he was taking. So.
And
Can I have you pull that mic to the center?
Yes.
You're not doing
All right.
anything there. Yeah.
there we go. And so, at some point, you're trying to rule out some diagnoses, right?
Well, I am, and yet in jail, because of the lack of information, the primary goal is to treat whatever it is you see. And in some sense, if somebody's psychotic as a result of schizophrenia, or whether they're psychotic because they've been using methamphetamine, it doesn't matter because you prescribe the same medication.
And there was a point where you believe that schizophreniform disorder may have been a possibility.
Yes.
And schizophreniform is a similar disorder to schizophrenia?
It is. It just hasn't lasted as long.
Okay, and why did you rule that out?
Well, two reasons, one of which is I saw him in jail for quite a while and he continued to have psychotic symptoms. And the second was, I believe I eventually was told or reviewed records, or probably both, that he had had some difficulties prior to coming into jail. It didn't just happen like the day after he came into jail. But it has to do with the duration of how long the psychosis continues.
And you're referring to prior to coming to jail, you're referring to when he's living his daily life?
I'm referring to what was his mental state before he came into jail.
Okay. And you talked about substance use being important. And why is it important to know about substance use?
Well, first of all, if somebody's having trouble with their ability to know what's real or what's not real and in crime because of that, and that's because of substance abuse, then theoretically you'd want to talk to them about not using anymore, and what's making it hard to use, and what's the history of their attempts to use, and what kind of treatment they would need.
Because you talked about on direct examination that even marijuana can cause psychotic symptoms.
It can.
And now the difference is that marijuana psychosis, it can last 24, 40 hours, could last longer, but generally speaking, they tend to subside within 24 to 48 hours.
Well, I'm sure maybe I shouldn't say all of you, but many of you may have known people who used marijuana and became a little bit paranoid when that was happening, but they usually, that symptom goes away as soon as the drug is no longer in their system.
And when someone is paranoid of using marijuana, that can contribute to hallucinations and or delusions?
It can. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry.
It can, yes.
And so if somebody's consuming marijuana on a daily basis or even multiple times a day, but they have not yet been diagnosed with schizophrenia, is there a way to distinguish between whether the hallucination and or delusion was marijuana contributed to it or not?
Well, that's why you would want to look at the overall context. So, for instance, it's not always true, but in schizophrenia there are usually what we call prodromal syndromes, where they quit bathing and they quit talking and they don't socialize anymore and they are no longer engaging in the things they used to love to do, whether that's music or sports or that kind of stuff. So that would be, one clue. If it was just marijuana, normally it doesn't last very long. However, if you have either a genetic vulnerability to schizophrenia or you're going to go on to develop schizophrenia, the paranoia does not resolve quickly. It would continue. So it's contributory. It's not very helpful for people with schizophrenia to be using marijuana, but it doesn't mean that the marijuana is causing the schizophrenia. It just means it's worse. Sort of like, you got diabetes. You probably shouldn't have that ice cream. But the diabetes isn't caused by ice cream. It's caused by the lack of insulin being properly managed in your body.
It's fair to say when someone has a vulnerability with respect to schizophrenia, getting substance use into the mix can make it a very complex situation.
It certainly does, and that's not uncommon in jail. You know, in the textbook you read about these individual mental disorders, but in real life, in jail, most of the people that I see are having a mixture of depression, psychosis, meth use, family problems, no money, living on the streets, etc.
And among substance use, even with that vulnerability, that can tip the scales to lead to full-on schizophrenia.
Well, you know, that research isn't necessarily settled whether the marijuana... it's not my experience, and I don't think most research supports that marijuana causes schizophrenia, but it doesn't help schizophrenia.
Let me rephrase. My question was not meant to say causes, but more it's a contributor. It exacerbates.
It makes it worse.
Okay. And is that a fair statement, that marijuana can exacerbate symptoms of schizophrenia?
Certainly, that's true.
And so, if you're dealing with a patient that was already diagnosed with schizophrenia, you would tell them don't smoke marijuana and don't do drugs that can exacerbate.
I certainly do tell them that, yep.
And one of the, just to briefly touch upon, one of the symptoms of schizophrenia is of abolition.
Lack of motivation?
Right.
Yes.
And that is contrary to goal-directed behavior. Have you heard that term, goal-directed behavior?
Objection outside scope.
What was the question?
Now, you've heard the term goal-directed behavior?
I have, yes.
Okay. And what is goal-directed behavior?
Well, that's you get up in the morning and you say to yourself, I should take a bath, and then I'm gonna, go do the groceries, and I've got a list of things I'm supposed to do, and I do them.
Could, going to class be one of them?
Yes.
Could engaging in hobbies such as music creation be one of them?
Yes.
And could wanting to draw and make paintings, could that be?
Whatever the person's interested in or supposed to be doing,
And some of the goal-directed behavior you were talking about, simple things like bathing, brush your teeth. It could be as simple as ironing a shirt or clipping your nails or tying your shoelaces. Could those be goal-directed behavior as well?
We wouldn't usually refer to it in that sense. Those would be more like basic activities of daily living rather than necessarily goal-directed behavior, which usually refers to more specific activities of interest. So bathing is not, at least in the sense that I have used it or seen it used within psychiatry, that's not how it's used.
Okay. So bathing would not, in your opinion, bathing would not necessarily be goal-directed behavior?
It would be called activities of daily living.
Got it.
They're similar but different,
And so, how about somebody who is working on some kind of a school assignment, submitting it online? Would that be consistent with goal-directed behavior?
Yeah.
Now, would that be inconsistent with, is it abolition?
Yeah.
Okay. And that's inconsistent with that?
Turning in the assignments?
Yes. Working on the assignments and turning them in.
I don't know what you mean by the question. Can you repeat it?
So you talk about abolition as the lack of motivation to do things?
Well, it's not a black and white issue. There's people who lack some motivation, people who lack a lot of motivation, and people who just aren't doing anything. So it's not really black and white.
And one of the ways, and you rely on, for example, the DSM, the Diagnostic Assistance Manual, for guidance on identification, treatment of certain disorders.
I do, yes.
And that's standard in the psychiatric community.
Yes.
And so that's why abolition is one of the symptoms to look for schizophrenia.
In the prodromal or early stages, before the active stages of psychosis come on, then you usually see a deterioration in their ability to function, which includes not being motivated to do much of anything that they normally would have been interested in doing.
And in the prodromal stage, would someone who's in the prodromal stage, would they still be able to function in daily life?
Sometimes they are to some degree, but if you look at the trend is almost always a deterioration in their social functioning, their occupational functioning, educational functioning, their familial functioning, their daily living activities.
Let's bring it back to this is a treating doctor, her experience with the defendant.
And so going to your visits with Mr. Reales Dominguez, in fact, essentially all of the times that you spoke with him, prior to going to Atascadero, he told you that he was not having relationship problems, right?
That's my recollection, but he told me.
He was not having substance use problems. He was not having any substance use problems.
He did not have any substance abuse.
And that he still was focused on trying to finish school.
The only thing he really admitted was that he was having trouble with is he was having trouble in school, getting his assignments done, that kind of thing.
And so getting collateral information on why he's not able to get assignments done, that could be helpful to determine whether it's something beyond his control or in his control.
Well, collateral information of any type is helpful in figuring out what's going wrong.
And so when and I know you made it clear with Mr. Reales Dominguez not to focus on the actual events themselves.
I did specify I did not want him to describe the events leading to his arrest.
And so you just wanted to make sure that you gave an IMO, which, based on what you're seeing, was a great decision at that time to be sure that he had an IMO.
Objection Vegas to IMO.
What is an IMO?
Involuntary medication order.
And you gave that order based on what you're seeing.
Yes, I did.
And that was important because there was a concern for his well-being.
Yes.
And so ultimately, your involvement with Mr. Reales Dominguez throughout all your time with him is framed only in the parameters of what you know of him and what information you're given by others at that time.
Yeah?
You would not be able to be aware of how he was prior to visiting him unless either he told you or you had collateral information specifically accurate to how he was in the previous to visiting.
Well, I do normally review the records of any notes that are available by the mental health clinicians between my last visit and the current visit. And in this case, I actually asked Brandy, I recall, to try to contact the mom to see whether we could get more information, but I don't think we got an answer back.
And you gave an example of a car. There could be lots of reasons a car could have problems. It could be the battery, could be all of that. Do you recall that?
Yes, like my car is almost out of gas.
Yeah. And based on your involvement with these types of patients, meaning those patients you deal with in this setting, there could be more than one reason that could be contributing to the particular symptoms. Isn't that true?
It could be more than one reason, or they could all be true.
In fact, the symptoms themselves overlap amongst disorders.
They do to some extent, yes. That's why you have what's called a differential diagnosis.
And what is a differential diagnosis?
That means what are the different things that could be wrong? And as you work with the inmate, you try to figure out which one of them is more likely than not to be true.
And so,
how are we doing, counsel?
almost there. Now, lastly, I'm going to ask you, now you recall your encounters with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Do I recall them?
Yes.
Somewhat, yes.
And you had indicated on direct that he was, like, as we talked about, mostly you gave very few answers for the most part. Mm-hmm. Is that yes?
Yes, that was a yes.
And I'm just going to play a short 2-minute
Objection outside scope, Your Honor.
Now, with respect to Mr. Reales Dominguez, whether he's more loquacious, more conversational prior to your involvement, that's something that you would not know unless you had something to tell you that information.
Your question is, I wouldn't know that he was more talkative unless there was some piece of information to tell me that?
Right.
Yes.
So, for example, if he was
Section 352.
Sustained.
and ultimately your involvement with Mr. Reales Dominguez concluded when he went to it at Atascadero?
No, I think I saw him when he came back.
Okay. And you were just one of several clinicians that assisted with him?
I was the only psychiatrist who saw him at that time in the Yolo County Jail.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keon. Redirect.
Dr. Tyler, the collateral information you received prior to testifying at the involuntary medication hearing, who provided that to you?
You did.
Did I send it via email?
I believe you did.
Now, as you sit here today, do you remember all the materials I sent you?
No.
If I were to show you an email with the attachments, could you look at it and indicate if this was the email and the materials I sent you?
Sure. Yes.
Now, don't mention any names. Just take a look and see read the email and just look if that was the email and the attachments I sent you.
Yes.
Okay. And did you review everything I sent you?
I did.
What date was that email sent?
That email was sent on Friday, July the 28th, 2023.
And one thing, without telling us what the attachments are, can you count the number of attachments that are attached in PDF form?
Looks like 10.
Did you review all of them?
I did.
Now, Dr. Tyler, listen very carefully to my question. When you testified at the involuntary medication hearing, was there another court proceeding in this case occurring at the same time? That's a yes or no?
Yes.
Objection outside the scope. Overruled.
Okay. And this is again yes or no. Were you originally scheduled to testify in that other proceeding?
Objection relevance.
Under subpoena to testify?
Overruled.
So I'm supposed to answer or not?
So let me ask again. Did I give you before you testified in the involuntary medication hearing, did I also serve you with a subpoena to testify in the other proceeding?
I don't remember.
Okay. Did I email asking you if you would consider collateral information?
Yes.
Did you agree to do that?
I did.
Did anyone from the district attorney's office ever email you to ask you if you would consider collateral information provided by them?
No.
Relevance. Overruled.
No.
At that time, were you open to considering collateral information regardless of who provided it?
Yes.
Final question, Dr. Tyler. There has been You mentioned there was some confusion or some ambiguity with the medical records as to whether Mr. Reales Dominguez got the dose of antipsychotic medication around July 10th. Can you explain what is the ambiguity of that?
Objection, outside scope. Sustained.
That I asked to recall on that limited point.
Okay, I'll give Mr. Keon an opportunity. Okay, go ahead, you can answer.
So I'm going to ask you this question. What was the ambiguity about whether he received this antipsychotic medication?
But the ambiguity is if you look at the medication record, which is the notes from the nurses of what the orders are and what days they are not given, there is an order from me that indicates that a previous medication was not given. So that is, I'm trying to find it here. Oh man, I'm not very organized. Oh, that's two sides. That's probably why.
Probably had some training issues.
Sorry. I didn't know we would go over this, but I'm sorry, I cannot.
Did you have an opportunity to look at the records prior to coming back to the stand?
Yes, I did.
In basic terms, what was the ambiguity?
So on one of my orders, it states, give Zyprexa, it's a type of antipsychotic, and the dose that was to be given and how it was to be given, which was a shot form, and when it was to be given. And then right below that, it says, note, Zyprexa was not given on 7/10, or I believe it was 7/10. And if you look at the check marks for the date of 7/10, there is a check mark from the nurse as if it had been given on that date. It was, so I don't know how to explain it.
Let me ask you this. Based on the records, was Rosemary Gladden involved with the administration of the antipsychotic medication?
Objection, leading cause for speculation.
Overruled.
I did find a notation that yes, that was so when something like that happens, below that, although this isn't how it shows on the computer itself, it's how it prints out, there's a notation with her name on it.
So, once again, did you see Mr. Reales Dominguez receive that one emergency dose?
I did not.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hudson. So that was a new area for Brett. The questioning regarding ambiguity followed up. So, Ken, if you have any questions on that, there was some very small redirect regarding court proceedings in the summer of 2023.
Sure. And Dr. Tyler, just in summary, it's fair to say that your decision to give the involuntary medication order, that was due to concern for Mr. Reales Dominguez.
Absolutely.
And in fact, based on what you saw, his symptoms were improving, and that was ultimately the right decision.
Objection vague as to when his symptoms were improving.
Right. The question was confusing.
Sure. It's fair to... I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Rephrase.
It's fair to say that giving that involuntary medication order, based on your interaction with him after that, appeared to do its job.
Vague as to which involuntary medication?
Sustained.
Ultimately, your goal is to ensure that the patient, or in this case, Mr. Reales Dominguez, is doing better. That's ultimately your goal.
It's safe, it's healthy, and it's doing better as much as is possible.
And frankly, as a professional in the medical field, irrespective of why he's there, your goal is to treat anybody who needs help.
Outside scope. Objection.
Okay. She's answered this one.
That's fine. Nothing further.
Okay, great. Thank you, folks. All right, Dr. Tyler, thank you for your testimony, and thanks for your patience with the court, and have a great night. Great 4th of July weekend.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I remember those are my reading glasses, so.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
Okay. All right, we're still working here. Mr. Hutchinson?
Yes, Your Honor. Defense calls Amy Gutierrez.
Okay, let's get Ms. Gutierrez.
All right, so next up is Amy Gutierrez. She is a social worker who worked with Carlos. I think she might have been the first one. Next up is Amy Gutierrez.
Good afternoon. Thank you for being here. Come on in and stand here at the podium. Thanks for your patience. I'm going to ask the clerk to give you the oath. After you take the oath, have a seat in the witness stand. We have 2 lawyers to ask questions.
You do solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in the cause pending before this court shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you. Please be seated. And please state your first and last name and spell them both for the record.
Amy Gutierrez, AMYGUTIERREZ.
Thank you. Go ahead and pull the chair in so you're fully comfortable. Great. And I see you brought some records, so thank you. Keep them close for now. You may be referenced to them.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hutchinson, direct.
Good afternoon, Ms. Gutierrez.
Good afternoon.
What do you do for a living currently?
I am a clinical social worker. I work for WellPath, and I am the mental health coordinator, so I support several sites in this region.
What is what is a clinical social worker?
I provide mental health services to inmates at various county jails.
And in your role as mental health director, can you describe what other obligations you have?
Sure. I provide direct patient care to inmates across different counties. I support staff at different locations, trainings, kind of helping out administratively.
And can you describe your educational background that qualifies you for your current position?
I have a master's degree in social work, and I am a licensed social worker also.
So your master's in social work, what is your bachelor's in?
It is in psychology.
When did you earn your bachelor's? What year?
2015, I believe.
And when did you earn your master's?
2017.
Can you describe, were you working in clinical social work while you were gaining your master's?
Yes. When you're in your master's program for clinical social work, you do kind of practicum and you have different experiences there. After you graduate, then you can start collecting clinical hours.
Okay. So can we kind of walk us through your career from when you graduate up until your current position?
Sure. I worked at an intensive outpatient program called Turning Point while I was still in my graduate program. So I was still providing case management services, individual therapy, supporting patients in an outpatient setting. And after I graduated, I started collecting my clinical hours when I started with WellPath in 2022.
And what facilities did you work at for WellPath?
I started per diem and at Placer County, and also provided services at Shasta County at that time. And I transitioned to a full-time position at Yolo County in 2022.
I want to back up to Turning Point. What type of services did you provide when you worked at Turning Point?
It is an intensive outpatient program, so a lot of patients come from state hospitals. They come from people that are arrested frequently or hospitalized in the community. So they receive kind of wraparound services, intensive mental health services. They get therapy, groups, medication support, kind of helping them just maintain their daily life.
At Turning Point, did you have experience working with people who suffer from schizophrenia?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
Because it is an intensive outpatient program, we saw kind of the most acute population that is in the community. So many of our patients had to have met a criteria of being seriously mentally ill, some of which were diagnosed with schizophrenia.
The term serious mentally ill, is that sometimes referred to SMIs?
Correct.
Okay. Is schizophrenia an SMI?
Yes, it
Can you
is.
describe some of the other mental illnesses that qualify as an SMI, serious mental illness?
It could be a schizoaffective disorder, just similar to schizophrenia, another thought disorder. Bipolar disorder could also be categorized, and kind of acute presentations of other diagnoses can also be included.
And did you have experience working with patients who suffer from all of the conditions you mentioned?
Yes.
Based on your training experience, are you familiar with the positive symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Have you observed patients who are exhibiting positive symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes, I have.
Are you familiar with the negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Have you observed patients who are exhibiting negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes.
And when you began working in jails, did you continue to have experience working with people who suffer from schizophrenia?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gutierrez, I'd like to go back to May of 2023. Where were you working at that point?
I was a full-time clinician at the Yolo County Jail.
Did you have a different job title in May of 2023?
Yes, I did.
What was your job title?
I was a mental health professional.
And obviously that's a very broad term, mental health professional. It can include many people. What did mental health professional mean in the context of your position at WellPath, Yolo County Jail?
Sure. The mental health professional is a WellPath position, and so it's for master's level clinicians, either associates and or a licensed clinician.
Did you work in person at the jail?
Yes, I did.
Okay. How many mental health professionals were employed by WellPath at the Yolo County Jail in May of 2023?
There were two of us.
Okay. Who was the other person?
It was myself and Brandy Halstead.
And you said the requirements for that job at the master's level?
Correct.
So did Brandy, does Ms. Halstead also have those qualifications?
Yes, she's also a licensed clinical social worker.
Were there other people employed by WellPath at the jail who would see patients on a regular basis? Not necessarily specific to mental health.
Yes.
Okay, can you explain who else, on a daily basis, who else from WellPath would be at the jail?
We're a multidisciplinary team, so there are nurses at different credentialing levels, there are doctors, there are psychiatrists.
So are some focused on inmates' physical health as opposed to mental health?
Correct.
But are there, does WellPath keep records of all the interactions or contacts?
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to a period beginning in May of 2023 through September of 2023. Were you working for WellPath at the Yolo County Jail during that entire time?
Yes, I was.
During that time, did you have an opportunity to interact with a person by the name of Carlos Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see Mr. Reales Dominguez in court?
Yes.
The young man seated to my left?
Yes.
Okay. I'd like to direct your attention to May 4th of 2023. Did you have personal face-to-face contact with Carlos Reales Dominguez?
May I reference my notes?
Yes, she may reference her notes.
Right, if you don't remember.
Yes.
Okay, yeah, go ahead.
Stipulation she can look directly at her notes.
Oh, yeah.
There's stipulation she can look directly at her notes throughout the testimony. right?
Yeah, thank you, counsel.
May you repeat the question?
So, when was the first date reflected in the records that you had contact with Carlos Reales Dominguez?
May 4th, 2023.
How was it that you came into contact with Mr. Reales Dominguez on that date?
I was asked to meet with Mr. Dominguez because he was placed on suicide watch when he came into our custody, and so I was meeting with him for a mental health evaluation.
And so you were what?
I'm sorry?
There's an overlapping noise. And you were what mental health evaluation?
Meeting with him for a mental health.
Thank you.
Now, what is suicide watch?
Suicide watch is a level of observation where a patient can be placed. They have more restrictions, they have more observation from custody staff, nursing staff, and mental health. Usually it is for their own protection if they present with any risk factors that they could be a danger to themselves.
Does a person have to threaten to want to harm themselves to be placed on suicide watch?
No.
To your knowledge, during the entire time you interacted with Mr. Reales Dominguez, did he ever express a desire to harm himself?
No, he did not.
Then why was he placed, what circumstances led to him being placed on suicide watch from the beginning?
My understanding is that he was placed on suicide watch when he came into our custody because he presented with a couple different risk factors. One, that he was arrested on serious charges, and it was also his first time in custody, which puts patients at a higher risk of suicide. Therefore, it was done as a precautionary measure.
During this time period, did you have a specific schedule in terms of days of the week that you worked?
Yes, I worked Monday through Friday.
And what about Ms. Halstead? What days did she work?
Also Monday through Friday.
So, were there mental health professionals at the Yale County Jail on the weekend?
No, there were not.
Once again, focusing on May 4th, the first day you saw him, did you note anything unusual about his appearance or behavior?
I noted that he presented with rigid posture and flat affect.
Okay. You said rigid posture. What is that?
He stood in a very stiff motion. He didn't move his body fluidly. He was just standing there very stiffly.
From your experience, can rigid posture be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes, it can.
What about his speech? What did you notice about that?
I noted that he was very guarded, so not responding with kind of spontaneous conversation. It was very short answers.
How did you note that in the records about his speech? Is this a long entry?
Not this one. It doesn't look like I noted anything specifically
Based on
about
your
his
memory,
speech.
you do have a memory of meeting Carlos Reales.
I do.
Okay. What do you recall about his speech?
I just remember that it was flat and that he didn't share very much.
Can minimal speech, or what's sometimes called poverty of speech, can that be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes, it can.
How was he dressed the first time you saw him?
He was dressed in a safety smock.
Okay. Can you describe what a safety smock looks like?
It is a green suit that is secured by Velcro, and it's a thicker material.
Why are inmates placed in safety smocks?
It is a more suicide-resistant material, and so patients are unable to deconstruct it to try to harm themselves.
What, if any, do you recall about his emotional expression or lack thereof when you first met him?
I did document that he presented with flat affect, which typically presents with kind of a lack of emotions or change in facial features.
When you say flat affect, what do you mean by that?
He just kind of presented very blankly and didn't smile or have really any display of emotion.
Can a flat affect can that be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
So when a person is placed on suicide watch, where are they housed?
The housing is that's up to custody as far as where they're typically housed. When I met with Mr. Dominguez the first time, he was housed in booking because he had just come into custody, but the remainder of the time he was housed in the infirmary.
Do you recall how long he was in booking before he moved to the infirmary?
I don't recall, but I believe it was a day or two.
Do you have a memory of where he was housed when he was in the infirmary?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe that?
The infirmary cells they have a bunk in there, which is made of concrete. When you're on suicide watch, you're not permitted to have a mattress. So it had the bunk, it has a sink, and it has a toilet.
What, if any, materials are they allowed to have in that cell?
When you're on suicide watch, they're not permitted to have any belongings.
So, is he permitted to wear his suicide safety smock in the cell?
He can have a suicide smock, he can have a safety blanket, and that's it.
When a person is placed on suicide watch, is there a goal as to how long they should be on that?
No, we're really assessing to make sure that it's clinically appropriate and safe for a patient to come off of suicide watch. So that varies depending on the patient and their current presentation.
How are patients fed when they're on suicide watch?
They are given all of their food in a styrofoam tray, and they do not receive utensils.
So how are they required to eat it?
With their hands.
Is there a toilet in suicide watch?
Yes, there is.
In the cell?
Yes, there is.
Is there any sort of privacy?
There's just as much privacy as another patient would have, anybody else that's housed in an infirmary cell.
When someone is on suicide watch, how frequently do they have to be observed?
They meet with a mental health professional every 24 hours. Nursing comes to check on them. I'm not sure about their checks, but I think it's 6 hours or less. And the officers come and check on them every 15 minutes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to get to. What is the purpose of officers checking on someone every 15 minutes?
They are making sure that they're safe, that they're not harming themselves, and that they're doing okay.
And is the reason they are not provided with utensils due to a concern that they could harm themselves?
Correct.
And you said that a person is reassessed every 24 hours?
That's correct.
From a mental health standpoint, do you want people to remain on suicide watch longer than is medically necessary?
No.
Why not?
Our goal is to support patients to cope while they're in custody, and so suicide watch is only used as a protective measure to make sure that people can be safe. Our goal is always to keep them in the least restrictive level of care, which would mean allowing...
Our goal is to always keep them safe.
Keep them safe and to support them in the least restrictive level of care. So that would allow them to have things like books and other ways to cope. So we don't want to keep them on suicide watch any longer than it's clinically indicated.
I'm going to just move forward a little bit and we'll go back. Ultimately, did you become aware that in early August there was an involuntary medication for Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
At the point that was granted, had he been on suicide watch the entire time?
Yes.
So during those several months that he was on suicide watch, did he have any reading materials or other types of diversionary materials in the cell with him?
No, while he's on suicide watch, he's not permitted to have any additional items.
Did you have an opportunity to observe him at various times when he was on suicide watch?
Yes, I did.
Would you, if you were working, once again during this time period between early May and September, did you at least have some contact with Mr. Reales Dominguez every day?
Probably every other day. We rotated kind of who saw people on suicide watch between myself and Brandy.
Did you have an opportunity to observe what, if anything, he would be doing when he was in the cell?
Yes.
What did you observe?
Most often he was either lying down or sitting and staring at the wall.
Would you try to engage him in communication?
Yes.
Did his communication remain constant, or did it change over the time he was in custody?
It changed over the time he was in custody.
Let's begin with when he first came in. You already said it was minimal. How did it change?
At some point, he stopped engaging verbally and would either shake his head yes or no, or give a thumbs up or down when asked questions, and would not respond verbally.
In terms of his hygiene, people who are on suicide watch, are they given an opportunity to shower, brush their teeth?
Yes.
Okay, how does that happen?
They are supervised by one of the officers, and they get to come out of the cell for approximately an hour per day to shower, brush their teeth, and use a kind of common milieu area.
Is it kind of a common area?
Yes.
Did Mr. Reales Dominguez ever come out of his cell, to your knowledge?
Not to my knowledge.
Once again, using the time period from when he came in to the involuntary medication order, did you ever see him shower?
No.
Did you ever see him brush his teeth?
No.
When you interacted with him, did you ever have an opportunity to be close enough that you could smell him?
Yes.
What would you notice?
I noticed that his hygiene worsened over time, and that he was malodorous, likely from not showering.
Malodorous, that is a term in common language. Does that mean body odor?
Correct.
Did you happen to observe his eating habits?
Yes.
And did other professionals in the jail note his eating habits?
Yes.
As well as his drinking habits?
Correct.
What did you observe about his eating and drinking habits?
I noticed that he would often not take his tray, or when he did take his tray, wouldn't eat anything out of it. And there was concerns that he wasn't eating or drinking, and so medical started to track that information.
In some of the records, we'll see a term hunger strike. Now, when I think of hunger strike, I think of like perhaps Gandhi, not eating to try to achieve a purpose. Did Mr. Reales Dominguez ever say he was on a hunger strike?
No.
Did he ever indicate his unwillingness to eat was due to him trying to achieve a purpose?
No.
Then why is that term hunger strike used?
Hunger strike is a WellPath term that we use to capture when a patient has declined food for a period of time. It just allows for greater observation, and so medical started tracking his food and water intake.
The objection was overruled.
Did he ever explain to you why he was not eating?
He told me he didn't have an appetite.
When Mr. Reales Dominguez first came in, let's go back to May 4th, how would you describe his build?
I would say average.
So obviously, do you have any personal knowledge about what his build was 2 years prior to his arrest?
No, I do not.
Did Mr. Reales Dominguez's weight change during the time he was at Yolo County Jail on suicide watch?
Yes, it did.
How so?
He became very thin, and medical started tracking his weight, and he lost weight from the time that he came into custody.
Did his lack of eating and drinking, did that result in any trips outside of the jail for Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
What happened?
He was sent out to the hospital, I believe, 2 or 3 times due to being on a hunger strike for too many consecutive days.
Once again, that's the hunger strike is meaning he's just not eating.
Correct.
Okay. Is there Are you familiar with what's called a 5150 hold?
Yes, I am.
What is a 5150 hold?
A 5150 hold is an involuntary hospitalization due to a mental illness, and you can be on a hold for a few different reasons if you present as a danger to yourself, a danger to others, or grave disability.
Was Mr. Reales Dominguez ever placed on the 5150 hold during the time he was at jail?
Yes, he was.
Okay. And what were the reasons for that hold?
He was placed on a hold for being gravely disabled.
And what does gravely disabled mean?
Gravely disabled means that their mental illness prohibits them from taking care of themselves and meeting their basic needs, such as eating, showering, being able to take care of themselves.
Now, Gutierrez, in your experience, do most 5150 holds originate with people who are outside of custody, in the community, whether in their homes or otherwise?
Yes.
Okay. How common is it for someone who is in the custody of the Yolo County Jail to be placed on a 5150 hold?
It is very uncommon.
Why is it very uncommon?
Most of the time, patients were able to meet the patient's needs inside of the jail setting. However, Mr. Dominguez's level rose to a point that he needed an inpatient psychiatric level of care.
If you recall, how many times was he placed on a 5150 hold while he was in custody?
I believe just once.
Were there other times he was taken to a hospital, though?
Yes.
So why would a person who may not be on a 5150 hold but be taken to a hospital? Why would that happen?
For Mr. Dominguez, he was taken because he hadn't eaten or drank anything, and so we were concerned about him medically as well.
Now, Ms. Gutierrez, you already indicated that in addition to yourself and Ms. Halstead, there are other employees at WellPath who monitor patients' physical health?
That's correct.
Are they employed by WellPath as well?
Yes.
Do they keep records of their observations just like you and Ms. Halstead do?
Yes.
I'm going to show you one moment. While I'm looking for this, Ms. Gutierrez, I'll ask you some questions. When a person is on a hunger strike or is being classified as a hunger strike, do employees monitor the person's weight?
Yes, they do.
Why is it important? Why do they monitor the weight?
They're monitoring to see if there's any drastic changes and if there's any medical indications that would require them to be sent out to the hospital.
Did Mr. Reales Dominguez's weight decrease did his weight change over the time he was at Yolo County Jail?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you what's been previously marked Defendant Exhibit JJ.
Stipulation.
And Ms. Gutierrez, in your experience, can weight in a person change a few pounds, give or take, by day based on water, whether dehydrated?
I suppose so.
I'd like you to look at this. Let me know if you recognize what this depicts.
Stipulated foundation, no objection, publishing.
Thank you, counsel.
Yes, this is what we call a flow sheet, which is a flow sheet, which is documented in our electronic health record by the nursing staff.
I'll take that back. And may I have Mr. Reales Dominguez stand up?
Okay.
Now, I'd like to assume that at the beginning of this trial, right before this trial began, Mr. Reales Dominguez weighed 171 pounds. Based on what you see now, does that appear consistent with him standing before you today?
Sure.
What was that?
Sure.
When you were treating Mr. Reales Dominguez, in terms of his weight, did it look like this, or did it look very different?
No, it looked very different.
So we're starting on June 21st. How much did he weigh?
111 pounds per the record.
And on June 24th, how much did he weigh?
112 pounds.
And on June 26th, how much did he weigh?
108 pounds.
Can we stop there?
Okay.
Okay. Ms. Gutierrez, we have more questions for you. Okay, not too many.
Okay.
But both sides get to ask questions. So we're going to start after the holiday weekend, Monday at 9:30.
Okay.
All right, I'll see you then.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. You're free to go.
Thank
Have
you.
a great weekend.
You too.
Okay, so ladies and gentlemen of the jury, that brings us to the conclusion of our work today. And I wanted to give you an update on where we're at. Well, I suppose we're headed into a 3-day weekend, and so just briefly, because that's something I like to do, is comment on the holiday that we're heading into. Not that you need me to comment on it, but when you wear a robe for a living and you sit and
All right, so as you are hearing, that's heading into the holiday July 4th weekend. So I thought that I had the rest of her testimony, but it doesn't look like, well, I know it's out there because I saw it, but that's going to screw up my schedule. So I'm going to have to skip the rest of her testimony. We're going to go to Dr. Sarah Vinson. She's a forensic psychiatrist. So we're going to put Amy on the back burner for now. And we're going to go over to Sarah Vinson, Dr. Vinson. Let me get her queued up. Because she is... Wait, hold on a sec. Oh, yeah, and then Dr. Weiner. Okay, no, this is all good. This is all good. I don't want to screw with my scheduling to go to talk to Dr. Berry. So I got about 5 more hours. All right. If we have time to come back to Amy, we'll come back to Amy. I just don't want to. I don't want to screw with mess with my timing here, because I want to make sure that I end on time to show for Dr. Berry. All right. So now we're going to get into. Hold on a sec. All right, I'll try and find it while we're showing Dr. Sarah Vinson. All right, so this is let's see. Yeah, I was reading some really terrible numbers, and I will bring them up with. We'll talk about these. With Dr. Berry. Prisons have become the largest psychiatric facilities in the United States. Over 40% of incarcerated individuals have diagnosed mental illness, yet nearly 63% receive no formal mental health treatment while locked up. Between 15 to 20% of inmates are diagnosed with a serious mental illness, SMI, we've heard that, schizophrenia, bipolar, or major depression. Women, actually, the crisis is especially acute for incarcerated women who experience higher rates of serious psychological distress compared to male counterparts. So we can talk we'll talk about that with Dr. Berry. All right, and that is later today. That's at 6:15. So stick around. Hey, Sugars, how are you? Jadzia Dax, good to see you. Nosy Rosie, what are you? What are you looking for? The rest of Amy Gutierrez's testimony. I saw it. I saw it. I thought I pulled it because it's her hair. It's her purple hair. I just don't know if I'm going to have time to show it today. So if you want to find it, great. I'm going to also look for it too. I know I've seen it before, meaning I saw it over the weekend. I thought I had pulled it. If it's not too long and if we have time, we'll put it in. But I don't want to screw with my scheduling for Dr. Berry. All right, so on the stand now is Sarah Vincent, a forensic psychiatrist.
Good morning, Dr. Benson.
Morning.
Come on into the podium right here. You'll take the oath from Madam Clerk, and then we'll have you take the witness stand.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now pending before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Ms. Benson, or Dr. Benson, could you hand me that document? Great, thank you. Again, good morning to you.
Good morning.
Sarah Vinson, Sarah, V as in Victor, INSON.
Thank you. Mr. Hutchinson, direct examination.
Good morning, Dr. Benson.
Good morning.
What is your occupation?
I am a child and adolescent, adult, and forensic psychiatrist. I'm employed at Morehouse School of Medicine and also by my own company, Lorio Forensics.
Where is Morehouse School of Medicine?
Atlanta, Georgia.
And what positions do you currently hold with Morehouse School of Medicine?
I'm a full professor of psychiatry and behavioral sciences, and I am the vice chair of faculty affairs and development.
I'd like to begin with your educational background. When and where did you earn your bachelor's degree?
Florida A&M University, and that was in 2004.
And did you graduate with any honors?
Summa cum laude.
And after you graduated from Florida A&M, where did you go?
University of Florida College of Medicine.
And what year did you earn your MD from Florida?
2007.
And for sports fans, when referring to University of Florida, that's the Florida Gators, correct?
That is correct.
Right. After you graduated...
Do they play football?
They do.
A little bit.
I thought that was a basketball school. Anyway, go ahead.
They play both. After you graduated from med school, where did you go?
I went to general psychiatry residency at Harvard Medical School at Cambridge Health Alliance.
Cambridge.
Cambridge Health Alliance.
Thank you.
So you said you did your residency at Harvard Medical School, Cambridge Health Alliance. Can you explain what Cambridge Health Alliance is?
Yes, so Harvard has 3, maybe 4 now psychiatry residency programs. Cambridge Health Alliance is the one that was really in between Somerville, Massachusetts and MIT, the Harvard undergrad campus. So it was the program that was more community-based, had a more diverse patient population, and really had an international reputation for diagnosis and treatment of trauma.
Can you describe the training experience you had during your residency?
Yes, so during residency you are a physician, but you're a baby physician. So you are learning under doctors who've been doing it longer than you have, attendings. And so you rotate through inpatient, outpatient, doing psychotherapy, psychopharm, psych emergency, Jerry, and you learn about diagnosis, treatment, and evaluation. You do some of that learning by seeing patients and having people supervise you. You do some of that learning by attending classes, and you have to take certain kind of benchmark exams along the way.
And when did you complete your residency?
So I finished at Cambridge in 2010.
Did you pursue any fellowships after your residency?
Yes, after residency, I did 2 fellowships, one in child and adolescent psychiatry and one in forensic psychiatry, both at Emory School of Medicine in Atlanta.
And so, did you do them same time or one after the other?
You have to do them one after the other. So it was 2 years of child psychiatry training, followed by 1 year of forensic psychiatry training.
Can you let's begin with the child psychiatry training. What years were those?
So that was 2010 to 2012.
Can you describe the type of training you received during that fellowship?
So during that fellowship, we were really focused on children, adolescents, transitional age youth, so like 18 to 22, as well as working with families, understanding family dynamics and things like that. During general psychiatry training, you get a little bit of child exposure, but it's really focused on adults. And so that 2 years in child fellowship gives you dedicated time to learn about things like development, childhood trauma, and things like that. Same as with general psych residency, you're seeing people clinically, you're doing psychotherapy, you're doing psychopharm, you're doing evaluations, but you're also attending classes and taking benchmark exams every year.
And did you complete that fellowship?
Yes.
And after you completed that fellowship, did you begin a fellowship in forensic psychiatry?
Yes.
Was that also at Emory University?
It was.
Emory School of Medicine?
Yes.
And can you describe the training you received during that fellowship?
So in forensic psychiatry training, you are learning about how to be a court consultant. You're not doing clinical work, direct patient care anymore, but you're learning how you can use what you know as a clinician to assist the court with answering some forensic question.
I'd like to ask you some questions about your current positions. As the chair of the Department of Psychiatry and Behavioral Sciences, what are your responsibilities?
So now I'm vice chair as of July 1. I should have flagged that for you. So as vice chair of faculty affairs and development, I'm responsible for things like grand rounds, professional development of faculty, helping them publish and present and progress in their career. And then just also as a professor in the department, I teach medical students, child psychiatry fellows, general psychiatry residents about mental health.
When you testified last year, were you the chair at that time?
I was.
Okay. Can you describe your teaching responsibilities as a professor?
Yes. So on the medical student level, I teach a class related to mental illness and forensic psychiatry. I also teach a class related to the history of psychiatry, racism, and mental health, and I co-teach that with a medical historian. On the residency level, I teach a class related to structural aspects of mental health, and I do that on the child psychiatry side as well. I also teach a positive psychiatry or lifestyle psychiatry class for our residents and our fellows. And then I do a trauma seminar and a forensic mental health seminar for our for our fellows.
Now, you also indicate that you have a private practice in addition to your teaching responsibilities at Morehouse, correct?
Correct.
And you described it as called Lorio Psychiatric Group. Is that the name?
Yes.
Can you now, have you had private clinical experience for some time?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe the clinical experience you had in a private practice capacity?
So I had a private practice. It was a small practice, group-based in Atlanta. Saw a mix of children, adolescents, and adults, most of whom were people of color, but not all. Saw a lot of people who had histories of trauma, and saw a middle upper class population. But for some time, was seeing a number of people who are, or children, who are in foster care homes with that are sponsored by a major hospital or a major restaurant chain in Atlanta. So I did actually see more of a diverse population than you'd often see in a private practice setting.
And given your multiple responsibilities, did you ultimately have to wind down your private practice?
Yes, once I took on the chair role 4 years ago, I referred out most of my private practice patients and held on to like 3 that I had for a really long time. But I continued seeing patients and supervising trainees as they saw patients through my role at Morehouse School of Medicine.
And can you describe your role as a forensic consultant?
Yes. So as a forensic consultant, I am taking what I know from diagnosing, treating, evaluating people, from reading articles and presenting at conferences and those years of training after medical school, and I'm applying that to some question that the court or an attorney has asked me.
And in your role, have you been retained throughout the United States?
In multiple states, yes.
Where are you currently licensed to practice medicine? What states?
So I think that it is California, Georgia, Louisiana. I say I think because I may leave out one. But I know that
You think because
I may leave out one. But California, Georgia, Louisiana, Tennessee, I think Arizona, maybe Michigan. I think that's it.
North Carolina?
North Carolina may be one too.
Because you have to have multiple licenses because you testify and consult throughout the United States.
Yeah, some states consider this the practice of medicine, some states don't. For states that do consider it the practice of medicine, I get a license so that there's no issues.
And what professional memberships do you have?
I'm a member of the American Psychiatric Association. I'm actually a distinguished fellow there, and was recently appointed to their foundation board. I'm a member of the American Association of Community Psychiatry, just rolled off of their board. I'm also a member of the American Association of Child and Adolescent Psychiatry. And then lastly, I'm a member of the American College of Psychiatry, which is like an honors organization for psychiatrists.
And do you regularly give peer-reviewed and continuing medical education presentations?
I do.
Now, have you testified as an expert in court proceedings and depositions in multiple jurisdictions?
Yes.
Can you give a rough estimate of how many different jurisdictions you have testified in?
6 to 8.
By jurisdiction referring to states?
Yes.
And Dr. Vincent, do you have experience with schizophrenia?
Yes, I do.
Over your career, have you treated patients with schizophrenia both as a primary provider and in a supervisorial role?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes, I am.
Are you familiar with how schizophrenia is diagnosed?
Yes.
And you also have experience and expertise in the diagnosis, etiology, pathophysiology, and treatment of other severe mental illnesses, including schizophrenia spectrum disorder, and bipolar disorder.
Yes.
Do you have experience and expertise in the diagnosis, etiology, pathophysiology, and treatment of what are called substance use disorders, including cannabis use disorder?
Yes.
And you have experience and expertise in the diagnosis, etiology, pathophysiology, and treatment of what are called substance-induced psychotic disorders, including cannabis-induced psychotic disorder.
Yes.
And at this point, I'd like to offer Dr. Vincent as an expert.
No objection to it.
Thank you. Qualified expert.
Dr. Vincent, how did you become involved in the case of Carlos Reales Dominguez?
I was contacted by the public defender's office here.
Okay. And by public defender's office, are you referring to me?
Yes.
And were you retained to conduct an independent evaluation of Mr. Reales Dominguez related to his plea of not guilty by reason of insanity?
Yes, I was.
And are you paid for your services?
Yes.
Dr. Vincent, would it be fair to say you have reviewed a voluminous amount of materials in connection with this case?
That would be absolutely fair to say.
And has there been differing times as to when you reviewed the materials? In other words, was some before you wrote a report, some after, and some since? Is that?
That is correct.
Okay. In the interest of time, I'm not going to try to break it down. I'm just going to go through total materials you have reviewed. Have you reviewed medical records for Mr. Reales Dominguez from WellPath, the provider at the Yola County Jail?
Yes.
Have you reviewed medical records from Atascadero State Hospital?
Yes.
Have you reviewed hospital records from emergency room trips to Woodland Memorial Hospital?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the high school transcript of Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Have you reviewed his UC Davis transcript?
Yes.
And have you also reviewed UC Davis school records?
Yes.
I'd like to talk now about expert reports and prior testimony that you have reviewed. Did you review the neuropsychological report from a neuropsychologist by the name of Dr. Dale Watson?
Yes.
Did you review the prior testimony of Dr. Patricia Tyler, the treating psychiatrist at the Yolo County Jail?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the report and prior testimony of Dr. Stephen Weiner?
Yes.
Have you reviewed the report and prior testimony of Dr. Serentip Ree, a forensic psychologist?
Yes.
And did you review a report of Dr. Steven Siegel? And did you get an opportunity to watch Dr. Siegel's testimony, in this case on YouTube?
Yes.
Dr. Siegel's pretty good. Would you agree?
I would agree.
Okay. And did you review the report of Dr. Zachary Torrey?
Yes.
And did you read a certified transcript of his testimony in this trial?
Yes.
Now I'd like to focus on the prior testimony of individuals. You were aware that there were court proceedings in this case where people testified in July of 2023. You were aware of that?
Yes.
You're aware there was also a forced medication hearing where Dr. Tyler testified?
Yes.
Where you provided transcripts of those hearings?
Yes.
And did you testify in a trial, in this case last year?
I did.
And have you been provided a transcript of that trial?
Yes.
And did I ask you to review all of the witnesses, with two minor exceptions, who testified in the defense case?
Yes.
And did I ask you to review specific witnesses who testified during the prosecution case?
Yes.
I'm just going to go through some names. Did you review the testimony of Juan Carlos Reales Campos?
Yes.
Did you actually interview Mr. Reales Campos at some point in this case as well?
I did.
And did you review the prior testimony of Mia Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Did you review the prior testimony of Mr. Reales Dominguez's former girlfriend, Kaylee Gallardo?
I did.
I'm just going to go through some names. Nathan Riego de Dios.
Yes.
Gladys Verdon, an employee at Jack in the Box.
Yes.
Mark Capito.
Yes.
Philip Hahn.
Yes.
And did you review testimony, this is from July of 2023, of two other roommates / fraternity brothers, Christian Ortega and Sidney Seletsky?
Yes.
Did you review the prior testimony of one of Mr. Reales Dominguez's instructors, Ava Bindus?
Yes.
And then turning to some other individuals, did you review a portion of the testimony of Dr. Matt Massey, the individual who contacted Mr. Reales Dominguez at the stabbing of Karim Abou Najm?
Yes.
Did you review the testimony of Justin Schaefer, the man who observed Mr. Reales Dominguez immediately prior to being detained by law enforcement?
Yes.
And did you review a transcript, a portion of the testimony of Isaac Chessman, and also a YouTube video of his prior testimony in which he demonstrated a punching motion through a tent?
Yes.
Did you review the prior testimony of Amy Gutierrez, a mental health professional at the jail?
Yes.
And did you also review the medical notes and prior testimony of Brandy Halstead, and her testimony was in July of 2023, also with WellPath?
Yes.
Did you review the testimony at the trial of Shanna Bly and Sonia Rocha, investigators with the Public Defender's Office?
Yes.
Finally, did you review the testimony of Carlos Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
You mentioned you interviewed at one point Juan Carlos Reales Campos. Did you interview any other member of Mr. Reales Dominguez's family?
His mother and his sister.
And when you spoke to was this on the telephone?
Yes.
Was anyone present for this interview other than you and the family and an interpreter?
To my knowledge, that's all who was there.
I wasn't on the call, correct?
No.
And did you speak to Mia in English?
Yes,
Did you rely on an interpreter to speak to the parents?
absolutely.
Why did you want to interview the family yourself in connection with this case?
As a psychiatrist, I may ask different questions than the people who already interviewed them had, or ask in a different way that allows me to get additional information. It also gives me a sense of their support system, their family environment, and how attuned or perhaps not attuned they were to what was going on with him, both before the incidents in question and after.
Okay. I want to now turn to some other things that weren't prior testimony that you reviewed. Did you review a witness statement from a Carlos Caceres describing his observations of behavior by Mr. Reales Dominguez's mother?
Yes.
Did you review a witness statement from Mr. Reales Dominguez's maternal grandmother in El Salvador, Emelina Victoria Dominguez?
Yes.
Did you review a statement in the transcript of the testimony of Matthew Nakayama, a forensic toxicology expert?
Yes.
Did you review text messages between Mr. Reales Dominguez and someone named Alfredo Alvarez, appearing to be regarding the sale of cannabis?
Yes.
And did you review a report from a Christopher Kumada and screen recordings of what are purported to be music created on Logic Pro?
Yes, and I could actually hear it too, so it wasn't just the screen recording, it was the sounds.
You could hear the sounds?
Yes.
Okay, we'll get to those. And did you review medical records from well past showing continuing negative symptoms from Mr. Reales Dominguez after he returned from Tascadero State Hospital?
Yes.
And we're almost done, but you reviewed a PowerPoint presentation by a Brian Chase regarding analysis of Mr. Reales Dominguez's cell phone?
Yes. Did
you review photos of Mr. Reales Dominguez in custody both before and after being medicated?
Yes.
Did you review a YouTube video of Mr. Reales Dominguez in high school titled Meet My Friends?
Yes.
And then I'd like to talk about recordings you've actually reviewed. Did you review body camera recordings of Mr. Reales Dominguez's detention by law enforcement, specifically Officer Story and Gonzalez?
Yes.
Did you review the body camera recording from a Matt Muscardini depicting approximately 30-minute period where he was questioned before being taken to the Davis Police Department?
Yes.
Did you review a car camera of Mr. Reales Dominguez's transportation to the Davis Police Department?
Yes.
Did you review a video of his arrival at the Davis Police Department where he was introduced to someone named Steve Ramos?
Yes.
And did you review the entire 7-hour interrogation of Mr. Reales Dominguez by Detective Muscardini, Detective Ramos, and when he was processed by a detective named Alex Torres?
Yes, I did.
Did you review a recording of two recordings, one audio only, one video only of Mr. Reales Dominguez in a holding cell with an undercover officer?
Yes.
Did you review a video of a blood draw where Mr. Reales Dominguez had his blood draw on April 6th after his arrest?
Yes.
Dr. Vincent, why, in your opinion, is it important to watch the actual videos as opposed to just relying on the police reports?
So police reports are summaries that are obviously written by police, and it may be that they are paraphrasing or they are giving a high-level overview, but there are things that they may not include that may be really relevant to my assessment. So as a psychiatrist, I want to look at how people are sitting, how they're gesturing, if they're gesturing, what their face looks like, and you just may not get that kind of play-by-play from a police report. The other thing is that when sometimes people are psychotic, it's very hard to summarize what they're saying and reflect that psychosis, because we all go through life and we organize things, right? Document things in ways that make sense to us. So it's something natural that we all do. It's not a criticism of the police, but they're going to be likely to record it in a way that is more organized and cohesive than the person may have expressed their thoughts or their feelings.
Okay. Now, did I also provide you with a transcript of the preliminary hearing in this case where multiple officers testified?
Yes.
Okay. Did I initially provide you with the actual police reports?
I don't think so.
Okay. And because Dr. Vincent, what is your hourly rate?
I think it's $4.75 an hour for this case.
So if I want you to review police reports, you get paid for that, correct?
Correct.
Right. So, but in April of 2025, did a prosecutor from the district attorney's office named Fritz Vanderhoek email you directly and ask you to review additional materials, specifically multiple police reports?
Yes.
What did Mr. Vanderhoek say about the payment for the materials he wanted you to review?
That it would not come from him.
Okay. Did he indicate whether he wanted you to do it for free?
It was unclear to me what he did.
Did you ultimately review the police reports that Mr. Vanderhoek, did you ultimately review the police reports that Mr. Vanderhoek wanted you to review?
I believe so, after making sure that was okay with you.
Okay. And who did you bill for reviewing the police reports that Mr. Vanderhoek wanted you to review?
You.
Okay.
Sorry.
Not me personally, my office. But reviewing the police reports, did that change your opinion in any way?
No, because the videos are everything, right? They're not just the summary. So that's the more useful information source.
Did you conduct a clinical interview of Carlos Reales Dominguez?
Yes, I did.
And where did that interview take place?
At the jail.
And when did that interview take place?
I think that was August of 2024.
August 26th, does that sound right? Of 2024?
Yes.
What is a clinical interview?
So in a clinical interview, you are asking questions and you're making observations, but as you're going along the way, you are eliciting information that allows you to come to some sort of diagnostic impression. So I'm asking about, his background history, his family, things like that, but I'm also asking things about specific symptoms of psychiatric illnesses. Throughout that interview, there's what the patient or the person I'm evaluating in this case, because he's not my patient, there's what he's showing me, but also what he's telling me. So there's what he communicates, but also how he sits, the way he puts words together, the impressions on his face. All of those things are part of that diagnostic evaluation process.
During this clinical interview, did you discuss Mr. Reales Dominguez's childhood in El Salvador?
We did.
Did you discuss the circumstances of how he was transported to the United States as a young child?
Yes.
Did you discuss past and current symptoms of mental illness?
Yes.
Okay, and does that include both positive and negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
It does.
Now, to your understanding, when you met with him on August 26th of 2024, had he been on antipsychotic medication for a little over a year?
He had.
And we've already heard from others, psychiatrists, about the difference between positive and negative symptoms, so I won't ask you to explain them. But when you met with Mr. Reales Dominguez in August of 2024, did you observe any positive symptoms? Hallucinations, delusions, disorganized speech or behavior?
No.
Did you observe anything you recognize as negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes.
What did you observe?
So he did not use gestures. His facial expressions were quite muted. There were clearly connections that he wasn't making in terms of how his mind was putting things together. He wasn't as talkative as you would expect based on what I could glean from his records about his function before he became schizophrenic. So he did have some decreased speech, I think, relative to where he was at baseline. And those would be the negative symptoms that I observed.
Now, in your experience, even when someone has been stabilized on antipsychotic medication, is it common for them to continue to have residual negative symptoms?
Absolutely. Our medications are much better at treating positive symptoms than they are at treating the negative ones.
Dr. Vincent, what is malingering?
Malingering is the creation or the exaggeration of symptoms for secondary gain. So it's not for some internal psychological purpose, but it's something that you gain from the outside world. So in a civil case, it may be you're exaggerating because you want more money from the lawsuit. In a criminal case, it could be you're trying to get out of trouble.
During your clinical interview with Mr. Reales Dominguez, did you observe any evidence of malingering?
No, none at all. And in fact, what I saw, if anything, was underreporting. So in order to tell me about an illness or a symptom, you have to be aware of it and have a certain amount of insight. And it was clear during my interview that he still had a lot to learn about the illness, how it had impacted him, and the extent of what he was dealing with. And so his ability to tell me about things was compromised by that.
Even with a compromised ability, did you discuss with Mr. Reales Dominguez the circumstances of the stabbings that led to the deaths of David Breaux and Karim Abou Najm and injured a woman named Kimberlee Guillory?
I did.
Did you discuss with him what he perceived and believed at the time of those events?
Yes.
Did you ask him specific questions related to the circumstances of those three events?
Yes.
Were there things he could not remember?
Yes.
But did he provide you, to the best of his ability, or did he provide you an answer to every question you asked?
Yes.
And in assessing his statements, did you consider all the other evidence that you reviewed in this case?
Absolutely.
Based on your clinical evaluation, Mr. Reales Dominguez, and everything you have reviewed, do you have an opinion as to whether Mr. Reales Dominguez currently suffers from a serious mental illness?
Yes.
And what mental illness, in your opinion, does he have?
Schizophrenia.
And do you have an opinion as to whether Mr. Reales Dominguez suffered from schizophrenia at the time of the charged offenses in April and May of 2023?
Yes.
And what is that opinion?
That he did have schizophrenia at that time, and at that period he was experiencing his first break.
What is a first break?
So people with schizophrenia often have a prodromal period where they start to have some symptoms, but they haven't completely broken with reality yet. And so they're starting to act strange around their friends or not socialize with their friends. They're not performing at the level they used to at school or at work. They're starting to do some odd things, but it's not something that is necessarily clear to an outsider that there's something that's really, really wrong. At the point where people have their first break, that's when the positive symptoms really get dialed up. So that things like the hallucinations, the delusions, they come on at such a severity that everybody at that point knows that something is wrong. And while the brain has kind of been leading up to it, maybe there have been some hallucinations, some delusions that came and went over time. At this point, it is much more impairing, it's much more dramatic, much more obvious to the people around that individual.
We've heard testimony about positive symptoms of schizophrenia, hallucinations, delusions, disorganized speech and behavior. Yesterday, Dr. Weiner talked about delusional perceptions. Can you explain what a delusional perception is?
So sometimes when you are psychotic, your understanding of reality is shaped by that disorder. When the things that you're seeing that aren't real are accompanied by a story or some explanation, that is a delusion. And so you can have where people are explaining away the odd things they're seeing with this delusional story that kind of accompanies it.
Can a person experience hallucinations, delusions, and delusional a person with schizophrenia experience hallucinations, delusions, and delusional perceptions at the same time?
Yes.
Now, in your review of the evidence, you recall multiple statements and testimony from many witnesses about Mr. Reales Dominguez staring at a wall or staring into space for extended periods of time.
Yes.
When you see someone with schizophrenia staring at a wall or staring into space, what potentially could be happening at that moment?
So there are a couple things that could be happening. One is the internal stimuli, so the hallucinations are just preoccupying him. So he's not paying attention to what's happening in the room because he's listening to the voices or what he may be seeing that's not there. The other thing that could be going on is that just the negative symptoms, the lack of motivation or the lack of ability to generate thoughts is literally just keeping him in place. And then you also have the possibility when it comes to psychotic disorders, even severe depression, of something like catatonia that's keeping him still.
What is catatonia?
So catatonia is a state where people are aware of what's going on to a certain degree, but they just can't move, and they need assistance with moving. And you only see it with psychotic disorders, or I should say you typically are going to see it with psychotic disorders or severe depression.
Now, I'd like to talk about negative symptoms. I just want to go through some we've heard. Minimal speech, or what sometimes calls poverty of speech, can that be a negative symptom?
Yes.
Okay. Diminished emotional expression or flat affect?
Yes.
And social withdrawal?
Yes.
Okay. Dr. Vinson, do people with schizophrenia often struggle with making or keeping eye contact?
Yes, and that could be due to the fact that they don't want to socialize with people, and making eye contact is part of how we do that. It could also be that they're preoccupied with what is going on in their brain, so they're not paying attention to the person in front of them because they're paying attention to the voices in their head. And it could also be due to paranoia. So if they're worried about people hurting them, if they're worried about people being against them, then you don't want to interact with them in the same way.
All right, I'm going to ask you to spell a word. I'm going to ask you for how you pronounce it because I'm still trying to figure out the proper way. It's Avolition. Have you heard that word before?
Sure.
Okay, how do you, in your expert opinion, pronounce that word?
I say avolition.
Okay, well, we have a winner now. What is avolition?
So there's just a lack of motivation. And when you're assessing that symptom, you want to look at somebody's baseline, right? So in this case, you had someone who was a highly motivated young man who applied to college and got in with very little parental support, frankly, who was an honors student who took college classes in high school, and then who you saw essentially fail out of college, right? So in his case, that's a very clear case of avolition.
Okay. And for people with schizophrenia, you reviewed witness statements that showed there was that Mr. Reales Dominguez at one point had pristine hygiene and then it deteriorated significantly. Is that something commonly seen in people with schizophrenia?
So you don't see it all the time, but you absolutely can see where they're not motivated to take care of themselves in the same way. It could also be that they're just not organized enough to do it. Now, you have to be pretty disorganized not to be able to do that, but you do start to see that in some cases.
What does anhedonia mean?
Anhedonia means there's this thing I really used to love doing, that I really enjoyed, that made me happy, that I got pleasure from, that just doesn't cause those emotions anymore.
Talk about some other negative symptoms. And once again, these negative symptoms are not going to be present in every person with schizophrenia necessarily, correct?
They may not be present in every person, or in some people, some of them may be present sometimes and other ones are not.
Okay. But slowing of movements, can that be a negative symptom?
Yes.
What about maintenance of rigid or unusual postures?
Yes.
And sitting motionless for long periods of time?
Right, and that goes along with the lack of speech. So when we talk about speech, we're not just talking about words, we're talking about communication. And most people are going to gesture or have things that accompany their speech. And so the lack of that accompanying movement is under that category.
And we're going to get back to this a little bit, but in watching videos, a 7-hour interview where he was detained by police when he was in the jail cell with the undercover officer, did you observe Mr. Reales Dominguez sitting motionless for long periods of time?
He was remarkably still, which was just another sign that there was something wrong mentally.
You say remarkably still. Why do you use that term?
Because, it's one thing to just, maybe you're not a very expression-heavy person, right? Like maybe you don't gesticulate with your hands a lot, but to do it not at all for a 7-hour period, it goes beyond the normal continuum of you use your hands a lot when you talk or you don't.
Dr. Vinson, what is paranoia?
Paranoia is when you have thoughts that people are trying to harm you or wish you ill in some way.
Trying to harm you or?
Wish you ill in some way.
Is paranoia a common symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Now, yesterday, Dr. Weiner spoke about the stress diathesis model for schizophrenia. Are you familiar with that?
Yes.
What is the stress diathesis model?
So we understand that mental illness is multifactorial, or it has a lot of things that drive it. There are different things that increase the risk that someone is going to eventually get this diagnosis. And we think about this as an interplay between kind of genes, what you carry into the world biologically, and what those genes are expressed to as you go through life, so the stressors. And with the stress diathesis model, you're acknowledging that there may be some inherent genetic vulnerability, but that vulnerability is more likely to manifest in a disorder or symptoms the more stress that someone experiences.
And does that include what is often referred to as childhood trauma or ACEs, adverse childhood experiences?
That can be one form of stress, absolutely.
And can you describe what specific training experience you have working with patients who have been experiencing significant childhood trauma?
Yes. So when I was at Cambridge during residency, my main outpatient clinic was the Victims of Violence program, and that was run by Dr. Judith Herman, who's the woman who literally came up with Judith Herman. And she literally wrote the book about complex PTSD. And in that book, she talked about how when trauma is during developmental stages, in the context of relationship, repeated, that it has a different kind of effect on people than the PTSD we often talk about when we're thinking about like soldiers or people who are hurt by people that they don't know. And so I was immersed in that trauma clinic. We had psychotherapy cases that were focused on it, as well as interdisciplinary rounds with people who are literally international thought leaders around trauma. And then throughout my career, both in my private practice and my public sector work, I've worked with populations who are disproportionately impacted by trauma. And so I worked in places like safety net hospitals, jails, juvenile justice facilities, Medicaid clinics with lots of kids who have child welfare involvement.
Medicaid clinic where?
Child welfare clinics with lots of people who have child welfare involvement. And so I've treated a lot of patients who have trauma as part of their backgrounds, and then have done some academic work in that space as well.
So, for the benefit of our court reporter who's working extremely hard right now, perhaps we can just slow it down just a little bit. She tells me to stop, but she's better with witnesses. So let's talk about something. Can childhood sexual abuse constitute trauma?
Yes.
Can it be trauma even if it's done at a young age and by someone other than a family member?
Absolutely.
Okay, why is that?
So the traumatic aspect is the power differential, the not knowing what's going on, the exploitation, perhaps the physical harm that's accompanying it as well. And so that doesn't have to be by a family member in order for all of those things to be present.
Can physical abuse by a parent constitute trauma?
Yes.
Can you explain?
So ideally, your parents are your first examples of what a healthy relationship looks like. They're also your sources of stability and of safety. And so it's harmful whenever anybody who is bigger, more powerful than you harms you. But when a parent does it, it can be a particularly hurtful experience because out of all the people in the world, these are the folks that you would expect and want to be able to care for you. And so there's the actual harm that happens in real time, but then there's the way that that can negatively impact that parental-child relationship and what that means for that child's ability to come to that parent when there are issues or there are problems or when they need help.
I'd like you to assume some facts, Mr. Reales Dominguez. I'd like you to assume that his mother never physically abused him. You can assume that fact. And you can assume that his father never used physical force except when he was disciplining him. but you can assume that his father would use a belt and hit him on the back of his legs and his buttocks for extended periods of time. And you can assume that although his father testified it was only 3 times, you can assume it was far, far more than 3 times. Too many to even give an estimate.
Objection. Facts on that.
I'll ask you to assume.
All right, we're good. Overruled.
And I'd also ask you to assume that in addition to that physical discipline, that his father used other forms of discipline. For example, forcing him at approximately 13 or 14 to stand out completely naked on a front porch on a cold night for about 10 minutes before allowing him back in. And you can also assume that as a form of discipline, his father would put rice on the ground, required him to kneel on the rice in his bare knees and hold books above his head for extended periods of time. In your opinion, would that constitute abuse by a parent?
Yes, it would.
Can witnessing domestic violence between 2 parents constitute childhood trauma?
Absolutely.
Why can witnessing it constitute trauma?
So as a child, you need adults to help you. You need them to get you food, you need them to give you shelter, you need them to advocate for you at school or with doctors, and so you're dependent on them. And so threats to the people that you need to do those things to you are threats to you as a person. And there's even some data that shows witnessing domestic violence has comparable impacts to you actually being the victim of physical abuse as a child if it's against your primary caregiver. So in a domestic violence situation where your mother is being abused, you experience that as a threat to yourself. And something I've also seen with sons in particular is there's an additional harm of guilt and shame about not being able to protect your mother in those circumstances that you will often see.
Now, I'd like you to also assume some facts. Assume that Mr. Reales Dominguez's mother, on at least a weekly basis, would engage in very erratic and irrational yelling at the father in front of the children. That these yelling episodes were at least 70% initiated by the mother, but perhaps even more. And that sometimes that used to be done in front of the children, and there were occasions it would lead to domestic violence. Even in the circumstances where there's not physical violence, it's just the yelling in front of children. Can that constitute childhood trauma?
Absolutely. I mean, you think about what it means to live in a household where you're not sure what the next day, the next moment is going to bring. It's stressful just for us going through the world to see people who are emotionally dysregulated or yelling, and then think about that being someone who you rely on, who is doing it in the place where you should feel safe and sheltered.
Dr. Vincent, in your experience, are there people who suffer from serious mental illnesses such as bipolar disorder who don't seek treatment and are perhaps even never formally diagnosed?
Absolutely. Our mental health system has a long way to go in terms of being accessible and welcoming and affordable for everyone. And there are many people, especially from marginalized communities, who can go for years, decades, lifetimes without treatment.
And can you describe for the jury, when we're talking about bipolar disorder, what are the kind of the basic symptoms of someone who has bipolar disorder?
With bipolar disorder, you have periods of depression and mania. Depression, sadness, decreased appetite, decreased energy, you're not interacting with people as much. But with mania, you have where rather than the brain, the body kind of slowing down, it's actually starting to speed up. And so rather than feeling depressed, they may feel super happy or really excited. Sometimes that can manifest as really extreme irritability. Rather than being tired, they don't have a need for sleep. They may be running on 3 or 4 hours of sleep, but their energy is still through the roof. They talk faster, their thoughts go faster, they take risk they wouldn't normally take. And this presentation, if you will, is distinctly different than their normal baseline behaviors.
Could living with a parent who suffers from untreated or an undiagnosed bipolar disorder or a similar mental illness, could that be traumatic for a child?
Yes, and in fact, just living with a parent with a mental health disorder, treated or untreated, is one of the well-documented adverse childhood experiences.
Now, Dr. Vincent, did you discuss with Mr. Reales Dominguez his cannabis use?
Yes.
And have you treated many patients who use cannabis?
Yes, and when I worked at the juvenile justice facility, I would say 85-90% of those kids did.
Did he acknowledge to you that he used cannabis on a regular basis?
Yes.
Did he admit to you that at some point he was using it on a daily basis?
I think he told me a few times a week, but I did see in other records he had reported daily.
Did you consider, based on what he told you in the other records, that whether Mr. Reales Dominguez, instead of having schizophrenia, was instead suffering from cannabis-induced psychotic disorder?
Absolutely.
Okay, and what is your opinion as to that?
That he was suffering from schizophrenia.
Why do you not believe it was, why in your expert opinion is it not cannabis-induced psychotic disorder?
So when I saw him, I had the benefit of it being over a year that he'd been in custody and presumably had not used any additional substances. And that's helpful diagnostically. If you're seeing somebody and they are displaying psychotic symptoms and are using marijuana, it's harder to tease out in that very moment. But in my case, I had months and months of what he looks like sober, of the symptoms that he has sober, of seeing that he actually started to deteriorate in the jail when he wasn't using anymore. So keeping in mind how long a high or the impacts from cannabis are going to last, how prolonged his symptoms were, how severe they were once he got into the jail, it was very clear that this wasn't just about cannabis.
Did you have an opportunity to review the report written by a Dr. Zachary Torrey?
Yes.
Did you have an opportunity to review a transcript of Dr. Torrey's testimony in this trial?
Yes.
Was there anything you read in Dr. Torrey's report or the transcript of his testimony that changed your opinion?
No.
Now, I'd like to give you recall reading that Dr. Torrey accused you of confirmation bias?
Yes.
He told that you only like information that supports your opinion?
Sure.
Objection argument.
Okay. I'd like to give you, we're going to get to confirmation bias, so I'd like to give you an opportunity to respond to some of the things Dr. Torrey said in his report or testimony. Was there something about that Dr. Torrey commented regarding the differential abuse reporting that you wanted to comment on?
Yeah, so he did point out in his report that Mr. Dominguez reported sexual abuse to some people but not to others. And as someone who has worked with people who have experienced trauma, and especially when it comes to men who've experienced sexual abuse, there often is underreporting, or people they may report that to and others that they may not. It doesn't mean that it wasn't true or that it wasn't a real experience. It can be very hard to talk to people about it.
So Dr. Torrey commented that Mr. Reales Dominguez mentioned sexual abuse to some of the experts, but not all.
Correct.
I'm going to assume a fact. I'd like you to assume that long before this case even began, that Mr. Reales Dominguez revealed the sexual abuse to his girlfriend, Kimberlee Guillory. Assume that fact. How would that affect your opinion?
It just adds credibility to the report, right? Because at that point, there was no benefit to him in terms of disclosing that. And again, when it comes to males and disclosing sexual abuse, there are additional barriers that often gender norms of society, ideas of vulnerability, not wanting to be identified as a victim can add to that kind of disclosure.
Was there something about Dr. Torrey's summation of Mr. Reales Dominguez's immigration experience that you found was significant?
Yes, and I would actually broaden that a bit to summation when it came to his childhood and life experiences, that there was really, in my opinion, an under-reporting and an under-consideration of traumas he'd experienced, including really traumatic aspects of his immigration experience.
I mean, under-reporting, did Dr. Torrey really discuss that in any much detail in his report?
No.
What was he focused on in his report based on what you could see?
Cannabis.
Okay. Did you notice anything about Dr. Torrey having a conflation of a lack of treatment history with a lack of mental illness?
Yes, and I see this.
Go, please explain.
And I see this all the time with my residents and my medical students that I teach. They'll be presenting a patient to me and they'll say, this person has no history of mental illness, and I have to stop them right there. Because often in the clinics that we're in, public sector clinics, there's barriers to access, barriers to treatment. Just because they don't have a treatment history, just because they don't have a prior diagnosis, doesn't mean that they've been psychologically healthy up until that point. And so often what you see is that people will say no history of mental illness when what they really mean is no history of access to care to get an illness diagnosed, which is a very different set of circumstances, especially for people who face barriers to care.
And it is true, when Mr. Reales Dominguez was arrested, did he have any history of mental health treatment?
He had no history of mental health treatment, and I thought it was actually quite striking that even when it came to one of the experts that was brought in to see him, he was concerned about cost. This is the reality of people when they're trying to get care in this country, that is often a barrier.
Not you, but one of the other experts he met with, he was concerned that he may have to pay for it.
Right.
Dr. Vincent, in Atlanta, how regularly would you work with people who were undocumented in terms of their immigration status?
So a couple of years ago, I was the attending for a Medicaid child clinic in West Atlanta, and in the context of that clinic, I would say that we saw people dealing with those circumstances at least once a month.
Can that, a person's immigration status, can that, in your opinion, impact their willingness or ability to access proper mental health treatment?
Yes, and as someone who's been providing care in public sector communities in one way or another throughout my career, I can say really since that 2019, 2020 time, we've seen more fear about seeking services, about engaging with people who could be in any sort of authority position, and we've seen where people haven't engaged with care in the same way.
Now, in your opinion, did Dr. Torrey in his report have a presumption of the accuracy of the parental history, or something to that effect?
Yeah, so part of why I would like to talk to the client about the family and also talk to the family is to understand how well does the family know this person? And in using the family's report, you're always filtering it through, like, would they be aware? Did they have the kind of relationship where they would really have a pulse on what was going on with this person? And there just didn't seem to be any acknowledgement of the fact that he wasn't particularly close to his parents. He didn't see them for a large part of his childhood. Once he came to the U.S., he told me about how he didn't even recognize them at a barbecue and didn't know who his parents were or who to go up to. Once he was here, they worked a lot. He was in this parentified role, taking care of his siblings. When he got into college, he celebrated with his people from high school, not his parents. So he didn't have the kind of relationship that would lend itself to them necessarily seeing early signs or symptoms of something going awry.
Did Dr. Torrey seem to address or even acknowledge that at any point in his report or his testimony?
Not that I saw, no.
And was, in terms of the forensic society psychiatry, in terms of the forensic psychiatry and the approach to an evaluation for someone who's pled not guilty or even insanity, was there something you noticed about Dr. Torrey's report that you found was significant?
So with not guilty by reason of insanity, you really want to try to get a sense of what was going on around that time, but you're also thinking about the bigger picture, right? Which is, was this driven by some mental illness? And one of the questions that you...
Driven by something?
Was this driven by mental illness? And so one of the questions that you hold in mind is there a clear, rational, non-psychotic motive for what this person did?
Did you feel Dr. Torrey considered that at all?
I didn't see an indication of that.
Now, did you notice that Dr. Torrey would attribute, well, in terms of his interpretation of nervous behavior, what did you notice about Dr. Torrey's report?
So without ever interviewing Mr. Dominguez, he assumed that it was because he knew what he did was wrong and was trying to evade the police.
Okay. And why did that strike you as significant?
Well, one, he didn't interview him, and two, there were lots...
No. Go ahead.
Two, there were other quite plausible explanations for why he would be nervous around police. He shared with me how throughout his childhood and adolescence here, he was always afraid of people finding out about his immigration status and what that would mean, not just for him, but potentially for his family. And so there were reasons, and there were really overlearned fears and behaviors probably that related to how he would relate to authority figures.
And is mental illness typically multifactorial?
Always.
What does that mean, multifactorial?
There is never just one thing you can point to that is contributing to how people are presenting, how severe their illness is, how impairing it is, or whether they develop it or not.
And given that, was there something significant that you noticed in Dr. Torrey's report?
It seemed to indicate that there was one factor, and that it was cannabis, while also seeming to disregard, underreport, and just frankly not consider things that were known about his history that we know would increase his risk.
So let's get to confirmation bias. When we use the term confirmation bias, what does that mean?
So confirmation bias means I start with a diagnosis or I start with a conclusion, and I go through my process just looking for things that support what I already believe.
Dr. Torrey accused you of confirmation bias.
Yes.
Accused you of confirmation bias multiple times. How would you respond to Dr. Torrey's accusations?
So I'll give a bit of background. I've been consulted in probably 7 or 8 not guilty by reason of insanity cases. This is only the second where I've come to the opinion that they were not guilty by reason of insanity. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, stricken. That's not an issue in phase 1 of the trial to consider. So disregard that.
So not regarding the conclusion of sanity. Okay, let's keep that off the side. You can continue with your answer.
Yes, so this is not the conclusion that is typical for me to come to. I go into these cases with a high degree of skepticism because it's rare.
I would object to this line of question.
Let's focus on, let me ask the question. Focus on...
Motion strike, please.
Oh, okay, stricken.
There was no answer. Let's focus on his diagnosis. Okay. So I'm going to go back. You would agree that mental illness is typically multifactorial?
Yes.
Okay. And do you believe Dr. Torrey considered that in his report?
I did not see that reflected in his report.
And we're going to come back to this question. Now, based on your resume, it looks like when did you graduate from undergrad again?
2004, so I actually got into med school early, so that's why it's 3 years apart, not 4.
Okay.
But graduated from undergrad 2004 and med school 2007.
It appears you and Dr. Torrey were applying for medical school around the same time, maybe you're off. Do you have experience as to why American students applying to med school would choose to would go to a Caribbean medical school as opposed to an American medical school?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
Often it's because they didn't gain acceptance into a U.S.-based one.
From your experience, are acceptance into U.S. medical schools highly competitive?
Yes.
What is neuroimaging?
Neuroimaging is the ability to look at the brain and appreciate things like the size of structures. In some cases, when you're doing functional neuroimaging, you can even look at how the brain is working. So you're looking at things like how much oxygen is being used in certain structures during certain tasks, or maybe how much glucose is being used. So it can actually tell you kind of what parts of the brain are lighting up, so to speak, when you ask people to do certain tasks.
Over the past 50 years, how has neuroimaging changed how people understand mental illness?
So there were things that we saw in terms of patterns, right? But we didn't have a way to be able to tether kind of physical findings to that, because the brain just isn't accessible the way the skin or even the heart or lungs may be. And so neuroimaging allowed us to see changes in things like ventricle size, changes in things like how the amygdala lights up, amygdala, A-M-G-Y-D-A-L-A, lights up, that we just couldn't visualize before. We had an idea that people who had trauma processed fear in a different way because of how they acted, but neuroimaging let us actually see the structures that were responsible for that overreaction.
I'll just change topics a little bit. Is it common to sometimes see a weight loss in people who are suffering from schizophrenia?
You absolutely can.
Okay. What about the symptoms of schizophrenia can lead to people losing weight?
They may not want to eat, they may not be organized enough to eat, they may not want to go out and get food to eat, so there are lots of things that could get in the way.
Have you ever seen patients with schizophrenia who would only eat food if it was unopened?
Yes.
Do people, in your experience with schizophrenia, sometimes engage in repetitive behaviors or routines?
Sometimes yes.
And when we say a repetitive behavior routine, what are we talking about?
So, things that they just do over and over again that to an outside person don't make sense.
Dr. Vincent, are you familiar with the term florid psychosis?
Yes.
Is that a term of art that psychiatrists use?
Yes.
Is it defined in DSM-5?
Not to my knowledge.
When you say someone is suffering from florid psychosis, what do you mean by that?
So there are people who have psychotic symptoms who walk around who you would never know it. And they've learned to live with their hallucinations, and they function and they go through life. And they're still psychotic, but they're functional, and it's not really impairing their ability to go through their normal activities of daily living. Then you have people who are so psychotic, they are in a space where they're doing things they would never do under other circumstances, where there's a significant drop off in how they're functioning, where this is really getting in the way. And how it gets in the way may vary, but this is a state of psychosis where this is beyond just some symptoms in the background, but this is really impacting them.
Does the fact that a person can complete some everyday tasks, such as selecting food at a grocery store, logging into a school account, attending the class even though they arrived late and can't do the work, but they can physically walk to the class, or turning on a cell phone. The fact that someone can do those everyday tasks, does that mean they're not floridly psychotic?
Objection, leading compound.
Overruled.
Okay. So the things that you described are what I would call overlearned behaviors, or things that you've done over and over and over again. So even if you are in an impaired state, you're psychotic, you're drunk, maybe even have dementia, those are all things that most people can still do. And so those things are still things that could happen even though you're floridly psychotic. Now with the example of going to class or going to work, your functioning at work or in class may be different or may be impaired, but can you go through the motions of going and sitting there? Potentially, yes.
How does someone who is actively psychotic, how does that impact their memory and perception?
So if you're trying to attend to the world around you, but the world inside your head is telling you scary things, talking to you, making distractions, right? That's going to make it very hard to pay attention to what is happening in the real world. So your ability to make memories of what is happening in the real world are going to be compromised because you don't have the data, because your brain is distracted by what's going on inside. So you may have issues with just how the memory is stored in the first place. If you have schizophrenia, we know that there are cognitive symptoms that can go along with it as well. And so even if the memory is stored, you may have more difficulty going back and retrieving that memory. And even if you can retrieve it, because of some of the issues with speech production, organizing thoughts, communicating with people, you may have difficulty communicating the memory.
Once a person is stabilized on medication, how are they able to distinguish between what memories were hallucinations, delusions, or delusional perceptions, and what were reality?
So once they're stabilized, and of course there's a continuum, right? They start to have more insight into their illness. They're able to look back at what they were thinking and say that didn't make sense, and understand that this was because of the illness. And what you'll often see is that there is some insight, but not complete insight. And so people may begin to understand that that voice wasn't real, or what it was telling me wasn't true, but they still may not be able to put the entire picture together, even when they're treated and doing a whole lot better functionally.
Is it common for people with schizophrenia, even after being medicated for a substantial period of time, to not visibly express much emotion?
Yes, so those negative symptoms, the things that should be there that aren't, like emotional expressions, our medications just don't do nearly as good a job at treating those as they do the positive symptoms.
Does the fact that a person who is medicated but does not express emotion, does that mean they don't care or they're not feeling emotion?
Not at all. And so what happens is their body and their brain just aren't connected in the same way anymore. And so things don't make it to the surface. And you can think of that in terms of things don't make it to the surface in terms of their speech, but also things don't make it to the surface in terms of their expressions.
You want us to take a break now, Your Honor?
Okay. Thank you. All right, Dr. Vinson, the 15-minute mid-morning break. I want to thank you for your testimony. We'll be in 15 minutes. Okay, to the jury, enjoy your 15-minute break. All right, folks. Thank you, counsel.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, and I'm just going to pop in here. We'll take a little 15-minute break here with the court. Actually, we can fast forward. So again, we are going to be talking with Dr. Berry at 6:15 tonight. And we will be talking about Carlos. We will be talking about Isaac Apodaca. We will be talking about Kiara McCauley. We'll be talking about Lindsay Clancy. So if you guys have any questions, please join us tonight. And if you have questions, just go ahead and do a QQQ so I can pull them out if you have questions for Dr. Berry. If you can't make it tonight, then I'll ask her those questions. Excuse me. But Dr. Sarah Vinson right now is forensic psychiatrist. She is talking about a lot of things, but one of the things is this Dr. Torrey's report. So Dr. Torrey only looked after this cannabis use, and he said apparently that's where they stopped. I'm not sure if Dr. Torrey is a male or female, I forget right now. Anyway, that doctor only looked at cannabis use and said, oh, that's conclusion, cannabis-induced psychosis, game over. But what I'm hearing from expert after expert after expert is that after whatever that substance is, and you have to look at the substance, whatever that substance is gone from the system, and that person is still presenting in a psychotic state or showing signs of schizophrenia or whatever it is, you can pretty much remove the fact that it was the substance that caused it. Sure, substances cause psychosis, or they cause states of paranoia, states of aggression, whatever it may be. But once you're off of that substance, usually that subsides and you become quote unquote normal again. In the case of Carlos, he was still exhibiting schizophrenia, catatonic state, wasn't taking care of himself. He was just a disaster, the poor kid. So anyway, that's where we are right now. And Good Vibes, thank you so much for the mind crime. That's going to pop up right here. Thank you, Good Vibes, mind crime. So we're going to be looking at the minds behind the crimes. So please join us today at 6:15. That's only about another 5 hours. Actually, it is exactly 5 hours from now. We will, Dr. Barry and I will be having another little jam session, and looking forward to hearing her perspective on all of this. All right, so let us get back to Dr. Sarah Vinson.
Watching that video?
Yes,
Did you watch it in its entirety?
I did.
Dr. Vinson, what is suggestibility?
Suggestibility is when you are vulnerable to people shaping your responses to questions.
And why is suggestibility important in a setting where someone is being interviewed by law enforcement?
So people are more likely to experience the impacts of suggestibility when there's a power differential in place. So think about parents and kids, teachers and students, maybe even doctors and patients. But certainly when you have police officers who are in uniform, who are holding you in a place that is familiar to them and not to you, all of those things can make it so that you may have the inclination to say what you think they want to hear, so that these people who are in a position of power don't do things that hurt you.
Did you observe evidence of suggestibility in the 7-hour interview of Mr. Reales Dominguez by Detectives Ramos and Mascardini?
I did.
What did you notice?
So there were ways that he appeared to struggle to answer questions or to really know what was going on. But even in spite of that, he would respond to questions in an affirmative way or provide some answer when it wasn't really clear if he knew what he was saying or believed what he was saying, but he just knew he needed to say something because these people in power were asking him questions and he knew he was supposed to answer them.
Were there aspects of Mr. Reales Dominguez's background experience that made him vulnerable to suggestibility?
Yes. So in his case, you had the power differential that any of us would experience in terms of a police officer and a person who's being interrogated, but he also had the added layer of really his entire life in the U.S. being afraid of what police interactions could lead to based on his immigration status. At the time, he also had the fact that he was what I would call a transitional age youth, so technically an adult, but still very young. And then you also have the vulnerability that was conferred by the fact that he was actively experiencing mental health symptoms. So when you're not feeling well, right, you're going to be more susceptible to other people kind of shaping what you do, and you're going to feel more vulnerable in an unfamiliar environment.
Now, we heard testimony that both officers who conducted that, they had heard of schizophrenia, they had no knowledge or training about the positive or negative symptoms of schizophrenia. As someone who does have training experience, watching that interview, did you observe Mr. Reales Dominguez exhibit symptoms of schizophrenia during that interview?
Yes.
What did you observe?
I observed confusion. I observed a lack of gestures. I observed difficulty with his speech at times. I observed what seemed to be trouble following what people were saying in a way that doesn't make sense based on his prior academic achievement.
Do you recall seeing him move much at all during that entire interview?
I didn't recall seeing him move much, not even going to the bathroom.
I'd like to assume facts about this interview. Some of these you may already know based on the evidence. Assume that he gave information to the officers, the following information. He told him his mother's name was Varla with a V, but her name is actually Carla with a K. He gave them his mother's phone number, but it was off by 2 digits. So 2 digits were wrong, the other ones were correct phone number. He gave his correct high school name as Castlemont, but he spelled Castlement with an E. He gave an address of 782 Hawthorne when he really lived at 762 Hawthorne. He gave an email that was either accurate or may have been close to accurate, off by 1 digit. He gave his correct phone number. You can assume his actual birthday is October 5th, 2002, but he gave a birthday of October 10th, 1999, and then later October 10th of 2001. You can assume he gave the correct name of one roommate, Phil, but then gave another name of roommate, Darren, who was not a roommate. That he, at one point in an interview, told them he did not have siblings, but then later stated his siblings were the people who were closest to him, and you can assume that latter fact is true. And you can assume that he gave the name John, initially at the initial detention, he said John Jonas, changed it to John Joas, and then continued to give John Joas throughout the interview. You can assume that back on March 28th of 2023, a month before any crimes had been committed, he was stopped on his bicycle and again gave the name of John Joas or something similar, and he gave the same October 10th, 1999 birthday that he gave when he was detained in April. You can assume that on April 12th, he took a test in his English class where he again put a different name on the top of his test, but we don't know what name it was because it was thrown away. In your opinion, does that indicate evidence of goal-directed behavior to conceal his identity from police, or in your opinion, does that indicate something else?
So at the time when that was happening, and there's some difference of opinion as to why exactly he was psychotic, but I think it's fair to say people agree he was psychotic. He was not thinking clearly. When we try to understand people, we kind of start with our own experiences and we superimpose that on it. As you all have heard, 99% of people do not have schizophrenia. So when you're trying to make sense of somebody's actions, you are thinking about them as someone who probably doesn't have it. When they do have it, it can affect how they relay information, why they relay information in certain ways, and the things that you might assume based on your lived experience of 99% of the population that doesn't have schizophrenia are going to be wrong, because his brain is not working in the same way. His decision making is not going through the same pathways.
Objection, non-responsive.
Overruled. Okay, well, I'll ask the point. So in your opinion, looking at that, is that evidence of a disorganized mind in your opinion?
Absolutely, yes.
Is a disorganized mind a symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Now, is disorganized behavior, is that also a symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Do you recall in the middle of that interview, after he's already been accused, 2 murders and attempted murder, Mr. Reales Dominguez standing up to try to go for a walk?
Yes.
Did that strike you as unusual?
Absolutely.
Why?
So if his brain was working normally, he would understand that the police aren't going to just let him leave. He didn't try to run. He didn't try to make up a story for where he was going. He didn't lie and say he was going to the bathroom, right? He just said he was going for a walk. If in that moment he was able to put 2 and 2 together, he would know that that wasn't something that he could do.
And you recall at the very end, when he was speaking to Detective Muscardini, and he explained how he was worried about schoolwork, and he asked what time it was because he had to study for a test. Do you recall seeing that?
Yes.
Did that strike you as unusual?
Yes.
And I think I know the answer, but explain why.
At that point, he had been dismissed and wasn't even formally enrolled anymore.
But I assume, for the sake of this, that he actually he didn't know, that he had not opened the email. Assume that fact. Because clearly the officers were assuming that he knew. You saw that?
Yes.
But at the end of this interview, when he's been accused of 2 homicides, a attempted homicide, has been questioned for 6 hours. The fact that he wants to know what time it is because he has to study for a test, does that strike you as unusual?
Yes. So again, what you're looking at is the fact that what he's paying attention to, his version of reality, is not in line with the rest of the world. He should have been worried about other things in that moment, right? If he was connected to reality, that wouldn't have been the first thing on his mind, but he wasn't.
Did you see Mr. Reales Dominguez express any emotion during that interview?
No.
Even after he was arrested for murder and told that he faced the death penalty by Steve Ramos, did he express any emotion?
No.
Is that lack of emotional response, in your opinion, consistent with someone suffering from schizophrenia?
Yes.
And did you notice in that interview how he did not make eye contact, except when the officers, mainly Steve Ramos, told him to, quote, look at me? You recall seeing that?
Yes.
Is that inability to maintain eye contact, is that consistent with someone suffering from schizophrenia?
Yes, it can be a symptom, absolutely.
And we already talked about the flat effect. On your version of the video, did it have the little lines when someone moved, or no?
I don't think so.
Okay. But just based on your observations, did you see, except when he was told to move, did you see, and putting aside when he went up to go for a walk, did you see Mr. Reales Dominguez move in any significant way during that entire interview?
He was very still.
Even when he was alone in the room?
Yes.
Now, I'd like to go back to Dr. Torrey's accusation of you as confirmation bias, that you engage in confirmation bias. This is a completely hypothetical question, though. If I'm an expert and I'm hired and I'm told by the people hiring me that we believe this is cannabis-induced psychosis, and I focus my entire review of materials and my entire report trying to support that conclusion. This is hypothetical. And then that was my goal. And then at the end I conclude it's cannabis-induced psychosis. Would that be an example of confirmation bias?
Yes.
So let's talk about where Dr. Torrey accused you of confirmation bias. During the interview, did you agree that Mr. Reales Dominguez's statements were often disjointed and incoherent? The 7-hour interview?
Yes.
Did he frequently use the word
Yes.
And he would often respond, I don't know?
Yes.
Okay. And in your report, did you cite those facts in describing this is potential evidence of schizophrenia?
Yes, I did.
And Dr. Torrey told you that risks confirmation bias. You recall that?
Yes.
How does that risk confirmation bias?
It's unclear to me.
Okay. Dr. Torrey goes on to say, in his opinion, that the more plausible explanation is that Mr. Reales Dominguez suddenly realized the gravity of his situation, and as a 21-year-old man who had never been arrested and was found with a murder weapon used in 2 homicides and 1 attempted homicide, Given these experiences, he may have been experiencing acute stress, which can significantly affect cognitive and verbal functioning. In your opinion, what we saw in that video, was that consistent with someone who was experiencing multiple symptoms of schizophrenia, who had lost contact with reality, or do you agree with Dr. Torrey's opinion that he just realized the gravity of the situation and was under stress?
So in that interview room, as we actually just talked about, he showed two very clear examples that he did not appreciate the gravity of the situation. He thought he could just go for a stroll, and at the end of a 7-hour interrogation, he wanted to talk about class. So no, it wasn't clicking with him that he understood what he was up against in that moment. And the better explanation, in my opinion, when you look at the body of evidence, is that it didn't register with him because he was psychotic.
Let's go on. So, it appears that Dr. Torrey is accusing you of confirmation bias just because your opinion is different.
Objection, argumentative, call speculation.
Sustained.
Do you understand what he's talking about when he's accusing you of confirmation bias in this instance?
So when he made the comment in response to my noting that other people also...
Not that one.
Oh.
We're going to get to that. So the fact that you noted this behavior as evidence of mental illness, he accused you of having confirmation bias.
Oh yeah, I don't know how you get to that from there.
Let's just move on. And Dr. Torrey also gets to that giving the false information, which you already talked, that that also the fact that you noted, let me just get this real quick. He said, as Dr. Vincent noted in a report, during questioning, he failed to provide clear, consistent answers about his whereabouts at the time of the incident. While she attributes this evidence as evidence of psychosis, it's important to recognize the complexity of psychiatric assessments and remain cautious about confirmation bias. The reality is he was carrying a murder weapon while being questioned by police officers. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you understand what he's saying?
Not really.
Okay. In your opinion, did Mr. Reales Dominguez, was he able to provide clear, consistent answers during that interview?
No.
Is that consistent with someone suffering from schizophrenia?
Yes.
The fact that you noted that in your report, is that evidence of confirmation bias?
No.
Let's get to the final time where he accused you of confirmation bias. You recall this one, right?
Yes.
Okay. Explain what you said and what he accused you of confirmation bias.
In my report, in my discussion section, I noted that other mental health professionals across disciplines, across settings, at different times, all came to the conclusion that he had a primary psychotic disorder. So not something from substance use, but something that was in the schizophrenia family. And he said that that was confirmation bias.
So, obviously, you've reviewed reports from experts who have testified in this case, correct?
Yes.
And when you use experts, you're also referring to the mental health professionals who are not doctors, but are trained and work with people with mental health on a daily basis.
Absolutely.
So the mental health professionals at WellPath, you would consider them experts as well?
Yes.
And also, you've reviewed reports and medical records from other doctors who have not testified in this case?
Yes.
You reviewed reports from Atascadero State Hospital from multiple doctors who have not testified?
Correct.
And what did you, based on your experience, what did you find significant about all these materials you reviewed?
That clinician after clinician in setting after setting said that this young man had a primary psychotic disorder.
So, Dr. Torrey appears to be saying that because nobody else agrees with him, they all have confirmation bias.
Objection, calls for speculation.
Yeah, sustained.
Does the fact that multiple experts across multiple disciplines who have no connection with each other, that they agree that a person suffers from a primary psychotic disorder, is that an example of confirmation bias?
Objection, legal.
Overruled.
No, it's an example of convergence of opinions of people with expertise in an area.
And in your report, did you write the convergence of the diagnostic impressions by clinicians across specialties, evaluations, settings, and time is truly compelling?
Yes.
Is that still your opinion?
Yes.
Dr. Vincent, I'm going to ask you some final questions. In your opinion, was Mr. Reales Dominguez in a state of florid psychosis at the time of the charged offenses?
Yes, he was.
And in your opinion, at the time of the charged offenses, was he experiencing positive symptoms of schizophrenia, including hallucinations, delusions?
Yes.
And in your opinion, at the time of the charged offenses, did these positive symptoms of schizophrenia substantially affect his thought processes and perception of reality?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you, Doctor.
Okay, thank you, counsel. That was direct examination. And so, Mr. Keon, cross-examination.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Dr. Benson.
Good morning.
Now, before we get into various questions, I just wanted to ask one more time, or we'll ask again. We've talked about confirmation bias. Can you explain again, what is your definition of confirmation bias?
Confirmation bias is when you start at the beginning with what your ultimate opinion is, and you go through the evidence, the evaluations, the data, kind of cherry picking things that go along with what you presume to be true at the beginning.
Someone with confirmation bias, would they already have that idea in mind before having all the evidence and all the information?
So the confirmation bias includes two big things. One, you have to have an opinion ahead of time, which I didn't. Two, you have to use that opinion to kind of filter all of the information that you get from that point forward.
And I apologize, I know you said you injected, you said you didn't. My question wasn't specifically directed to you. If it was, that wasn't my intention. It was just a generalized question. Okay, so let's start from, I just want to get some basic groundwork here. So to start off, your background, I know you went to medical school, you went to fellowship, and eventually, I believe it was summer of 2019, was when you incorporated your private practice.
It's when I incorporated the forensic mental health aspect of it.
Right. Is it Loyola Forensics?
Yes.
And then your forensic practice took off basically in 2020. Is that fair to say?
I wouldn't say it that way. Well, what do you mean by took off?
When did you start actually doing work for your practice for Loyola Forensics?
So I started doing work as soon as it was incorporated in 2019, and I had been doing forensic work before then.
But you began your forensic psychiatric consulting service, that was in 2020.
So the company was incorporated in 2019,
Right.
but I have been doing forensic consulting since I finished my fellowship back in 2013.
So 2020 was not when you began your forensic psychiatric consulting service.
That's when the company was incorporated, but I had been providing those services to people for years before the company was incorporated. Before that, it was done under the L'Oreal Psych Group entity.
Didn't you testify? You testified last year, right?
Yes.
And didn't you testify that last year you were asked in 2020, did you begin a forensic psychiatric consulting service? And you said yes. So I essentially just spun off the forensic work into a separate entity legally that I've been doing, right?
Right.
Okay. And this work was specifically forensic work.
That's under that company, yes.
And forensic psychiatry is different from clinical psychiatry.
Yes.
Forensic psychiatry addresses specific intersections with the law and psychiatry.
Yes.
Clinical psychiatry addresses the patient's symptoms specifically. In a nutshell, I mean, it's obviously complicated, but simplistically, clinical.
Okay, overall, you can finish your question, Joe.
Simplistically, clinical psychiatry has no aspect of the law. It's basically treating the patient.
I wouldn't agree with no aspects of the law. I would agree with your goal is to help a patient.
And their symptoms.
Their symptoms, but the way I think about it more actually is their distress and their functioning. But
And I know you do have background in clinical psychiatry, but L'Oreal Forensics is specifically tailored to getting business as forensic work.
it's for forensic work.
And in your work as a forensic psychiatrist, is your hourly rate set with all individuals who seek to get your services, or does it vary between individuals who are seeking to hire you?
It varies. There's a private rate and a public rate. At different times, those rates change. But in some cases, we do like lower rates because, say for instance, a southeastern state will only pay a certain amount, but it's a really critical case. So there are some cases I've done at no cost, and some that I've done kind of on a scale.
And on average, what is your average hourly rate?
For public sector work, $4.75 an hour.
Okay, and private sector?
If it's civil, I think I'm at $550 or $600 now. Criminal, I don't do a lot of criminal private work, but I think the fee schedule is set at like $500.
Okay. Now you said your hourly in this case was $4.75?
I think so.
Okay. Isn't it true it's actually $500?
Well, maybe $500.
Okay. And as of your conclusion of your testimony last year, you put in about 80 hours of work. Does that recall? Do you recall?
That sounds right. I'm not sure the exact number.
Since last year, when you put 80 hours of work, how many hours of work did you put since you testified last year?
I'd say about 12 to 15 additional hours.
12 to 15 additional hours of work since last year.
Yes.
And that's not including here today.
Not including here today.
Does
Correct.
that include travel time too?
Well, I use travel time to review documents as much as possible, so I'm not billing people for just travel. So it does, but during that travel time, I wasn't just traveling. I was watching testimony on YouTube.
But what I mean is that 12 to 15 hours, that also includes your flight from Atlanta to California.
Right, but I wasn't just billing just to sit on a plane. I was reviewing documents for the case as I did that.
And the 12 to 15 hours, obviously doesn't include your flight back. That's not yet happened, but that includes from Atlanta to here already, right?
Yes, and that whole flight I was reviewing documents.
How long was your flight here?
I'm not sure of the exact hours.
4 or 5 hours?
It sounds about right.
Okay. And the entire time you were reviewing documents on that plane?
Yes.
including YouTube videos
Of testimony.
of testimony.
Yeah.
And so I'm going to assume you got access to Wi-Fi on the plane too, right?
Yes.
And any issues with lag or connection?
Sustained.
So, of that 5 hours, basically what we're looking at is 7 to 10 hours that doesn't incorporate your time on the plane of work you did since last year. If we're to subtract about 5 hours.
That's about right.
Okay. And the video that you said you watched, a 7.5-hour video, when did you watch that? Was that before last trial or was it after last trial?
I don't know that we said 7.5 hour, but you're talking about the interrogation video?
Yes.
That was before the last trial.
You watched the entire thing before the last trial?
Yes.
Have you watched any part of it since the last trial?
No.
And so your memory of that video is based on that time you watched it before the last trial?
Well, I take notes, and then I also incorporated observations into the report, and so I wasn't relying strictly on my memory from that time. I reviewed my report in preparation for today.
And your report is based on your recollection of what you're observing, you're watching the video, taking notes, and so forth. Right?
The report was based on not just my recollection, but also my notes that I took.
Let me clarify. The notes you took of the 7.5-hour interrogation that you said you relied on, that was based on you actively taking notes while watching the video at that one time you watched it, right?
Well, so to back up, when I'm watching videos, I will watch, there may be things I rewind, that I rewatch, and so it's not as if I'm just playing it at full speed and taking notes in real time. I'm stopping, restarting, taking notes, reviewing.
And that program's hard to use too, for the interrogation video too, right?
She had a different copy.
Yeah, mine was fine.
You had a better copy than you probably. Yours was already preset, or what was yours? How was yours different than the program copy?
Well, I'm not sure about the program copy, but I remember it was fine for me to watch.
When you watched the video, can you describe, was it one camera, multiple cameras?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember, what could you see of Mr. Reales Dominguez in the video?
I could see his posture, I could see his movements.
Let me rephrase, I'm sorry. Were you looking at his back? Were you looking at the top of his head? Were you looking at his face? Were you looking at the side? Do you recall, what were you looking at when you were watching the interrogation video?
I think it was up and to the side.
Like almost from the ceiling?
I'm not sure where it was from, but from what I can remember, I think it was up and to the side.
Do you remember watching any video from lower to the ground looking at his face or anything?
No.
Okay. Would it surprise you if there's multiple angles of that video?
No.
Is that something that's important to review when assessing whether somebody is not moving, catatonic, making gestures?
It could be helpful, but his symptoms were quite pronounced. I felt confident in my observations based on what I had.
And the angle that you saw, you said it was more of a top-down view?
No, I said I think it was up and to the side, so I don't know that that's the same as top-down.
My apologies. Up and to the side, meaning you're not getting a good look at his face.
I could see his face at different times, like when he got up, I think they did was it the swab of his mouth? I could see his face better at that.
But you recall he had his hair in his face, right?
Check 352.
Sustained.
Okay. You couldn't see his eyes clearly in that video, could you?
No.
Now, in preparation for your report, you said you went to see Mr. Reales Dominguez at the jail August of 2024. Is that right?
Yes, that sounds correct.
Do you remember precisely what date by chance?
It's on the report. Maybe August 26th, but I'm not positive.
It's on the report?
Yes. under the sources of information, it should be number 1.
For 3 hours.
Yes.
Okay. And in your meeting with Mr. Reales Dominguez, was it, I assume it was face-to-face, but was there with a glass, or was there just flexibility with being at the table with him? Can you describe your setting when you were with him?
We were in a large room. We were the only 2 people in the room. There was nothing separating us. It was a contact visit. I think I had my laptop or my iPad in my lap as I was taking notes. And we were just sitting across from each other.
And you told him that this evaluation is not confidential and would be subject for disclosure and discovery, right?
Yes.
Objection, misstates the approach.
Okay, sure. Thank you. All right. Thank you. Feel free to stand up and stretch. Thanks. Off the record.
Only recorded encounter. Were you solely taking notes, or did you record the encounter?
I took notes.
Do you normally record encounter?
Objection, Your Honor. Approach again.
Yeah, I'll move on. It's fine. Fine, I'll move on.
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, so, and this was the only time you met with him for this 3 hours?
Yes.
And was this done for the purpose of making a report, or just to get to know him?
It was done for the purpose of completing a forensic psychiatric evaluation.
And that was the report that you authored on March 18th, 2025?
So as a forensic consultant, when I do evaluations, I don't know if it's going to result in a report or not, right? But that report is the summary of my review of all of the relevant materials, including my interview with him.
When generally do you make the determination that you're going to write a report based on your interactions?
That's not my determination to make.
Is it for those who hire you?
Yes.
All right, so with respect to this particular evaluation, were you already writing notes with the understanding with what you're getting from Mr. Reales Dominguez to generate a diagnosis?
In this case, that was part of what I was considering what the diagnosis may be.
And you were, just to be clear, you were hired, as you said, by the Public Defender's Office for this case?
Yes.
And by this point, when you met with Mr. Reales Dominguez, this was, you're already established as a person who you were hired to do this work, right? I mean, there's no negotiations. You were already done, contract signed.
Contract is signed to do an evaluation, not to do a report necessarily.
Do you have a secondary contract once you do evaluation in addition to meeting?
No. So the way that it works is, or the way that I work, is I do the information gathering first. So I do the interview, I review the records, things like that. I do not write a report in any way until I speak with the attorney, and the attorney is clear on what a report would say were I to write one. I never want to spend time or someone's money writing a report that they're not going to use or that is not helpful to them. So there are times when I do consults where it's the contract and I see the person and I review the things and I don't end up writing a report, and sometimes when I do. So it's not a separate contract, but it is a separate phase of work.
Okay, so just, please correct if I'm wrong. You go through the process of evaluating, you spend 3 hours, you get the underlying facts to make a diagnosis, and then do you then go speak to the attorney or decide, I'll just say side generally, your findings to determine whether a report is to be made?
So there's a presumption in there that's not quite correct, so I just want to correct it. So when I'm evaluating someone, it's not just about the diagnosis. It's about understanding their risk factors, their protective factors, their traumas, their stressors. It's about really understanding a fuller picture of who that person is and how they got there. It's not just about making a diagnosis. And what was the second part of your question?
Is that you speak to the side that hired you before to determine whether you're going to write a report, right? You speak about your findings, you speak about what you found in your evaluation?
Yes, so I have a discussion with them about what my impressions are.
Okay. And it's at that point where you'll be told you write a report or you're not going to write a report, basically, right?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, do you recall when you were told to write a report?
I don't remember.
Okay. Was that after?
Objection, this is attorney-client privilege.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you already have Dr. Ree and Dr. Weiner's reports before you wrote your report?
I had them before I wrote the report, yes, because I referred to them in the report.
Okay. When you spoke with Ms. Reales Dominguez, the facts that you outlined in your report were the facts that you gathered when you interviewed Ms. Reales Dominguez, and that's when you outlined your report, right?
The report is a summary of various sources of information, including my interview with him.
Right.
And the report is also including a mental status exam, which is my observations, and my formulation of him.
Right. And so one part of your report is interview with Carlos Dominguez, right?
Yes.
And that section of your report is a summary of what you learned from Ms. Reales Dominguez back in August of 2024.
Correct.
And anything that you learned from Dr. Weiner and Dr. Ree, you separated, right?
Yes.
You made sure to keep your findings and Dr. Ree and Dr. Weiner's findings all separated to clearly distinguish what you learned, what Dr. Weiner learned, and what Dr. Ree learned in their separate accounts.
Yes, but the caveat that when I am documenting my interview with him, I am not injecting my opinion or my findings in that section of the report. That section of the report is just demarcating this is information that he provided to me.
Okay.
I'm not interpreting it at that point.
Now, just out of curiosity, and I'm just curious, do you have your report with you?
I do not.
I can show it to you, it's fine. I have a copy. Maybe she had. Sure. Yeah, I have no problem. She wants to review it.
Thanks.
Okay. So, if you can go to page 27, say.
Attorney Hutchinson, this is my CV.
Oh, that's very thick, sorry. Oops. I have the report too.
I have it on my computer.
No, I haven't.
Thank you.
And Dr. Vincent, your report, 45 pages.
Yes.
And so if you can turn to page 27, please, just out of curiosity. You separate, obviously, forensic examination by Dr. Stephen Weiner to the page before, and you end on page 27. You talk about Dr. Ree here, about Dr. Ree's ultimate conclusion. Did you mean to talk about Dr. Ree there, or was that meant to be Dr. Weiner?
It was meant to be Dr. Weiner. That was typo.
Was that just, that looks like a copy paste from the previous section of Dr. Ree. Is that just a copy and paste?
I don't remember that, but that's clearly the section about Dr. Weiner, yes.
You look at page 26, the last paragraph of Dr. Ree, thus Dr. Ree's ultimate conclusion, that part?
Yes.
Okay, is that identical?
Yes.
Okay. But you meant Dr. Weiner.
Yes.
Now, talking about other parts of your report, you taught going into Mr. Reales Dominguez coming into the country from El Salvador. You recall getting that information from 3 different people, right? His mom, his dad, and Mr. Reales Dominguez himself.
Yes.
Now, his dad said he came when he was 6 years old. Remember that?
I'm not sure the exact ages Dad said, but if that's what he said, then
Statements in terms of objection hearsay.
Well, the father's testified, so overruled.
Page 28, right under immigration experience, the last sentence.
Right under.
Immigration experience. The last sentence of that paragraph.
yes,
Okay. He estimated about 6 years old.
yes,
Okay. And then you also spoke with Miss Dominguez as well.
yes,
And there was a different age.
Objection hearsay.
Okay. And then
Sustained.
Mr. Reales Dominguez gave it at age of 8 years old. Do you recall that?
if that's what it says, and that's the age he gave me, yes.
Okay. Now, obviously, age 6 and age 8 are two very different ages, right? You study childhood,
They're both children.
right? But what someone can recall and what someone experiences as a 6-year-old can be different as an 8-year-old.
It can be.
Now, did you, for any of the information that you got for your report that you generated, did you do any kind of corroboration to make sure that what you were being told was correct?
No.
So, for example, documentation from his actual detention showing April 26th of 2000.
I'm objecting misstating evidence as to approach.
Just a moment. Okay. All right, thank you. Come on up. Thank you, folks. Off the record. Can you ask your question?
Thank you. Now, just to be clear, Mr. Reales Dominguez told you back in August 2024 he believed he came here at 8 years old.
Yes.
But you did not confirm that that was correct or incorrect.
No.
Okay. Was it surprising to learn that that's actually not the age you came here?
Not entirely.
Why is that?
Having worked with a number of folks who've immigrated, sometimes dates and exact ages get a bit fuzzy. And then you're talking about someone who was a child when it happened, they may not be exactly correct.
But when you're trying to use facts that are going to be used to make a determination of that's a factor in a diagnosis, you would want to make sure that that fact or factor is actually correct. Would you say?
I need it to be accurate enough, right? So there isn't an age where I would say a child being detained in a facility alone wouldn't count as a stressful experience, right? So if he was off and not exactly right with the age, the fact that at an age as a young child he was in a detention facility with no adult he knew, unable to go outside, not knowing what was going on, after being separated from his primary caregiver, the age is not as important as the fact that that was an experience that he had.
But you would also agree that someone was actually one, as an example, who crosses the border, may not have the requisite memory or experience that someone
Objection 352, relevance.
It's sustained.
And you're relying on their ability to recall specific events of that experience as one basis out of many, right? Not just the fact they did it, but the fact that they're able to recall that experience.
Can you rephrase it? I'm not sure what you're asking.
When someone's crossing, the border, they're going through, the Rio Grande River or however way they want to do it. Is it just the fact that they've crossed over the border a factor, or is it the experience that they recall a factor?
So when you're trying to assess what that could mean for someone, you're looking at different elements of that experience. Did they understand what was happening? Were there times when they were afraid? Did they have support? Were they developmentally mature enough to be able to make sense of what was happening? Would it presumably be a scary experience at certain points along the way? So there's the fact that they crossed, but it's how, what the supports were around them. What did they have in terms of internal resources that equipped them to be able to understand, process, and cope with that experience?
But in fact, Mr. Reales Dominguez told you, he said, I don't remember a lot. I just remember like walking, and I remember a lady. She just like take care of me. I remember like flashes, and I think of an ice, right? Just coming in, and they started grabbing people and putting them in the car, right? I mean, he said he doesn't remember a lot.
People have different ways that their body or their brain remembers things, right? So he may not be able to give you a play-by-play of what happened. That doesn't mean that it didn't impact him. And what we know about trauma is that, especially when it happens to children, it can still impact them even if they don't have quite the language or the insight to be able to package it and put it in a nice bow when they're trying to tell an adult about it.
So even if a person would not remember what would normally be a traumatic experience, if they don't remember it, it's your belief that they will still be affected by that experience.
It's not my belief, it's well documented that people can have experiences that negatively impact them, that they may have difficulty relaying to somebody, or that their declarative memory may not be as strong around, but it can still have an impact on them. And when we're considering going back to the stress diathesis model, whether he recognized it as a stress, you can imagine ICE, a detention facility, you can't go outside, you're separated from your grandmother. Those are things that would stress a child's system. And so based on what I know as a child and adolescent psychiatrist, you remove a child from the only home he's ever known, from his primary caregiver, he doesn't understand what's going on, and then you superimpose these other things. There could be reasons that the memory didn't store as cleanly, right? And things that could also make that hard for him to articulate it. It doesn't mean that it wasn't stressful for him.
But you didn't speak. Let me stop you there. Okay, so thank you, Dr. Vinson. We've got more questions for you. We're going to start back up at 1:30. All right, so I'll see you then.
Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, don't discuss, don't research, don't form hard opinions. I'll see you for the afternoon session. Thank you. Thank you, counsel. Yep. Off the record.
All right, we're going to continue on with Dr. Vincent, and then we're going to get to Dr. Stephen Weiner, who evaluated Carlos as well. So,
Did you take his comment? Did you take his comments about your stating confirmation bias as an accusation? Is that how you took them? Or were those just how it was phrased as a question?
Can you say that again?
When you were asked about Dr. Torrey believing that you may have had confirmation bias, did you take Dr. Torrey's assessment of your approach, or purportedly having confirmation bias, as accusatory? Is that how you took it, or did you take it a different way?
I don't know that I took it any way. I mean, the statement spoke for itself.
And you would agree that in the field of science and medicine, it's common for professionals, experts, to disagree to advance the field.
Disagree in a informed manner, yes.
In fact, even today you said you disagreed with Dr. Weiner, and that's okay, right? With respect to cannabis use disorder.
With respect to that particular diagnosis, yes.
Yeah, and that's okay, right? I mean, professionals can disagree on their opinions.
Yes.
And so you're not here to say that Dr. Torrey is incompetent when he does.
Objection outside the scope.
Sustained.
Now, there was a question about attending medical school overseas.
Objection, the state's testimony, Caribbean medical school.
Okay. It is over a sea, over the water, I suppose. The Gulf of America, I'm sure, I think it's been renamed. But in any event, it's over water. It's not in the United States.
Yeah.
It's true.
There was a question about attending medical school outside of the United States. You recall that question?
Yes.
Now, you're not saying that a doctor or professional who attends a medical school outside of the United States is less likely to be competent or effective in their job, are you?
I didn't say that.
Okay, and I just want to make sure that question posed to you, you're not suggesting just because somebody attends a school actually outside the scope.
No, I'll overrule.
With respect to that question, you're not suggesting that a doctor attended a medical school outside of the United States, that somehow makes their opinion or their approach less reliable?
That somehow makes their opinion or
Less reliable?
I wouldn't say that, but I would say the reality is if you attend that kind of school, you often are going to have more trouble matching to residency, that sort of thing, because of how they're viewed relative to the educational experience you get in a U.S.-based medical school.
You would agree that at the end of the day, first of all, that a doctor who passes all their board exams and is licensed is still a licensed doctor, first of all, right?
A doctor who is licensed is a licensed doctor?
Yes.
Is that the question?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. You would agree that you went to Harvard for fellowship, right?
For residency?
Residency. Emory for fellowship, right?
Yes.
Okay, my mistake. University of Pennsylvania for fellowship in psychiatry. How do you perceive that fellowship?
So fellowship is a lot easier to get into than residency, because a lot of people just don't want to extend their training. They want to do their residency and go get a job. And so routinely, even at places like Harvard and Penn, you'll have fellowships that go unfilled. When it comes to residencies, hardly any go unfilled, regardless of where they are, whether they're academically affiliated or not. So residency is much harder to get into at a place like Penn than fellowship.
But how would you categorize University of Pennsylvania as an excellent school?
Objection outside scope.
Overruled.
Would you consider University of Pennsylvania an excellent school to attend for fellowship?
I don't know about its fellowship.
How would you characterize its prestige or its rankings?
In what respect?
As it relates to other fellowships or other schools? I mean, would you say that University of Pennsylvania is a lower scale, as...
I mean, obviously Penn is a top tier school. I can't speak personally to the quality of its forensic fellowship. I can speak broadly to the fact that people who may not get into a prestigious sounding residency can get into a prestigious sounding fellowship because there just aren't as many applicants.
Okay. Now let's go into some hypotheticals here. I want you to assume that someone is making music on their computer with a program. And when they're making this music, they're opening up the program and they're actively looking for a percussion layer, inserting it. Actively looking for a string instrument, inserting it into as a layer. Looking for multiple layers of instruments. But not just looking for multiple layers of instruments, but also utilizing specific notes in a particular arrangement. Would you say that, as it is right now, would that be deliberate and purposeful and complex thought?
It depends.
On what?
Is there a cohesive vision around that?
Let's assume this hypothetical that there is a systematic pattern to the notes.
Maybe.
Now, how about the same person who's making music makes different melodies as making different notes in each time and different layers of instruments. They're not the same. And there's different sounds, and they vary in length, but they're different each time. Would you consider that purposeful, deliberate, and complex thought?
Again, it may be a musical equivalent of gibberish, right? So I can't say that for sure it is, but it could be.
Yeah. And that's basically your perspective based on your familiarity or lack of familiarity with music theory.
I'm giving you the best answer I can for your question.
Now let's carry forward. I want you to assume that on a given night, someone goes on their computer, submits schoolwork, particularly an essay that is responsive to
Objection, facts not in evidence.
Sustained.
as a hypothetical.
Objection, relevance.
Hold on, I want to address this. Thank you for your patience. Add 30 seconds to my time, isn't it? Off the record. To sustain to understand the issue, and I have more work I'll need to do with the lawyers on it. I'm interested in it, and I want to work with the lawyers. But for now, I'm going to sustain the objection. Okay.
I'm going to modify the hypothetical a little bit. Now, assume, for the sake of the hypothetical, that you were able to look through and determine that there was activity of an assignment submission for a class at 8:30 at night. And there was activity regarding specific Canvas portal, school portal activity. And then from there, there's music activity occurring. Now assume for the sake of this hypothetical that there is a person at a park sleeping on a bench. And this person, we know, was awake.
I'm sorry.
Objection, this is completely compound, hypothetical, outside scope, well, incomprehensible.
I mean, I
Hold
don't
on,
know.
affect this.
Okay, thank you. I don't know that we needed the hypothetical. I mean, she offered an opinion on the logic probe earlier. I mean, if you want to ask her more details about the evidence that was submitted to her regarding the music that the jury's heard, that's an area of inquiry, right? So I mean, I'm just trying to provide some guidance.
So for clarification on the court allowing...
You can ask whether that changes her opinion and so forth. But yeah, you can frame a hypothetical. You know, thank you.
So, and this person is making music and working on different beats on their computer, and thereafter decides to go take a stroll along outside just to clear their head, and thereafter comes back and ends up at a park and sits on a bench and is told in their head that they're not going to go up to something on the bench, and they choose to go up to that person on the bench more than 45 feet away with a knife, and thereafter stabbing this object, this thing, this person, shadow person, with a knife over 30 times. The back, the chest, the hand, and then thereafter going back home after and getting on their computer and making more music for several hours, and then going after two, and then after there continue to make music for the rest of the night. Would you say that is deliberate, purposeful, and complex thought behavior?
What part of it?
What do you mean?
there were a lot of parts to the hypothetical. Which part are you asking about?
Collectively, someone who does that, is that something that someone would you consider to be overlearned behavior, or would that be something that would be deliberate, purposeful, and complex thought?
I can't answer that question the way it's answered in a way that I'm confident would be clear.
Would you consider that to be overlearned behavior if someone's stabbing another person over 30 times?
I would not consider that to be overlearned behavior.
Yeah. And would you consider somebody who thereafter, after stabbing somebody 37 times, going home to make music, and still making music, making layers and layers of beats, would that be purposeful, deliberate, and complex thought?
I don't know what you mean by purposeful, deliberate, and complex thought.
Would you consider going back to making music, the different beats, overlearned behavior?
It could be something that's habitual.
Something nice.
Habitual, yes.
Even if the beats are different?
If the beats are different, but the music is a music equivalent of word salad, then I don't know how deliberate that is, right? So there are too many things that are not clear in this that aren't directly related to my forensic question for me to give you a blanket answer.
I've got 350, Your Honor.
I'll give him some latitude. Try it.
Now, assume that the same person 2 nights later goes to a park and is at the park and sees a bike rider come their way. He collides with the bike rider and thereafter stabs the bike rider 52 times in the face and the upper torso. Would you consider the 52 stabs overlearned behavior?
No.
Would you consider that to be complex thought process?
I don't know what you mean by complex thought process. In a case where he doesn't know the person and it's a stranger and there's no non-psychotic motive to do it, I would think about that as being potentially related to a psychotic thought process.
How about that same person, after stabbing 52 times, jumps up and another person sees them jump up, speaks to them, and the person who just stabbed the bike rider says, "Leave me alone," and goes to a fence, grabs a bike, gets on that bike, and starts pedaling away? Would you consider that overlearned behavior?
I would not consider that overlearned behavior, no.
And thereafter, going down a path and stopping along that path, abandoning the bicycle, and retracing themselves back through that same park they just stabbed the bike rider 52 times, and navigating through the park back home. Would you consider that overlearned behavior?
Going back home could be.
After abandoning the bike and making a 180 basically.
I'm trying to go with you as much as I can, but going back home, like home is a place you go a lot, right? So that could be an overlearned behavior or habitual behavior. Like when people drive home, often they're doing it on autopilot, right? So that could be.
Okay. And thereafter going back on the computer and making more beats, but different beats from the prior night. Would you consider that overlearned behavior?
The process of logging on and that sort of thing could be.
But making different beats.
Again, I don't know if it's beats that are the musical equivalent of word salad gibberish or beats that are things that reflect a coherent thought process.
Okay. And then to finish off my questioning here, did Mr. Reales Dominguez tell you, this is outside of hypotheticals, in your report you said, that Mr.
Can you tell me where you're reading?
Yeah, of course, on page 41.
Okay.
So actually, let's start with page 40. In other words, this will be the final area I'm going to ask some questions about. So, when you asked Mr. Reales Dominguez about when he was getting arrested, Mr. Reales Dominguez said, so what happened when I got arrested? I was going to a store. I had a knife with me. They seen the knife. He told you that, right?
Yes.
And he also said that when asked why he had a knife, he said that he had it because when he would go out, he would carve and throw the knife around trees to see if it would stay. He said that, right? Page 41.
Yes.
Okay. And that he also said that he was at a park carving with and throwing around the bloody knife. He said that, right?
Where are you reading
The next
from?
paragraph. On page 41, the third paragraph.
Yes.
And he said, I was going home when I saw someone come out of the corner of the bike path pointing at me. And that he said that the person made a laughing gesture with their other hand, and after they collided, he thought the person was one of the supernatural beings that was after him. He said that, right?
Yes.
That he ran after seeing a flashlight as he thought they'd try to hurt him. He said that?
Yes.
And he denied thinking it was the police. But once he made it home, he went to bed in the same bloody clothes which he never washed. He said that.
Yes.
And when asked about the behavior, he said, I wasn't thinking about the police. It didn't cross his mind. Right?
He said it didn't run across my mind.
Thank you. It didn't run across my mind is what he said.
Yes.
And then a couple days later, he went out again and he saw a shadow that started getting closer, right?
Yes, that's what he reported.
He said, it like came out at me. I got scared, flinched, stabbed. Right?
Yes.
He stabbed through a tent. Though he remembered hearing screams, he said he did not realize it was a person until police told him after his arrest. He said that, right?
Yes.
And immediately after the stabbing, he went home. Then I was just doing my schoolwork for finals. He said that, right?
Yes.
He still had not washed the bloody clothes or the bloody knife. When Carlos went out to the grocery store a couple days later, he was stopped by police.
Just reading from the question.
He said that, right?
Yes.
And the last question I'm going to ask you is that on page 39,
39?
he said that when asked why he thought that was the case, meaning the failed classes, right? Carlos replied, I think I wasn't studying enough, not paying attention when I was in class. He said that, right? On page 39, the second to last paragraph.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keon. All right, Mr. Hutchinson, redirect.
All right. Dr. Vinson, you heard the prosecutor likes the term goal-directed behavior.
Yes, he does.
All right. So we're going to, all those things, brushing teeth, going to the bathroom, going to class, and you said those could be goal-directed behavior.
Yes.
What is not goal-directed behavior?
Something that makes no sense.
Can people with schizophrenia who are actively psychotic, still do certain things that make sense.
Absolutely.
So he's asking, you could tell based on your view on the evidence, he's asking you to assume things that Carlos Reales Dominguez did.
Yes.
Does that change your opinion as to whether he suffers from schizophrenia?
Not at all.
Does it change your opinion as to whether he was actively psychotic at the time of the charged offenses?
Not at all.
And you heard him talking about decompensating in jail?
Yes.
Okay. Person like myself, mentally healthy, going to jail, that could cause stress and I could decompensate. It could impact my mental health. Would you agree?
Yes.
All right. Do you think all those symptoms we observed from Carlos Reales Dominguez is just caused by him being stressed from being in jail?
No, and as someone who has worked in both juvenile correctional settings and adult correctional settings, that degree and severity of decompensation is not typical, even for people who are charged with murder charges.
And you've dealt with people who've been charged with serious crimes, correct?
Yes.
The complete lack of emotion, not only at the time of the offense, but throughout his period in jail, is that typical?
No, and a lack of emotion about anything, right? That's not typical at all.
Okay, let's clear up some things. I want you to listen very carefully to my question. He asked you about a 1 month period when you didn't have the WellPath records. You had, remember that?
Yes.
Okay. Yes or no? Were there court proceedings where people were testifying in this case at the end of July of 2023?
Yes.
Okay. And after the end of those hearings, was there ultimately an order that Mr. Reales Dominguez was going to go to a state hospital?
Yes.
Okay. And so presumably there are records when he's still in jail waiting to go to a state hospital. She was overruled.
Yes.
Do you, and assume he is placed on antipsychotic medication during that period, do you need to see those records while he's waiting to go to state hospital? Do you need that to give the opinion you're giving today?
No.
Okay. Is that something you need to see to be confident in your opinion?
No.
And in terms of the records you review, who is the decider, ultimately, who gives you the records?
The people who hired me.
Okay, and in this case, who is that?
You.
All right. So, given that you charge, I'll take 475, but we've established it's 500. Given that you charge 500, do I have to make judgment calls on what materials are relevant for you to review?
Absolutely.
Overall. So I want to talk about this issue of when you reviewed the 7-hour recording. In your report, do you describe his appearance during the interview?
Yes.
Okay. And you commented, but on your list of materials you review, that interview is not listed there, correct?
Correct. Just the transcript.
When I provide you materials, how do I do that? What is the system?
So typically it is uploaded to a Drive folder or emailed.
Okay. And if it's uploaded to the Drive, you can go back and see everything I gave you.
Right.
Okay. Do you recall, over the break, and with Mr. DeMora present, did we show you a letter I sent you in July of 2023 describing that I would be sending you the 7-hour video?
Yes.
Okay. If you recall, did I have to send that via FedEx because it was too big to upload?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, but given that it was sent FedEx, would it necessarily be listed on that Drive?
It was not.
Okay. And did you use that Drive to list the materials you reviewed?
Correct.
Okay. So as you sit here now, do you believe that you reviewed that 7-hour interview, which you wrote about in your report, before you wrote the report?
Yes.
Okay. You're not a trained musician?
No.
You listened to, he's asking you to assume about people making music. Did you review the 12 Logic Pro, or I'm sure it was 12, but the Logic Pro files of sounds from using the Apple Logic Pro program? Did you listen to that?
I listened.
As a trained, non-trained musician, but as a psychiatrist, what did you think of those?
They, to me, did not speak to some impressively organized, creative process.
Would you describe it as music?
I would not.
Okay, what would you describe it as?
With some sounds strung together.
And you're not familiar with Logic Pro? You don't use that?
No.
Okay. But assume that Mr. Reales Dominguez was familiar with Logic Pro. Assume that throughout his freshman year, him and another friend, Sidney Selesky, would play around with it regularly. And back then, they did make some things that would be considered music. The fact that near the time of these charged offenses, he was able to open Logic Pro and make these sounds, does that impact your opinion that he suffers from schizophrenia?
It does not impact my opinion. And for me to really make any sense of it, it would be helpful to have things that he made prior to his other symptoms to see if there was continuation or a fall off or some sort of change in the quality that would indicate that maybe something was different.
And the prosecutor asked you hypos, and clearly he's talking about the stabbings of both David Breaux, Karim Abou Najm, and Kimberlee Guillory. Assume, and you're familiar with those facts, correct? Assume Mr. Reales Dominguez did not know these people. Assume they'd never done anything to him. He'd never had any motive whatsoever to harm them. And the prosecutor was asking you, was that purposeful? And you described it sounds like psychotic to me. Can you elaborate on that?
So I can identify, and through this whole process, I haven't heard anyone else identify a non-psychotic, logical, rational motive for what he did. I can't identify what he would gain from doing that. And in his case, it's also noteworthy because he's not someone who showed signs of antisocial or sociopathy or anything like that earlier in his life. And so, to me, those actions really make me question what his mental state was, because not only did it make no sense, but to harm people based on the information I have was very out of character for him.
Now, the prosecutor showed you a clip from Officer Story's first body camera. Did you remember seeing that?
Yes.
I'd like to, this is Defense Exhibit H, photo 1. Did you watch that again? Did you watch that again over the break on my laptop? Did you get a little better view?
Yes.
Did you notice anything about Mr. Reales Dominguez's behavior during that you found significant?
Yes.
What did you notice?
So he was, as he was talking, also looking around at things where it wasn't clear what he was looking at.
Why is that significant?
So sometimes when people are psychotic and they're seeing things that other people can't see, they're engaging in a behavior we call responding to internal stimuli. So the way that I would look at somebody in a room, he's looking at that hallucination.
Okay. And also, you recall during the interviews, he was talking about he heard about the Davis crime alerts, but he didn't know what they were for.
Yes.
Okay. At some point, well, let's play it, and then I'll ask you further questions. So, you can turn the dimmer lights on.
Hey, can we talk to you real quick, man? Oh, careful. Do you have an ID or anything on you?
No.
Okay. What's your name, bro?
John.
John? What's your last name, John?
Did you see that?
Yes.
What did you see?
I was out looking around where it's unclear what he's looking at.
What's your last name, John?
Thomas.
Sorry?
Thomas.
Sorry. Do you have something to write with?
Did you see him do it again?
Yes.
No, like a notepad. How do you spell your name? J-O-H-N? H-N? Your last name? Uh-huh.
J-O-A-S.
J-O-A-S?
Yep.
And then what's your date of birth?
1999.
Uh-huh.
10.
Uh-huh. 10/10 of 99? Okay.
Is there a reason you're collecting my information, or?
So, the reason we're talking to you right now is, are you aware of what's been going on in the city?
Like Davis?
The homicides and stuff? So,
Okay, so he asked him, are you aware of what's going on? He says Davis, and then kind of simultaneously, as officer story says homicides, he says yeah. Do you hear that?
Yes.
Okay, so I'd like you to assume, now it's clear from all the other recordings you've watched, he said he didn't know what crime it was just crime alerts, okay? Assume that later on in this trial, the district attorney is going to stand up and say, that shows he knew about the murders, that one comment right there. Would you agree with that?
He's agreeing with a police officer. He's not spontaneously saying that that's what he's talking about or knowing about.
And would you agree that it's basically simultaneous when Officer Story is saying homicides and he says yeah? Did you hear that?
Yes.
Okay. But you watching all the other videos you've watched, when he's talking about what he knows, does he just say crime alerts?
Yes.
I want to ask you about a couple other areas. Mr. Reales Dominguez, would you describe him as having an independent nature when he was younger?
Yes.
And why was that?
So sometimes when your lived experience is that the people you rely on leave or go away or you're taken away from them, you learn to rely on yourself.
Overruled.
And so what can develop in cases where people have been separated from their primary caregiver or they've experienced trauma is that they develop this hyper-independence, which may help them get through things when they lack support, but can make it really difficult for them to seek help or receive help when they need it.
And that independent nature that served him while younger, did that actually put him at more risk once he started to develop symptoms of schizophrenia?
So the lack of close connections, his independent nature, his difficulty asking for help or even receiving it when people started to express concerns to him certainly did not play in his favor. And we know that early intervention is really important with psychotic disorders, and it was hard for him to receive that because his brain, which is the organ that would help him understand, see, know what was going on, was the organ that was being damaged by the active psychotic process.
Okay. And the prosecutor asked you about trauma, about crossing the border, that, well, if they don't remember it, how traumatic can it be? Do you remember those questions?
Yes.
Right. Does the fact that people don't have a complete memory of something mean it wasn't traumatic for them?
Absolutely not.
Okay, can you please explain?
So there are ways that people remember things, and sometimes they remember it in a way that isn't necessarily tied to words. Depending on how young they are, they may not be able to be tied to words. It doesn't mean that your body isn't stressed in that moment that your cortisol levels aren't spiked, that your brain isn't changed, that you have memories laid down that you're then reactive to. It just means when somebody can't relate the memory to you, that there is some issue with the storage or retrieval process. But we know that things people are exposed to before they're verbal, for example, things they may be exposed to in the womb, can have implications for their risk over the course of their life for mental illness.
And setting aside, let's assume, for the sake of this hypo, Charles doesn't go by way of Coyote. Let's assume they were able to just get him on a plane and fly him to San Francisco. You have a 6.5-year-old child whose only caregiver he's known and remembers is his grandmother. Assume that fact. That he's had no contact at all with his parents since he was 1 or 2, hasn't even had telephone contact for 2 or 3 years. He is then taken to another country, given to 2 people he does not recognize as his parents. Can that be trauma, even if he goes by plane?
Absolutely. And you add on that he didn't speak the language of the country he was coming to. And so when people, especially children, when they go through something that's potentially traumatic, one of your goals in terms of fostering resilience is that you keep as much else around them stable as you possibly can. He had everything changed, including the loss of his primary caregiver, the kind of functional loss of his primary caregiver.
And assume that, well, you know this, that grandmother came and stayed for 5 months to help him adjust and then left again. How could that impact him?
So it can be confusing, right? And when I talk to him, which again, I see this in families all the time, when I talk to him about what the adults explained, what he understood as it was happening in real time, those conversations just didn't happen. The conversations about how he was thinking, how he was feeling, what they could anticipate happening, they just didn't take place. And so he not only had this potentially traumatic experience, he didn't have emotional support around it.
The prosecutor asked you about your conversation with Juan Carlos Reales Campos, and you testified that the fact that someone doesn't report they have a history of mental illness, that doesn't mean they don't.
Correct.
Like you two, you didn't watch Juan Carlos Reales Campos' testimony in this trial, correct?
Correct.
Assume he testified that he has a sister. The sister is cared for by the mother. The sister has a mental illness. He doesn't know the name of the mental illness, but she also has epilepsy as a separate illness. You can also assume that he's never met his biological father, Juan Carlos Reales Campos, so there's 25% of Mr. Reales Campos' DNA we know nothing about. Okay. And you read the witness statement of Carlos Caceres about behavior by Carlos Dominguez. Did you read that?
Yes.
And also assume that there are, in addition to that behavior described by him, that Juan Carlos Reales Campos testified that happened weekly incidents where his wife would start yelling at him. You can also assume that she did have periods where she would lock herself in a room, not come out for hours or days. And as a doctor, sometimes you have to rely on, when it's concerning family history, you have to rely on people who may not have first-hand information, but they know. Would that be correct?
Yes, and we seek out that information.
Without saying what is in the statement, have you read the witness statement from his maternal grandmother, Emelina Victoria Dominguez?
Yes.
Okay. Based on all that, is it your opinion that Mr. Reales Dominguez may, as to whether Mr. Reales Dominguez may have a genetic predisposition to schizophrenia?
I think that he has a genetic vulnerability to mental illness, including schizophrenia. We know that even if a family member doesn't have the same exact diagnosis, when they have a history of a severe mental illness, and when you talk about somebody who needs somebody else to care for them, is on injectable medication, you normally don't get that with anxiety, right? Like there's something that's more severe. With that being present in an aunt and a mother, even if it is severe emotional dysregulation, that can also indicate that there's an increased risk. So it does tell me that there is some history in the family of problems with emotions, people being able to care for themselves. And so even if I don't know a formal diagnosis, it does raise the concern that there may be undiagnosed illness or illness that has been diagnosed and we just don't have that information.
Do I have to fly to El Salvador and get the medical records for his aunt for you to give that opinion?
No, and at the end of the day, all it does is lend credibility to the conclusion I had already arrived at, which is that he is someone with schizophrenia, and it just gives me more information about what one of the other possible contributors of the many were to his risk factors for this illness.
And the prosecutor asked you about what Mr. Reales Dominguez, the statements he told you regarding the incidents?
Yes.
Were you trying to write down word for word everything he said, or were you trying to write down word for word everything that he said?
It was a summary. The whole report is a summary.
Did you review the testimony of Carlos Reales Dominguez in the prior trial?
Yes.
Did he go into...
Objection outside the scope. Overruled.
This is yes or no. Did he explain the events he explained to you in much greater detail?
Yes.
And then in his testimony to distinguish between things he remembered and things he believes happened based on seeing the evidence?
Objection, your said facts on evidence. Overruled.
Yes.
And when you were speaking to him in August, did you do that beginning, only tell me what you specifically remember, not what you believe? Did you ever make that specific statement to him?
I don't know if I made that specific statement.
After reading Mr. Reales Dominguez's testimony, does that change your opinion in any way?
No.
Dr. Vincent, the prosecutor went over a lot of things, typos on your report, whether you started your practice in 2019 or 2020. I'm going to get to the basic question. Does Carlos Reales Dominguez have schizophrenia?
He does.
Is this even a closed case?
It's not.
I have nothing further.
Okay, any recross on that?
Yes, sir. So, just going on the list here. You were asked a question about reviewing the video, the 7.5-hour video, right?
Yes.
And you said that you were asked, did you just rely on the list from the drive? And you said yes.
What I said is, when you originally asked me, unless I made an omission on the list, right? I made an omission because my typical process didn't work for that video because it was too big.
No,
Okay.
let me rephrase. When you were asked on redirect here about you were shipped a video, do you recall that? Some kind of...
I think it was a USB.
Right, but you were shipped on a flash drive or some type of storage device, right?
Yes.
And the question posed to you was that list in your report the list from the drive? And that's what you used to make your list?
Yes.
Yes. Now, even though that's the list from the drive, you made this report March 18th, 2025.
March what?
18th, 2025. You still have the flexibility to add what you reviewed to that list, right?
No, I mean, once the report is final, it's final. So I could do an addendum or I could review things afterward that inform my testimony, but the report is this particular report is done on that date.
Right, but you weren't required to just copy verbatim the list that was sent to you via Drive. You could have added, you reviewed this, you reviewed that, right?
Yeah, as I said earlier, if it's not complete, I made an omission and I made an omission, and the reason why is because it was just out of my normal practice and process.
In fact, you haven't made an additional report beyond your March 18, 2025 for this case.
Correct.
And you talked about, to you, the music wasn't music based on your observations, right? The recordings.
It didn't sound like a song to me. I mean, I don't know how you define what's music or what's not. But.
And if you don't know this, it's okay. But have you heard or seen an art of a banana taped to a wall?
Objection, outside scope, 352.
Okay, sustained.
Okay. As I said, art and music is in the eye or ear of the beholder.
Sure.
Now, you were talking about, you were shown Exhibit H, which was essentially the same video clip I showed you on cross-examination, right?
Yes.
And you were asked questions about his movements, about looking around.
Yes.
And you were describing that as could be a symptom of schizophrenia.
Yes.
And that may be true. But could an also equally plausible explanation is that there are police officers around and he's looking down at his knife that's in the bag?
He was looking sideways, not down.
At any point did you not see, or did you see Mr. Reales Dominguez look down into his bag after looking around?
Well, we were talking about him looking around, though.
But you don't know the environment, what was around. You're just getting a visual of what this vantage point for this camera is showing, right?
Sure.
And you talked about Carlos Caceres, right? Now you didn't watch the testimony of Mr. Caceres, right?
No.
And you were talking about you were given an example about history of mental illness and about caring for do you remember that example about the person needing help to be cared for?
Yes.
Now, without any further corroboration or clarification, you don't know why someone may need help. You don't know if it's a physical limitation, if it's what that could be, right? Mental illness could just be one of many possibilities.
My understanding is that they're on a monthly mental health medication injection or something.
Right.
So if that's the case, then if they're on mental health medication, I would think they have a mental health condition.
But you don't know specifically whether it's a serious mental illness.
The illnesses that we treat with monthly injectable medications are serious mental illnesses.
In the U.S.
I would be surprised if there are medication treatments available in El Salvador that aren't available here.
But would you agree that the treatment for different illnesses could vary country by country?
It could, however, I think it's highly unlikely that there are access to monthly medications for mental health conditions there that aren't available here.
And you're not saying here that individuals diagnosed with schizophrenia are incapable of organized thought, are you?
I never said that.
Okay, I just want to make sure you're not saying that, true?
I am not saying that people with schizophrenia are incapable of ever having an organized thought.
And you're also not saying, are you saying that individuals diagnosed with schizophrenia that violent tendencies is a serious mental illness?
Sustained.
And ultimately, when you're looking at these pieces of evidence, these videos, there are two lenses you can look at, a psychotic explanation and a non-psychotic explanation, right?
I don't know that there are only two, but those are two ways you could look at it.
But in your field, I mean, there would either be the psychotic explanation that would contribute to your assessment, or a non-psychotic explanation, which kind of have very many reasons.
I wouldn't say that that's how I go about doing things. It's a matter of considering all of the information, and based on all of the information, making a deduction.
And lastly, and would you say that people diagnosed with schizophrenia, that they're capable of, you said they can have organized thought, but are they also capable of having ongoing multiple organized thought?
Are people with schizophrenia capable of having ongoing multiple organized thoughts? That's the question?
Yes.
At some people, at certain times, yes.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Keon. Mr. Hutchinson? Nothing further. Okay. All right, Dr. Benson, safe travels back to your home. Thank you for your testimony, your time, and thank you for your patience with the court.
Thank you.
Okay.
All right, now as our possibly final, it looks like now we're going to end at 5. So I still have 45 minutes to play with. So I may get back to Amy Gutierrez. We may be able to get back to her. We'll see where we stand after this. All right, so this is Dr. Stephen Weiner. Let's see, hold on.
And at that point,
he was, I believe, no, he wasn't the first. He was a board certified psychiatrist. Let's see here. Now let's check him out. And we may be able to get back to Amy because I want to see her. I want to see the rest of her testimony. It might be kind of weird to do that, but let's just see where we go.
Step aside. Dr. Weiner, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you for being here.
Of course.
And I'm going to have the clerk administer the oath, and then we'll have you take the witness stand, 2 lawyers to ask questions.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in the cause now pending before this court is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
State your name and spell your last for the record.
Stephen Weiner. My last name is spelled Weiner.
Thank you, Mr. Weiner. Go ahead and move in. And you can move that chair a little bit further to get comfortable. Mr. Hutchinson's going to do direct, and then Mr. Moore will do cross. And so you can just direct your answers to counsel. That would be easiest.
Okay.
Mr. Hutchinson, go ahead.
Good morning, Dr. Weiner.
Good morning.
Sir, what is your occupation?
I'm a psychiatrist.
And by whom are you currently employed?
Alameda Health System.
And in what role do you work for the Alameda Health System?
A few different roles. I'm a consult liaison psychiatrist and an emergency psychiatrist.
I'd like you to describe your educational background that ultimately allowed you to become a psychiatrist. Where did you earn your BA from?
The University of California, Los Angeles.
And what was your major?
I had 2 majors, clarinet performance and history.
And what year did you earn your BA?
2010.
After earning your BA in history and clarinet performance, did you go back to school to take additional classes?
I did.
Where did you go?
I went to San Francisco State University.
Okay. And for what purpose?
It was a post-baccalaureate pre-medical program where you earn a certificate. Basically, you just do the pre-med classes. It's basic science coursework, math, all classes I didn't take as an undergraduate.
So if someone is an undergraduate planning to go directly to med school, are there what are considered the pre-med classes they would take?
There are.
Okay. And given that you were history, like me, and a clarinet performance, did you, when you were in college, were you originally planning to pursue a career in medicine?
I was not.
Okay. Did that change after you graduated?
It did.
Well, why was that?
It's a big subject, but so the interest began as an undergraduate, but I was already knee-deep in two unrelated majors. I just didn't have the time to introduce the pre-medical coursework and still graduate in 4 years. So I took a bit of time off. I did a little bit of volunteering, and then decided that it was going to be the right path, and then went back and did the post-baccalaureate coursework.
Now, I wanted to talk about one of your majors. Are you a trained musician?
I am.
What type of musician are you?
Classical clarinetist.
So how long was your pre-health certificate program at San Francisco State?
I was a little under 2 years.
After you completed that, where did you go then?
I went to medical school at the Virginia Commonwealth University School of Medicine.
And where is that located?
Richmond, Virginia.
And for sports fans, is Virginia Commonwealth the VCU Rams?
Yes.
Okay. When did you begin medical school at Virginia Commonwealth?
2015.
And when did you graduate?
2019.
And after you graduated, what did you do next?
I went to residency for psychiatry.
Where did you perform your residency?
I was at the Kaiser Permanente Oakland Medical Center in Oakland, California.
And can you describe for the jury what a residency is and specifically what type of training you had in your residency?
Okay, so generally speaking, residency is where medical students who graduated learn how to become doctors in their respective specialty. So for me, that was psychiatry. So it's 4 years of practical, hands-on psychiatric training where you're working with attending psychiatrists who are already board certified, that have already finished their training. You're learning how to diagnose and treat various psychiatric disorders. As an intern, which is your first year of residency, you're also doing areas of medicine that are like partially related to psychiatry, like internal medicine, neurology. And so you're not just doing psychiatry, you're learning sort of the foundations of medicine and learning how to do like basic workups and treatments of non-psychiatric conditions. That's just intern year. After that, it's more specialized in the field of psychiatry.
And how long did your residency last?
4 years.
Why did you decide to pursue a career in psychiatry as opposed to some other area of medicine?
So in medical school, I just found that the study of behavior and the human mind was just sort of the most intrinsically fascinating subject. That's just sort of from like a theoretical standpoint. And then when I started doing my rotations, which you do in the 3rd and 4th year medical school, that's sort of the more practical application of all the like basic science stuff that you learn the first years of medical school. I found that I just liked working with patients in the psychiatric capacity the most, compared to, as you mentioned, like the other non-psychiatric medical fields. Still interesting, but I just enjoyed talking to psych patients. I enjoyed the psychiatric interview and thinking about the pathology, and also seeing those patients get better. It was just the most enjoyable compared to the other fields.
After you completed your residency, where did you work then?
So I had a few different roles, one of which I started in residency. That was the Alameda Health System role. I'm still working there. I started that role in 2022. I continued it after I finished residency. I'm still there. I also did some contract work in the state prison system for CDCR. I wasn't a CDCR employee, but I worked in the prison system.
Let's talk about that.
Mm-hmm.
What role did you have working for CDCR? What did you do for them?
I worked in their equivalent of the emergency department. So there is a psychiatric emergency department in a few of the California state prisons. So I worked at the one in Vacaville. It's called Crisis Bed. And so I was seeing inmates that were presenting with severe acute psychiatric pathology and diagnosing and treating them. That was my main responsibility there, but I was also 1 or 2 days a week doing what is, I guess, you could say most closely related to consult liaison work. Consult liaison work is where a psychiatrist is asked by a different medical specialist to weigh in on some psychiatric issue, but the patient's main issue is not psychiatric. So if someone has like cancer, for instance, but they're also depressed, you might go and do a consult to see if you can help the depression. I do that work for Alameda Health System. I was also doing it in the state prison system at CMF Vacaville.
And at some point after your time at CSF Vacaville, did you pursue a fellowship?
I did.
And what type of fellowship did you pursue?
Forensic psychiatry.
And where did you pursue that fellowship?
At University of California, Davis.
Can you explain for the jury what a fellowship in forensic psychiatry is?
Yeah, so a fellowship is additional training that a doctor does after they complete residency. So forensic psychiatry fellowship is for psychiatrists that have finished their general psych training. And then forensic psychiatry specifically just deals with the overlap between questions of mental health and the legal system.
What does the fellowship involve in terms of training, experience? Can you give us a description?
Yeah, so I'll just speak to mine specifically. It was robust training, very demanding. There was a lot of classroom coursework, lectures, didactics. I also completed approximately 24 reports of different kinds on topics of competency to stand trial, sanity evaluations, as well as what we call parallel cases, where there was a heavily didacted but real civil case that one of our attending psychiatrists had done, and then we would sort of review all of the case-specific facts and then write our own opinion and then have it sort of heavily scrutinize that opinion. That's because it's very difficult as a trainee to get involved in civil work, but we still got that civil exposure through these sort of simulated cases. There was also mock trials where we learned the basics of testifying, and then there was a clinical component as well. I rotated at the Sacramento County Jail, the main branch, and diagnosed and treated inmates there on an outpatient basis.
And we're going to come back to your fellowship, but during your fellowship, did you become involved in the case of Carlos Reales Dominguez?
I did.
We're going to come back to that. But when did you complete your fellowship?
June 2025.
And as to mark the end of your fellowship, did you testify as an expert in a prior trial in this case?
I did.
But after your fellowship, where did you go in terms of your professional positions?
So I took a position with the San Francisco Department of Public Health. That was a full-time position. I was working at 2 different hospitals, Laguna Honda Hospital, which is, I believe, still the largest skilled nursing facility in the country. And there I was also doing consult liaison work, specifically for more of a geriatric or older population, folks that have a lot of medical comorbidity. And then I was also working at the Mental Health Rehabilitation Center, which is on the San Francisco General Hospital campus. And that was much different work than my work at Laguna Honda. It was folks that were having very severe mental illness. Some of the psychiatrically sickest folks in San Francisco County, they were all conserved, and conservatorship is typically reserved for folks that are experiencing severe impairment from their chronic psychiatric issues. And so these, so they're very different populations, and I was doing a mixture of that full time until about a month ago.
Okay. And what happened a month ago?
Okay, so a month ago I went on paternity leave and ended up actually leaving that role entirely. I'll be starting a new full-time role in a couple months, but continuing part-time work for Alameda Health System in the meantime.
Great to, so you've already started another full-time role. Is this your first job?
Yes.
Okay. Sir, in your career, can you give a rough estimate of the number of patients with schizophrenia that you have treated or seen in one capacity or another?
Yeah, approximately 500, probably higher.
Sir, based on your training and experience, do you have expertise in the diagnosis, etiology, pathophysiology, and treatment of serious mental illnesses, including schizophrenia, schizophrenia spectrum disorder, and bipolar disorder?
Yes.
And do you have experience and expertise in the diagnosis, etiology, pathophysiology, and treatment of substance use disorders, including cannabis use disorder?
I do.
And do you have the same expertise in the diagnosis, etiology, pathophysiology, and treatment of substance-induced psychotic disorders, including cannabis-induced psychotic disorder?
I do.
At this point, I'd like to offer Dr. Weiner as an expert.
Okay,
No objection.
thank you. We have a qualified expert.
Dr. Weiner, how did you become involved in the case of Carlos Reales Dominguez?
I was appointed by the court during fellowship. So during my fellowship, I was on the Sacramento County expert witness panel as well as the Yolo County expert witness panel. And I was assigned to the case through the fellowship. I don't know exactly how it works once the fellowship is involved sort of on the expert witness panel. It can go to any of the fellows, and I was sort of randomly the one that was picked to take the case.
Well, you said randomly. Who advised you would be the one who would be handling this from the UC Davis Fellowship?
I believe it was David Spagnola, who was the program coordinator. He was the one that was responsible for assigning cases that were distributed from the expert witness panel to the fellowship. But I wouldn't know who made the final call on that, but I think it might have been him.
What is an expert witness panel?
It is a collection of expert witnesses comprised of, in this case, psychologists and psychiatrists that have specialized training in forensic evaluations, and it's sort of a pool of them that the court can draw from to answer questions on issues like competency and sanity evaluations.
So, to understand the process, the court appointed the UC Davis fellowship program, and then you were chosen by the program to conduct the evaluation.
Yes.
So, because you were court appointed, to your knowledge, did I play any role whatsoever in your selection to be involved in this case?
No.
Until last year, in the week prior to your testimony, had you and I ever met?
No.
Once again, until the week prior to your testimony, had you and I ever even spoken on the telephone?
No.
Was your appointment the result of Mr. Reales Dominguez entering a plea of not guilty by reason of insanity?
Yes.
Sir, did you conduct an evaluation of Mr. Reales Dominguez?
I did.
As part of your evaluation, did you review substantial materials that were provided to you?
I did.
Did you review materials that were provided to you by the prosecution?
Yes.
Did you review materials that were provided to you by the defense?
Yes.
Did you review every item that was provided to you?
I did.
Now, I want to talk to you about how you get paid. Are you getting paid for your services in this case?
Yes.
So, because you were the court appointed, can either side ask you to evaluate materials?
Yes.
So when you evaluate the materials at the request of the prosecution, where does that bill go to?
Prosecution.
And when you evaluated materials at request of the defense, where does that bill go to?
To the defense.
I'm going to talk to you about materials you reviewed. I'm going to kind of break this down into prior to writing your report, prior to testifying in the first trial, and then after the first trial. After, we're going to get into more details about that, but did you meet with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
I did.
And after meeting with Mr. Reales Dominguez and evaluating the materials that were provided to you initially, did you draft a report summarizing and documenting your opinions?
I did.
How long was that report, sir?
I don't have the page number off the top of my head, but it was approximately 110 to 120 pages, maybe a little longer.
Does this look familiar?
Yes.
Would it refresh your memory to look at this report to see how long it is?
It would.
Does it refresh your memory as to how many pages?
It does.
How many pages is it?
133.
And what date is that report completed? When did you sign and date it?
Yeah, January 8th, 2025.
Now I want to talk to you about materials you reviewed, once again, prior to your report. Did you review medical records from WellPath, which is a medical provider at the Yolo County Jail?
I did.
Did you review medical records from Atascadero State Hospital?
Yes.
And prior to writing a report, were you given transcripts of proceedings in July and August of 2023 where multiple people testified?
Yes.
Were you given transcripts of both a proceeding where people testified and also a forced medication hearing where Dr. Tyler testified?
Yes.
I'm going to go through some names if you recall, if you reviewed the prior testimony of these individuals before writing the report. Kimberlee Guillory.
Yes.
Nathan Riego de Dios.
Yes.
Mark Capito.
Yes.
Sidney Selesky.
Yes.
Philip Hahn.
Yes.
Gladys Verdon.
Yes.
If you recall, did you review the prior testimony of Shanna Bly?
I don't recall.
Did you review multiple reports authored by Shanna Bly?
I did.
Now, also, did you review both the prior testimony and medical notes of Amy Gutierrez from WellPath?
Yes.
Review the prior testimony and medical notes from Brandy Halstead from WellPath?
I did.
Did you review the prior testimony of Dr. Patricia Tyler and her notes from WellPath?
Yes.
Did you also review the prior testimony and the reports of a neuropsychologist named Dr. Dale Watson?
Yes.
In addition to that prior testimony, did you review witness statements from individuals who did not testify in those prior proceedings?
Yes.
Did you review witness statements from Juan Carlos Reales Campos?
Yes.
Did you review witness statement from Mia Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
And witness statements from instructor at UC Davis named Ava Bindus?
Yes.
Did you also review multiple police reports?
I did.
And did you review a preliminary hearing transcripts where multiple officers testified regarding things in the reports.
Yes.
I'd like to ask you about recordings, and again, we're focused on prior to your report. Did you review the body cameras of Leo Gonzalez and Jacob Story documenting the initial detention of Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Did you review the car camera recording showing Mr. Reales Dominguez's transport from the detention to the Davis Police Department?
Yes.
Did you review a 7-hour interview of Mr. Reales Dominguez where he was questioned by 2 detectives and then was processed for evidence?
I did, and a lot of the contents of that evaluation are transcribed into my report.
Did you review the entire 7-hour recording?
I did.
Did you review, at the time it was 2 recordings, but both an audio and visual recording of Mr. Reales Dominguez being in a holding cell with an undercover officer?
I reviewed that too.
Okay. And did I recently also provide you with a video recording of approximately 33-minute recording of a body camera by Detective Muscardini speaking to Mr. Reales Dominguez before being transported?
Yes.
Do you recall, was that provided to you originally, or was that left out?
So when you initially reached out about whether you provided it or not the first time, or whether it was provided, I wasn't certain, but then I looked at it again, and I recalled having seen it the first time, but there was just so much I reviewed the first time that I wasn't positive that but I had reviewed it the first time.
Okay.
Yeah.
In addition to those materials, did you review education records?
Yes.
Did you review Mr. Reales Dominguez's high school transcript?
Yes.
Did you review his UC Davis transcript?
Yes.
And did you review UC Davis records?
Yes.
And there are other materials you reviewed as well. These are the big ones, would you agree?
Yes.
Now, prior to your testifying, did both sides give you additional materials to review?
Yes.
Right. And did you review all the materials that were provided?
I did.
And once again, this is after you filed your report, but before your testimony. Did you review a YouTube video of Mr. Reales Dominguez in high school entitled Meet My Friends, where he was seen walking throughout the hallways?
Yes.
Did you review a PowerPoint presentation by a man named Brian Chase, which documents cell phone use, an analysis of Mr. Reales Dominguez's cell phone?
Yes.
And after your report, but before your testimony, did you review the report of a forensic psychologist named Dr. Surinder Reed?
Yes.
Did you review a portion of a transcript from Isaac Chessman during the trial and a YouTube link where he demonstrated kind of a punching motion through a tent?
Yes.
And did you testify over the course of 2 days in late May of last year?
Yes.
Now we're moving on to what you reviewed after that trial. Have both sides again had the opportunity to give you additional materials?
Yes.
And have you reviewed all the materials that have been provided?
I have.
Let's start kind of with April. Did I provide you with a report and CV from a psychiatrist by the name of Dr. Steven Siegel?
Yes.
Did you review a critique written by Dr. Siegel where he addressed the non-case specific portions of Dr. Zachary Torrey's report?
Yes.
Did you review a witness statement from Emelina Victoria Dominguez, Mr. Reales Dominguez's maternal grandmother?
Yes.
Did you review a witness statement from a Carlos Caceres, the first cousin of Mr. Reales Dominguez's mother, Carla Dominguez?
Yes.
And did you review medical records from Carlos Reales Dominguez after his return from Atascadero State Hospital documenting negative symptoms of schizophrenia he continued to experience?
I did.
Did I ultimately, and may provide you with the entire transcript of the first trial?
Yes.
Did I ask you to review, I asked you to review all of the evidence in the defense case through the end of the trial with a few minor exceptions that weren't particularly relevant?
Yes.
Did I also ask you to review specific witnesses called in the prosecution's case?
Yes.
And did I indicate to you that if the prosecution wanted you to review other portions of that transcript, they were free to pay you to do that?
Yes.
Because there may have been a difference in order of witnesses being called by the defense and prosecution, I'm going to ask you to review, if you recall, reviewing the testimony of these witnesses during the trial. Did you review the testimony of Juan Carlos Reales Campos?
Yes.
Mia Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Kimberlee Guillory?
Yes.
Mark Capito?
Yes.
Philip Hahn?
Yes.
Gladys Verdon?
Yes.
Ava Bindus?
Yes.
Portions of Dr. Matt Massey's testimony?
Yes.
Portions of the testimony of Justin Schaefer, the man who observed Mr. Reales Dominguez at Central Park?
Yes.
And you may now recognize the testimony of a man named John Lopes who photographed the downed power pole. Do you recall reading about that?
I remember there being discussion about the down power, but I don't remember the name of the person who photographed it.
Do you recall an officer, Derek Russell, testifying about tearing the tent?
Yes.
And FBI agent named John Pope testified about bloody clothing found in the residence?
Yes.
And did you review the testimony of Shanna Bly?
Yes.
Did you review the testimony of Sonia Rocha?
I don't recall.
If she testified, though, you would have to, in the defense case, you reviewed it, correct?
Yeah, all the names you asked me to review, I reviewed all of their respective testimonies.
You reviewed the testimony of Amy Gutierrez, again, the mental health professional from WellPath?
Yes.
Did you review the testimony of Dr. Patricia Tyler?
Yes.
Did you review the testimony of Dr. Sarah Vincent?
Yes.
Did you review the testimony of Dr. Sirin Tippin Reading?
Yes.
Did you review the testimony of Carlos Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
Okay. We're not done. Did I give you other materials?
Yes.
Did you review the report and CV of Dr. Sarah Vincent?
Yes.
Had you reviewed that Dr. Vincent's report prior to your testimony in the first trial?
No.
Did you review a report and CV from a Dr. Zachary Torrey?
Yes.
And did I give you a summary of a April 20th, 26th meeting that Dr. Torrey had with members of the District Attorney's Office?
Yes.
Did you review a statement from a Christopher Kumada regarding an unopened email that Mr. Reales Dominguez was sent notifying him of his disqualification from UC Davis?
Yes.
Did you review both a statement and testimony in this trial of a Matthew Nakayama toxicology expert?
Yes.
Did you review a catalog documenting a Davis police stop on March 28, 2023, where a person was identified as John Joseph?
Yes.
And more recently, because you have so much time on your hands, did you review the full testimony of Dr. Zachary Torrey?
Yes.
So did I provide you with a transcript of his testimony?
Is the 120-page transcript? Yes.
Did you review also a report by Christopher Kumada regarding Mr. Reales Dominguez's alleged use of a Logic Pro music software?
Yes.
Did you review the screen recordings of this alleged music that was created on Logic Pro?
Yes.
Did you review a video of a blood draw of Mr. Reales Dominguez a few days after his arrest?
Yes.
Did you also review some text messages between March and April of 2023 between Mr. Reales Dominguez and someone named Alfredo Alvarez regarding the sale, apparent purchase of cannabis?
Yes.
And lastly, did I show you a photo of a bag of cannabis that was found in Mr. Reales Dominguez's room at the time of the search?
Yes.
Now, I want to talk to you about materials the prosecution paid you to review. Did they give you journal articles regarding cannabis?
They did.
How many pages of journal articles did they give you approximately on cannabis?
So it was approximately 1,100. Some of those were repeated articles. So I'd say in terms of like new material, it was closer to 1,000 pages, but still a large amount.
And did they give you other materials from individuals who, or statements, reports of individuals who are purportedly experts in cannabis?
Yes.
Did you review all the materials they gave you?
Yes.
Anything else you recall the prosecution giving you to review that we haven't already mentioned?
I think that's it.
So, Dr. Weiner, I'm not asking about total hours on this case, but total hours since you got off that stand and thought you were done with this case. How many hours have you spent working on this case since you testified, approximately?
So I've billed for approximately 43 hours at this point, but since then I've worked probably an additional 5 to 6 hours. It's not including my time here today.
So this is getting close to 50 hours since you last testified.
Yeah, approximately. Yeah.
Can you give an estimate of the total number of hours you think you've spent on this case?
It's probably getting close to 130 or 140.
I'd like to talk to you about your examination of Mr. Reales Dominguez. How many times did you meet with him?
4 times.
And where did you meet with him at?
At the Yolo County Detention Center.
When, do you recall when the first meeting was?
November 19th, 2024.
And approximately how long was that meeting?
A little under 5 hours.
When was your next meeting?
It was in December. I don't recall the exact date.
December 3rd?
Sounds right.
And you know how, stipulate that? Yes. Do you know, would having your report available help you?
I think it was about 55 minutes. Maybe a little under an hour.
52, you were close. I'm going to give you a report in case. Do you have all of your notes and reports on your laptop that you brought today?
Yes.
Okay. So you first met with him November 19th, 2024, and then December 3rd, 52 minutes. Did you meet with him again on December 17th?
Yes.
And how long was that meeting?
It was just 10 minutes.
Why did you want to have an initial 10-minute meeting? Was there additional subject you wanted to talk about?
Yes.
Now, Once the trial began, before you testified, did both the prosecution and the defense give you additional materials?
Yes.
So while this case was in trial, on a weekend, did you meet with Mr. Reales Dominguez a fourth time?
Yes.
You recall when that was?
Yes, it was May 3rd, 2025.
And how long was that?
So I don't have that in front of me. I don't recall the exact time, maybe an hour. But.
So in total, you probably met with Mr. Reales Dominguez somewhere around 6.5 hours?
Yeah, actually, the number that's coming to me now is 7 hours. I think it was about 7 hours.
During your examination of Mr. Reales Dominguez, did you have an opportunity to observe him?
Yes.
Did you understand that he was taking antipsychotic medication?
Yes.
When you first met with him during that initial interview on November 19th, which was approximately 5 hours, did you conduct any testing?
Yes.
What testing did you conduct?
So I did some testing to consider and rule out malingering of mental illness. I also did some cognitive testing.
Let's start with the cognitive testing, and then we'll go on to the malingering. What is cognitive testing?
So in this capacity, it's a screening test just to screen for the presence of, in this case, like a major neurocognitive disorder. So things like dementia and other neurocognitive disorders that can severely impair thinking.
Okay. And what were the results of that test?
It was negative, so very unlikely that there was any sort of like a major neurocognitive disorder going on.
Now you said you performed some tests to try to determine if there was malingering.
Yeah. Yes.
What does the term malingering mean?
It means the intentional fabrication of symptoms, in this case mental health or psychiatric symptoms, with the specific goal of obtaining something material. And that's a conscious goal, so it's consciously done. It can be for the purposes of getting some sort of financial benefit, for getting time off of work. In the medical legal context, it can be for being found not guilty. So there's many different potential motivators.
Do psychiatrists have tests that have been developed to try to identify if someone's malingering?
Yes.
Are these tests evidence-based?
Yes.
Do they have a proven track record of being reliable?
Yes.
How many malingering tests did you perform on Mr. Reales Dominguez?
2.
Let's start with the first one. What is that called?
It's called the MFAST, or the Miller Forensic Assessment Test.
Wait, can you say that again?
Sorry, yeah. It's called the MFAST, which stands for Miller Forensic Assessment of Symptoms Test.
Is that abbreviated M-FAST?
Yes.
And how is that test administered?
So the MFAST is a series of 25 questions, and it's a combination of collecting the respondents' answers as well as observing them during the evaluation as they answer the questions. Based on their responses, there's sort of a scoring sheet you look at afterwards. And the score helps you get a sense of whether their response style on that test is genuine, or whether they may be trying to consciously affect or manipulate your understanding of what their symptoms might be.
What score? Is there a score that indicates malingering may be involved?
Yes, so in general, scores of 6 or above can indicate that the person's response style is consistent with a malingered presentation. But only on, you have to be careful in the interpretation of it. Strictly speaking, it refers specifically to that test, but you can extrapolate to their response style in other domains, but specifically has to do with how they respond to that test.
And a score of 5 or lower, what does that indicate?
Less likely that they have, more likely that their response style is genuine.
And does it correspond, since it's more likely genuine, if it's a 4, is that more likely than a 5, and a 3 is more likely than a 4? Is that how it works?
No, not in my review of the literature. It's strictly you look at the cutoff, and if someone's below the cutoff, but it's it's a 5 and not a 1, you wouldn't say, well, I'm maybe a little bit skeptical. It's binary. It's binary, which makes the interpretation, in my view, more clear.
What was Mr. Reales Dominguez's score?
0.
What does a score of 0 indicate?
The response style is on that test is likely consistent with the genuine response style.
So based on that test, any indication of malingering?
No.
Did you perform another malingering test?
I did.
What test did you perform?
The SIRS-Q, which is structured interview of reported symptoms, -Q.
For the benefit of the court reporter, that is capital SIRS-2.
Yes.
And how is that test administered?
So it's a similar idea to the MFAST in that you ask a series of questions. So the SIRS-2 is actually much longer. There's, I think, 172 questions. But it's the same idea. You ask questions, you record the respondents' responses while observing them. And so you sort of pair your observations with their responses. There's a scoring rubric. It's much more complex than the one in the MFAST, which makes sense because it's many more questions. And then the rubric kind of walks you through what their response style is. Unlike the MFAST, there's many sort of different tiers of response styles that the SIRS-Q can elucidate and let you know that the respondent kind of falls in one of these tiers. It's not sort of like malingering versus not malingering. It's more complex than that. But it too can let you know whether the respondent's response style is genuine or not. Ultimately, that's what the role of the test is.
And what did the test indicate with respect to Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Again, a genuine response style.
So based on that test, was there any evidence of malingering?
No.
So the jury's already heard from 2 psychiatrists about symptoms of schizophrenia, so I'm not going to have you repeat everything, but I do want to touch on some things. Are you familiar with the positive and negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes.
And focusing on positive symptoms, that be hallucinations?
Yes.
Delusions?
Yes.
Disorganized speech and behavior?
Yes.
Now, when you met with Mr. Reales Dominguez on every means, did you ever observe any positive symptoms of schizophrenia?
I didn't.
Did you observe any negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
I did.
What did you observe?
What we call blunted affect. Blunted affect is just a fancy term for reduced emotional expression. Sometimes it's also referred to as a flat affect, but I put it in my report. I think the term I used was blunted affect in the mental status exam.
I'll also talk to you about other potential negative symptoms. Is a rigid posture, can that be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
It can be.
And I asked you about this in the last trial. Being able to sit for long periods of time without moving, can that be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes, but I wouldn't frame it as an ability. It's more of a reduced ability to move normally, and so the outcome is that you sit very still and rigid, and yeah, that can be a symptom, a negative symptom of schizophrenia.
And I said ability, because would you agree, sir, that for mentally healthy people, trying to sit motionless for an extended period of time, that can be difficult and uncomfortable. Would you agree?
Yes.
And is it exactly known, or is it even known why certain people with schizophrenia do sit for long periods of time without moving?
So it's a tricky question because there's different ways to explain these symptoms. Yeah, I mean, from a phenomenological standpoint, yes, meaning that there's a way to categorize that behavior. It's well documented. We have terms for it. It's been described in the literature for a long time. Now, Is there a biochemical explanation that I can get into right now? No.
Did you speak with Mr. Reales Dominguez about his past and current symptoms of mental illness during your evaluations?
Yes.
Did you speak to him specifically about the 3 stabbings in which he is charged with 2 counts of murder and attempted murder?
Yes.
Did you discuss with him what he remembered and what he believed and perceived at the time of the charged offenses?
Yes.
Did you discuss this with him in detail?
Yes.
Did you ask him specific questions about these events?
Yes.
Did he answer every question you asked of him?
Yes.
And did you consider his statements in relation to the other, or in relation to the other evidence and materials that you reviewed?
So, can you ask that one more time?
So, in assessing his statements, did you consider also the other evidence and materials that you reviewed?
Oh, I see. Yes.
Sir, based on everything that you have reviewed and your evaluation of Mr. Reales Dominguez, do you have an opinion as to whether Mr. Reales Dominguez suffers from a serious mental illness?
I do.
And in your opinion, what serious mental illness does he suffer from?
Schizophrenia.
And sir, is it your opinion, in your opinion, did Mr. Reales Dominguez suffer from schizophrenia in April and May of 2023?
Yes.
So are you familiar with the DSM-5?
Yes.
What is the DSM-5?
It's the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual of Mental Disorders, and it is the, I would say, central repository of diagnoses that serves as the standardized way to think about and make diagnoses in clinical contexts, in forensic contexts. Psychiatrists and psychologists use it extensively. It gives us a common language.
In most basic terms, can you describe for the jury what is the criteria that the DSM-5 sets forth for diagnosing someone with schizophrenia?
Yeah. So there's 5 main symptom clusters: delusions, hallucinations, incoherent speech, odd or very bizarre behavior, and then negative symptoms, which we've talked about a little. And the gist of it is you need at least 2 of those symptom clusters for at least 6 months. And those symptoms can't be better attributed to a medical condition or to substance use or to an injury like a TBI or a brain tumor. And then the last part is really important. There's got to be some sort of impairment. And this is true for all mental disorders. There has to be some sort of like social or occupational impairment. There has to be some sort of negative outcome. Your life is suffering somehow because of the disorder.
And in your opinion, does Mr. Reales Dominguez meet the criteria for diagnosis of schizophrenia as set forth in the DSM-5?
Yes.
So, we mentioned this jury has heard from both Dr. Stephen Siegel and Dr. Patricia Tyler about positive and negative symptoms. So I'd like to ask you some additional questions. Now, you mentioned positive symptoms. We have I'll call them the big 3: hallucinations, delusions, disorganized speech and behavior. Now, is disorganized thinking specifically listed as a positive symptom in DSM-5?
No.
Okay. You previously testified that disorganized speech kind of serves as a proxy for how someone is thinking. Can you explain what you mean by that?
Yes. So, we can't put someone in a CT or MRI and scan their brain and then see that their thinking is disorganized. Speech is really one of the closest proxies to get a sense of how somebody's thinking. And so we look at their speech to assess the quality of their thought, and so that's why it's listed in the DSM. If it were disorganized thinking that were listed, that, the problem then is there'd be sort of too many ways to potentially assess that. By saying, no, you're going to look at disorganized speech, again, it gives assessors like myself in this case, common language to think about. Okay, we're going to be looking at disorganized speech specifically, but really what we're trying to get at is working backwards to look at the quality of their thinking.
I'd like to go through some additional negative symptoms. You've mentioned the flat or blunted effect. Can an inability to maintain eye contact, can that be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
What about concrete, simplistic thinking?
Yes. So a qualified yes. So just a quick word about how the DSM operates. It's, like I said, it gives us a common language, but it's a diagnostic guide. Some authors have said that it's indexical, not constitutive. And what that means is that it indexes mental illness with various criteria. And the criteria are set in stone. But the criteria are not the whole story, and that there are symptoms that might not be listed specifically in the DSM, but that are listed elsewhere in the literature that are just not part of the way we index or categorize a specific illness like schizophrenia. And so in this example, concrete thought process is not part of the way we index the disorder, but it does constitute it in some cases.
And I want to be very clear, I'm not asking only about the specific symptoms listed in DSM-5. These include symptoms that you know, based on your training experience, are and can be negative symptoms of schizophrenia. And would concrete, simplistic thinking be one of those?
Yes. Sir,
do people with schizophrenia struggle with abstract thinking?
Yes.
Can you explain?
Yeah, so this gets back to the idea of concrete, overly concrete or rigid thinking being one of the symptoms. Well, I'm going to go back and revise something I said before. It's not necessarily a negative symptom, it's more of a cognitive symptom. And cognitive symptoms are a significant part of schizophrenia as well, even though schizophrenia isn't indexed by symptoms that way. Cognition is still heavily impaired. One way it's impaired is in having very concrete thought. So a simple way to assess this is you ask someone about a proverb or about an expression, and the expression, like many expressions, don't throw stones if you live in a glass house. If you ask that has a deeper meaning, right? It's not literally about a house and throwing stones, but if you ask somebody that has very concrete thinking what that means, they're going to say something about, if you throw a stone in a glass house, you might break a wall because all the walls are made of glass, and so that's revealing in them an inability to think about that in an abstract way, getting that deeper meaning. That's something that folks with schizophrenia can struggle with.
Sir, in your opinion, would people with schizophrenia struggle in an academic class that deals with abstract concepts?
Yes.
Would you agree that a class on poetry would deal with abstract concepts?
Yeah, it could.
Now, sir, would people with schizophrenia, can they struggle with abstract thinking even if they were previously high academic achievers before they got sick?
Yes.
Okay. I hope you can answer this question that I still don't know. Are you familiar with a word that is spelled Avolition?
Yes, abolition, yes.
Okay. So you pronounce it abolition.
I've heard it pronounced different ways.
Okay. Do you know, is there a standard correct answer, or do different psychiatrists pronounce it differently?
I'll say in my experience, it's not even said aloud enough to really know. But that's not to diminish its importance in this setting, but yeah.
You refer to it as abolition.
Yes.
What does abolition mean?
It can be helpful to think about the opposite, which would just be will or initiative. And so abolition is sort of the opposite of that. So it means that you just have a reduced, so it's opposite of volition. or will or initiative to do anything really. Anything that you might will yourself to do. It can just be, it could be fidgeting even. It could be moving around. It could, anything that's intentional that you're trying to do. Maybe fidgeting isn't the best example, but eating is a good example. If you are not eating as much, and there's no sort of medical reason for that, that could be an example of avolition. You lack the will or initiative to, initiate the food preparation, or even act on your desire to eat in the first place.
Let me ask you a follow-up. Is it common for people with schizophrenia to have a significant decline in personal hygiene?
That can happen.
Is that kind of a consequence of abolition?
Yeah, it can be. I think there's a few different ways you could categorize it, but it could certainly be at least partially categorized under abolition.
And in your experience, do people with schizophrenia, do they often exhibit an inability to care for themselves and others?
Yes, they can. Although there's also many cases where folks can live with schizophrenia and retain some of those abilities. So it depends.
But an inability to care properly for oneself, or properly for one's children or pets, where would that fit? Would that fit under abolition? Fit under another symptom, or is it difficult to pigeonhole it?
Yeah, well, it depends. You'd have to evaluate the person. Maybe they're not caring for their pet because they think their pet is Satan, right? And so then it would be because they're delusional about their pet. Maybe they don't harbor any specific delusions about their pet, but they have a profoundly negative symptom presentation. Then it might be more abolition. It just depends.
I once had a cat that I was convinced was Satan, but we'll move on. Sir, what is a substance use disorder?
It's a problematic pattern of substances.
And is it limited to one specific substance?
No.
Okay. When you met with Mr. Reales Dominguez, did you discuss his cannabis use with him?
I did.
And did you diagnose Mr. Reales Dominguez with moderate cannabis use disorder?
Yes.
What was the basis for that diagnosis?
It was primarily the clinical interview, but also based on all the records I reviewed, that altogether indicated that he met 4 of the 12 criteria for cannabis use disorder, and that would put him in the moderate category of the use disorder.
And what does it mean when someone, you touch on it, when someone has a cannabis use disorder, what does that mean?
So it depends on the symptoms that they meet, like the criteria they fulfill. But generally, and this goes for all use disorders, they all share the same criteria, and you just sort of fill in the blank. Is it cannabis, alcohol, etc.? But in general, it's someone that has some sort of negative. There's some sort of negative impact from their substance use. It could be socially, it can be academically, professionally, health impact, and they continue to use even though they have this impact, even though it's affecting their lives. They might even use more over time. Again, even though it's affecting their lives, maybe there's negative legal consequences as well. They just keep on using and they can't stop. Now, I listed out many criteria. You don't need to have all of those. You need to just have at least 2 to meet like the bare minimum for use disorder, but you can have much more than that.
Sir, in your experience, how common is it for people with schizophrenia to also have a substance use disorder?
They co-occur very commonly.
What does co-occurring mean?
It means you have both at the same time.
Say that again?
It means that you have both at the same time.
Sir, given that Mr. Reales Dominguez, in your opinion, had both schizophrenia and moderate cannabis use disorder, did you consider whether he met the criteria for cannabis-induced psychotic disorder?
I did.
And In your opinion, does he meet the criteria for cannabis-induced psychotic disorder?
No.
Why not?
There's many reasons. The central reason is that if you just look at the illness course, it is a classic schizophrenia prodromal illness course. And what I mean by that is there's someone that has previously high level of functioning, the adolescent male with previously high functioning, socially, academically, and then starting around late adolescence, 18, 19, starts to have a gradual decline of all of those domains they were previously doing well, and they become more, and I'll speak specifically here, Mr. Reales Dominguez became more socially withdrawn, his academic performance began to suffer as well. He stopped doing his coursework the same way he'd been doing it before. And I'll just emphasize, this happened gradually. It happened over the course of almost 2 years, where he became more withdrawn, marked decrease in functioning, gradual increase in positive symptoms as well, delusions, hallucinations. I know we haven't discussed these in detail yet, but just generally having those symptoms, and at times even responding to things that weren't there. And in contrast, cannabis-induced psychotic disorder is typically, it occurs in episodes, right? And so it wouldn't happen that you have a cannabis-induced psychotic disorder that starts gradually. It starts acutely. It starts typically minutes or hours after you've last used cannabis. And it also tends to have more positive symptoms. There also tends to be more of a mood component to it, where the person has like a very elevated mood or a very irritable mood. Sort of the opposite of what we see with what I saw on the record in interviewing Mr. Reales Dominguez is sort of the opposite of that, much more flat and blunted and withdrawn. Typically sometimes in cannabis-induced psychotic disorder, there is at least partially preserved what we call reality testing of the delusions, where there's just at least some maybe marginal insight as to whether their delusional thoughts or their hallucinations are real. That was not the case over time with Mr. Reales Dominguez. Became fairly dug in on his belief that what he was seeing and believing was real. And then also, it's typically what you see is with cannabis-induced psychotic disorder, it resolves over a period of hours or days, maybe weeks. So, I mean, I've seen about 100 cases of where I suspected cannabis-induced psychotic disorder. It resolves usually within a day or two with medication. So we're talking about a discrete episode. And in contrast, when I reviewed the records for Mr. Reales Dominguez, I'm thinking specifically of the jail medical health records and the Atascadero State Hospital records, he continued to be symptomatic almost 6 months after his last use of cannabis, which would be, I've personally never seen that. I've never read about it in the literature. I was given 1,100 pages on this very topic by prosecution. I didn't see a single mention of I didn't see a single mention of cannabis-induced psychotic disorder lasting for 6 months there. And then also in the DSM, which I mentioned before we use as a diagnostic guide for these very complex issues, it says specifically that if there's psychosis symptoms lasting for longer than a month, and it says a month specifically, it's a good idea to consider other explanations than substance use. It doesn't automatically rule it out, but it says you might want to start thinking about explanations like maybe schizophrenia. And so taking that into account, the timing as well as all the other symptom discrepancies I mentioned, I think these are very different diagnoses, and that's why I ruled it out.
You want to take a break now, Your Honor?
Yeah. Okay. All right. Dr. Weiner, thank you. We've got more questions for you.
All right, I can fast forward through here. And remember, we're going to be talking to Dr. Berry in just about 2 hours, a little bit over 2 hours. So I have some questions for her. I hope you guys have some questions. I hope you guys have some questions for her. It is mind crimes. I should know what the prompt is. It's mind crimes or mind crime? I think it's mind crime. Anyway, oh, Moonchild, thank you for the $10. There it is, mind crime. All right, so in about 6:15, a little bit over 2 hours from now, Dr. Berry will be joining. And not this stream. We'll end this stream. It'll be a new stream. You can watch it on her channel. You can watch it on our channel, however you want to watch it. And support both channels. And we have a lot of good questions for her. So be sure to stick around for that.
Okay, let's go back on the record and we'll continue with the testimony of direct Dr. Warner. Go ahead, Counsel.
Dr. Warner, can you explain the difference between cannabis-induced psychotic disorder and just cannabis intoxication? What is the difference between those two things?
Yeah, so the central difference is that with cannabis-induced psychotic disorder, there are either delusions or hallucinations or both that arise as a result of and following the cannabis use, and like I said, persist for hours or days, and rarely weeks, but usually on the order of hours to days. And in contrast with cannabis intoxication, there's sort of two main symptom sets. There's some sort of like mental disturbance, and I say disturbance broadly. It can actually be something like you just feel more relaxed. But it can also be, feeling like more paranoid or on edge, or even just tired or groggy, as well as at least two physical symptoms. And the physical symptoms can be things like dry mouth or racing heart. Now, in cannabis intoxication, you can also have, with the specifier in the DSM, it's the specifier with perceptual disturbance, and specifically that can refer to auditory or visual hallucinations, so hearing or seeing things that aren't there. But the crucial distinction between the hallucinations that can arise in cannabis intoxication and those that can arise in cannabis-induced psychotic disorder is that with those in cannabis intoxication, you have preserved reality testing. And all that means is that you know that what you're hearing or seeing isn't real. So you're still having the perceptual disturbance, but you know it's not real. But in cannabis-induced psychotic disorder, you don't know that it's not real. And that really gets at the heart of what psychosis is. It's where you're having some perceptual disturbance or some belief, and you don't know that what you're experiencing isn't real. That's really the heart of psychosis. Because medical conditions can happen where you see or hear things that aren't there, but you know something's wrong. That means you're not psychotic, right? So I'd say that's sort of the heart of the difference between those two.
Did you consider whether Mr. Reales Dominguez's symptoms at the time of the charged offenses were due solely to cannabis intoxication?
Yes.
And what did you conclude?
That there wasn't enough evidence to make a cannabis intoxication diagnosis in the first place.
Now, did you have an opportunity to read a report written by Dr. Zachary Torrey?
I did.
Did you have an opportunity to read the certified transcript prepared in record time of Dr. Zachary Torrey?
I did.
Did anything you read in either that report or a certified transcript change your opinion?
No.
Are there certain things that Dr. Torrey said either in his report or his testimony that you would like to respond to?
Yes.
Did Dr. Torrey make a claim about you only relied on Mr. Reales Dominguez's, what did Dr. Torrey claim with respect to you ruling out cannabis intoxication?
So what he wrote in his report was that the quotation is, I solely relied on Mr. Reales Dominguez's self-report when I asked him about questions pertaining to cannabis intoxication, some of those symptoms I just mentioned.
And is that accurate?
No.
Okay, can you explain what you relied on?
Yeah, so, in any forensic evaluation, this one is no different. I rely on a combination of what the evaluee, in this case what Mr. Reales Dominguez tells me, also my objective assessment of Mr. Reales Dominguez, and like we reviewed at the beginning of this testimony, extensive document review, police reports, medical records, other psychological evaluations, all the well path records, the testimony of various witnesses. And these are all things I reviewed in coming to my conclusion around excluding cannabis intoxication. It wasn't merely Mr. Reales Dominguez denied certain symptoms, and then so on that basis exclusively I decided that cannabis intoxication wasn't the diagnosis.
Did Dr. Torrey make any statements about the symptoms of cannabis intoxication that you believe are just wrong?
Yes.
What did he do?
So I think what happened was a conflation between cannabis intoxication and cannabis-induced psychotic disorder, specifically saying that in cannabis intoxication there can be delusions and hallucinations, as well as a perceptual disturbance called derealization or depersonalization. So as far as derealization, I think that could potentially fall under the banner of perceptual disturbance, but I don't think it's explicitly mentioned in the DSM.
Can we slow down just a little bit?
Sure. Derealization and depersonalization are not explicitly mentioned in the DSM, but I think that they could still fall under the banner of perceptual disturbance. The problem is that delusions and hallucinations, specifically hallucinations without reality testing, that's not part of cannabis intoxication. And delusions are just flatly not part of cannabis intoxication. Part of the definition of delusion would be not having reality testing, so that part doesn't really matter, but delusions are not part of that diagnosis. And hallucinations without intact reality testing are not part of the cannabis intoxication diagnosis.
So, when you use the term conflating, what do you mean by that?
I mean,
Conflating in cannabis intoxication and cannabis-induced psychotic disorder.
I mean, looking at them as the same or similar entities when they're different entities, and because of that, misattributing criteria from one to the other, specifically misattributing criteria from cannabis-induced psychotic disorder to cannabis intoxication.
And Dr. Torrey, in describing or characterizing Mr. Reales Dominguez's cannabis use, did he do anything that you felt was problematic?
Yes.
What?
So could you be more specific?
So in terms of, I can phrase this question, characterizing about when Mr. Reales Dominguez was hearing voices or not hearing voices, do you remember indicating that was a point you wanted to address?
Yes.
Okay, can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so in Dr. Torrey's report, he makes a few claims that I think are contradictory with respect to the connection between Mr. Reales Dominguez's cannabis use and his symptoms. So he says that at the end of 2022, on winter break, when Mr. Reales Dominguez goes home back to Tracy to visit his parents, that he reports that he isn't hearing voices or seeing things that aren't there. And he then later says that in that period he's not using cannabis. And he doesn't lay this out specifically or like literally, but I think the point he's trying to make is that when Mr. Reales Dominguez isn't using cannabis, he's not having symptoms. And so, one way that we think about causation is like a dose, what we call a dose-response relationship, meaning that if you don't have an exposure, in this case cannabis use, then if you don't have an outcome, psychosis in this case, that weakens the dose, that strengthens the dose-response relationship, meaning that when you do use the substance or have the exposure, you have the outcome. And if you don't use it, then you don't have the outcome. The problem is, in his report, he also says that he uses cannabis every day, which would have included that period during winter break. And so those are contradictory claims. He either is using cannabis every day or he isn't. And so you have to pick one. And now if he is using cannabis every day, and that was what I wrote in my report and what was reflected in the various various records that I reviewed, that would actually indicate sort of the opposite of what Dr. Torrey was trying to say, which is that if you don't have the exposure, the cannabis, you don't have the outcome, the psychosis. In fact, in the case of the end of 2022, during winter break, he continued to have the exposure, cannabis use, because he's told various people in the medical record that he was using every day, including that period, and yet he didn't have symptoms, and so that would weaken the relationship between exposure, cannabis use, and the symptoms being psychosis.
And in terms of Dr. Torrey concluding that he wasn't experiencing symptoms, you can assume that we heard from witnesses that when he went home, he was the worst they'd ever seen him. That he was staring at walls, not communicative, significant weight loss. Are those all negative symptoms? Can those be negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes.
And when someone with schizophrenia is staring at a wall, would you agree sometimes it's hard to know what they are seeing or what they are hearing in their mind?
Yes, and you couldn't know for certain. You could ask them. They might have trouble articulating it themselves.
So, another thing, Dr. Torrey, you reviewed Mr. Nakayama's testimony about the blood results.
Yes.
And you heard his testimony that for people who are regular users, THC can remain in their system up to 30 days if they're not being actively affected by it. Did you read that testimony?
Yes.
Did Dr. Torrey make some claim about metabolites?
Yes.
What did he claim?
So he referenced my original testimony, which I just want to verify I can talk about in this context right now, if that's okay. Okay. So in my original testimony, I had referred to delta-9 THC as a metabolite of cannabis and not the active component. And that has since been used to, I think, imply that because I referred to it merely as a metabolite and not the active component, that may have influenced my decision or my thinking around the diagnosis and excluding cannabis intoxication, excluding cannabis-induced psychotic disorder. And I just want to say that was just me misspeaking, and that it was immaterial to my thinking around cannabis-induced psychotic disorder. A metabolite just means that so first of all, it means you ingested the substance. So I never denied that happened as far as Mr. Reales Dominguez using cannabis, and then your body broke it down, so there's the metabolite's a breakdown product. So it was sort of a difference without a distinction. I never claimed that he didn't use cannabis or that he didn't consume the psychoactive component. But in Dr. Torrey's report, there was this allusion to me, I think, having that thinking because I referred to it merely as the delta-9 THC as a metabolite. In reality, it is the psychoactive component. It's the part that if you consume too much of it can potentially result in psychotic symptoms. But I addressed that diagnosis separately and excluded it.
Sometimes people misspeak when they're testifying. Would you agree?
Yes.
Did Dr. Torrey talk about something called threat command override?
He didn't refer to threat command override specifically, but again, he alluded to it, and he talked about it. He talked about the symptoms that comprise it, but he didn't refer to it in that way.
Okay, what They appear to be referencing what you understand is the concept of threat command override.
Yes.
What is threat command override?
So it's a type of delusional system that can arise in schizophrenia. Start by saying that it's not in the DSM, but it's widely discussed in the literature and there's been studies on it. And he referred to it to the extent that, so he was highlighting that Mr. Reales Dominguez had told various evaluators that he felt threatened that that supernatural entities were trying to control his actions, and so that's the threat component. But the command override component wasn't met, meaning that he didn't feel as though they had actually taken over his body or in control of him. And the point that Dr. Torrey was trying to make was that because he didn't feel that he was actually, that his body had been sort of taken over by these supernatural entities, that the threat command override delusional system had less explanatory power for his actions, because he didn't feel that he was actually being overridden by these supernatural entities. But if you look at the literature on threat command override, it turns out that it's the threat portion that can be more motivational for behavior, specifically violent behavior. So they've done studies where they compare folks that have the threat component of threat command override, meaning that they simply feel threatened, that something's trying to take them over, to the folks that actually feel as though they have been taken over. And it's the people that are feeling threatened that tend to act more on whatever their delusional system is, and even have a higher risk of committing violence compared to the people that feel that they actually have been taken over by like some other force.
So, in your opinion, did Dr. Torrey correctly explain the concept of threat command override?
I don't think that he gave the threat component the weight it deserves in doing his analysis on how the threat command override system can motivate behavior.
And sir, did you read from the notes from the April 20th meeting at the district attorney's office, and during his testimony when Dr. Torrey said that you were agreeing?
I read that.
That you're young and inexperienced?
Yes.
How old are you, sir?
37.
And would you agree that among the psychiatrists who are involved in this case, Dr. Tyler, Dr. Siegel, Dr. Vinson, Dr. Torrey, and and yourself, you're the one who most recently graduated from med school. That's a fact, correct?
Yes.
Do you still stand by, despite your youth and inexperience, do you still stand by your opinions in this case?
Yes.
Now, sir, are you familiar with St. George's Medical School in the island nation of Grenada?
Yes.
Are you familiar with why it is that American students attend St. George's?
Yeah, I'll say that there's many different reasons. I'm familiar with some of them.
Okay. You still remember the medical school application process?
I do.
All right. Is getting into American medical schools highly competitive?
Yes.
Do you have to have high academic credentials?
For the most part, yes.
High MCAS?
Yeah, for the most part. There's exceptions, but in general, yes.
If a person isn't accepted into American medical school but still wants to be a doctor, they still have that drive, are there other options for them to still pursue becoming a doctor and getting an MD?
Yes.
What are those options?
Well, they can, the first is they can take more classes to boost their GPA, and then reapply to U.S. medical programs. They can retake the MCAT, same idea. They can also apply abroad to schools outside of the United States. in many cases, it can be easier to get into those schools. So,
is St. George's, to your knowledge, is that a school that has, is it easier to get into there than it is in American Med School?
it can be.
But, sir, you have you met doctors who graduated from St. George's?
I don't know if they went to that one specifically, but I'm familiar with doctors that have graduated from what we call Caribbean medical schools.
Okay. You say what we refer to as Caribbean medical schools. What do you mean we?
Other doctors.
Are Caribbean medical schools, is that an option for people who aren't able to gain admission to American med schools?
Yes.
And can you still ultimately become an MD and practice in the United States if you graduate from a Caribbean medical school?
Yes.
But sir, in your experience, if a person wants to be a doctor and to have their career advance in the United States, is it better to go to an American med school or is it better to go to a Caribbean med school?
That's a difficult question. It depends. If you're interested in highly competitive specialties, then or interested in having like a robust academic career where you're going to be like the chair of an academic department, it can be seen in some cases as a drawback or a negative that you attended medical school in the Caribbean. It doesn't necessarily mean it's insurmountable, but it can be more difficult to advance in those situations.
But you would agree, sir, where a person goes to medical school, that does not define their skill or talent as a doctor. You would agree with that?
Correct.
You have to evaluate each individual individually.
Yes.
So I'd like to move on. We heard from Dr. Siegel. He explained risk factors for schizophrenia and the genetic component. Are you familiar with something called the stress diathesis model?
Yes.
What is the stress diathesis model?
It's one of the main explanatory models for where schizophrenia comes from. It's a hypothesis. The model or the hypothesis is that schizophrenia has many different etiologies, and we can never be certain of the etiology or the reason why it arises in any one person. But generally speaking, the idea is that there's some sort of genetic predisposition to developing it, and but that alone is probably not sufficient. It may not even be necessary, but in at least some cases, it's there. And then, as the individual is born and they go through life, and they encounter various stresses. It can be early childhood, adverse experiences or trauma. It can be substance use in adolescence, and there's an accumulation of stresses that can precipitate or sort of cause the beginning of schizophrenia in those that are genetically predisposed. And so that's sort of the core of the stress diathesis model.
Like you mentioned, people use the term genetically predisposed. Are you speaking of people who have schizophrenia or other serious mental illness in their families?
Yeah, in some cases it can be a family history. But I mean, the history has to start somewhere, right? So sometimes that might be you, right? You might be the first person in the family to have the illness, in which case, by predisposition, I mean that in your genes, and we have the scientific field has located numerous areas on our genome, on where some of our genes where genes that predispose to schizophrenia reside, and it might be that you have those genetic abnormalities, and so it can be that, it can be the family history. There's sort of different ways you can describe the predisposition.
You mentioned using the term childhood trauma. Have you treated patients who have experienced childhood trauma?
Yes.
I'd like to ask you about certain things and whether you could consider this potentially childhood trauma. Could being the victim of childhood sexual abuse be considered childhood trauma?
Yes.
Being the victim of severe physical abuse at the hands of a parent or caregiver, could that be childhood trauma?
Yes.
Could witnessing domestic violence between two parents on a repeated basis, could that be childhood trauma?
Yes.
Now I want you discussed with Mr. Reales Dominguez the circumstances in which he came to the United States.
Yes.
Like you assume some facts. Assume that he is born to a 21 and 20-year-old parents, that his father abandons him at 1.5, his mother abandons him at 2.
An argumentative abandoned.
It's fair. Rephrase it.
That 1.5, his father leaves the family and immigrates to the United States, never to return. And assume that a little after 2, his mother leaves El Salvador and immigrates to the United States, never to return. And there's some initial phone calls, but after they have a second child in the United States, there's no contact whatsoever between the ages of about 4 and 6.5. And that assume that Mr. Reales Dominguez is raised by his grandmother, who he loves, who he views as both his mom and his dad, who he feels safe with. And that he knows he has parents somewhere, but he does not have any memory of them. And assume that without any warning, he is placed in the back of an SUV and given to coyotes to be smuggled to the United States. And assume that he does not know anyone, he's 6.5 at this time, he does not know anyone on this trip, he does not know where he is, assume he does not know where he's going, assume that only a pregnant woman he doesn't know is taking care of him, that's the only person he can trust on this trip. Assume he has to cross rivers at night without knowing how to swim, but then he reaches the border, he is detained and will spend several months in immigration detention, first with adults, then in a group home. And then after several months, assume he is taken by a family member to Oakland to be given to his parents, who he does not know, and he does not recognize his parents. And assume that because he is having such difficulty adjusting, his grandmother comes to the United States and stays with him for about 6 months. And then he is reunited with her, he sleeps in the same bed with her, he starts to improve, and then assume his grandmother leaves after 6 months and he never sees her again. Sir, in your experience, would that, if those facts are true, would you believe that could constitute severe childhood trauma for a 6.5-year-old child?
It could, yes.
Sir, I want to talk to you about some other symptoms of schizophrenia. Can people with schizophrenia engage in highly repetitive or bizarre ritualistic behavior?
Yes.
Can you explain?
Yes, so I would say that behavior can fall under the banner of either positive or negative symptoms. In fact, in the DSM, under the third criteria, disorganized behavior, I believe they describe one example as odd or repetitive or ritualized behaviors. So yeah, I would say more typically categorized as a positive symptom. Yeah, I mean, this has actually been described in the literature on schizophrenia for over 100 years. And so we've known about schizophrenia as a disorder for a long time. And some of the early descriptions focused on what we would call like stereotyped movements or behaviors, people rocking back and forth, people maintaining odd body positions and doing other sort of odd, repetitive, ritualistic behavior sort of over and over again. That's actually one of the symptoms that was identified a long time ago that has persisted over the various ways schizophrenia has been like reconceptualized over the years. Certain symptoms kind of come and go in terms of like how we think about indexing schizophrenia, but the sort of disorganized, odd, repetitive behaviors, that's one that's persisted over the years and remains in the DSM-5 today.
Are you aware of people with schizophrenia ever not wanting to eat food that has been opened? Is that something you have heard of recently?
It can happen, yes.
Now, sir, once a person is stabilized on medication, how do people with schizophrenia distinguish between memories that were hallucinations or delusions and those that were not?
It depends. Some people have a lot of trouble recalling the things that they used to believe, and it's sort of all blur. Other people can, once stabilized, can discuss their prior symptoms, or that are sometimes frequently like attenuated symptoms currently, but in the past were full blown. They can discuss them with pretty good insight, and there's sort of a spectrum. It depends.
Sir, are you familiar with the term florid psychosis?
Yes.
Is that a term of art that psychiatrists use?
Yes.
Is it listed in the DSM-5?
No.
When someone talks about florid psychosis, what does that mean?
It means that they have severe symptoms. And beyond that, I would say that it's not a terribly precise term, but it is a term of art used among psychiatrists to sort of shorthand that this person is very seriously ill. They have psychosis symptoms. This is probably an emergent or at least urgent situation. But beyond that, it's not like florid psychosis is defined somewhere and every psychiatrist is in agreement on exactly what it means in terms of like specific symptoms.
But at least as you would use that term, you would describe it as someone who has severe symptoms is very seriously ill.
Yes.
Sir, did you watch, again, the 7-hour recording of Mr. Reales Dominguez's interview with the detectives?
Yes.
Did you see evidence in that recording that Mr. Reales Dominguez was exhibiting symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes.
What did you see?
So I would say the symptoms that stood out to me the most were his very, very still posture and very reduced bodily movements. Overall, I'll say it was a very negative symptom-heavy presentation. He had reduced speech, which is one of the negative symptoms. He had very reduced emotional output, which is especially surprising given the sort of heightened, what you would assume to be heightened emotional circumstances of being interviewed for 7 hours as a murder suspect. Despite that, very reduced emotional output. So that's another of the negative symptoms. Very reduced, as I mentioned before, just behavior in general, like barely moving around. If you watch the tape on fast forward, as I did a few times, to sort of get a better sense of just how little he was moving, it's even more obvious, where there's extremely limited movement. So those would cover, I would say, the main negative symptoms. And then the positive symptoms would include things like, I would say, primarily disorganized speech. So there are portions of, and I won't say it's not uniform, there are portions of this, because it's 7 hours, it's a long evaluation, there are portions of that transcript where some of the speech is organized, albeit in a very sort of rudimentary way, but it's organized and at least somewhat coherent. But there are portions that are markedly incoherent that I would describe as disorganized speech, where I can't really follow what he's saying. It doesn't make a lot of sense. There's a lot of pauses, and that would be a positive symptom of schizophrenia.
Now, did you read in Dr. Report's report where he said the more reasonable explanation is just that Mr. Reales Dominguez was under acute stress after realizing the gravity of the situation?
I did.
Do you agree with that?
I do not.
Why not?
Well, so in order for that claim to be more consistent, you'd have to match it up with other aspects of the presentation. So if someone were so in order for acute stress to be the sort of main explanatory reason for some of the behavior we see, I'd also expect to see someone being very fidgety, right? So it's actually the opposite with Mr. Reales Dominguez. He's barely moving, and I would expect I would expect their emotional output to be a little bit more obvious, like maybe showing signs of nervousness or anxiety, and none of that's there. It's sort of an absence of emotion, one way or the other, right? It's not. I don't see fear. I don't see anxiety. I don't see anger. It's absence of emotional. It's an absence of emotions, and again, that's something that we would see in someone with a really negative symptom-heavy presentation of schizophrenia.
Do you recall seeing the point where Mr. Reales Dominguez in the middle of it got up and decided to go for a walk?
Yes.
Do you recall when he spoke to detectives worried about a test he had to take?
Yes. Oh, and if I could just add, so those would also potentially be under the banner of positive symptoms, and specifically delusions. Delusions being fixed false beliefs. Throughout the evaluation, he claims erroneously that he's in school, that he has to, I'm paraphrasing, that he has to study, he has to go to class. That's wrong, but he believes it anyway.
Let me ask you to assume a fact. Assume at this point he does not know that he has been terminated, disqualified from school. So assume that fact. Mm-hmm. Okay. Assume that the only notification he got was an email that was never opened. And assume that he actually, the cell phone data shows he'd gone to some of his classes after he was disqualified. Can you assume those facts? So now assume he's in a 7-hour interview and he's being accused of murder, attempted murder over and over again. Is a person being worried about an exam and worried about having to study, is that indicative of being in stress? Or is that indicative of having no insight into your situation?
The latter, and specifically, really one of the core components of psychosis I mentioned before, which is loss of touch with reality and not having an ability to really test your erroneous assumptions about what's going on around you. You're in a lengthy evaluation for murder, but for you, what matters is class. As he mentioned in the evaluation multiple times, in the interrogation multiple times, he hadn't done any of the stabbings. He was operating in a delusional system where that wasn't reality, and what was reality is he had to go to class, and that was what was important for him in that moment.
I'd like to assume some more facts. You did discuss with Mr. Reales Dominguez his use of the name John Joas. You discussed that?
Yes.
I'd like to assume that he gave the name John Joas with the date of birth of 10/10/99 when he was stopped on his bicycle about a month earlier on March 28th and immediately let go. And you can assume that fact. And you saw that catalog, correct?
Yes.
And assume that his actual birthday is October 2nd, 2002. Excuse me, October 5th, 2002. And assume that on April 12th, he took an English quiz when he also used a false name. But we don't know what name it is because that quiz was thrown away. And assume that when he was stopped by police, he gave, again, the initial birth date of October 10th, 1999, the same one he'd given a month earlier. And then at other points, he gave other birthdays of October 10th, 2001, but not his real birthday of October 5th, 2002. So, but they're all in October. Assume that he told the officers he lived at 782 Hawthorne when he actually lived at 762 Hawthorne. Assume that he gave his mother's name as Barla with a V when it was actually Carla. Assume that he correctly gave his high school name as Castlemont, but he spelled it incorrectly as Castlement with an E. Assume that he gave his mother's phone number, once again Barla, as 510-862-6068, when it was actually 510-862-9069. So 2 numbers were wrong, but the other ones were correct. Assume that he gave his correct cell phone number, but incorrectly stated his phone was not working. Assume that he gave an email address that was either accurate or close to being accurate based on the name Carlos Dominguez. Assume that he gave the correct name of one roommate, Phil, but then gave a name of someone named Darren, who was not a roommate. Assume that he said he did not have siblings initially, but then later said he did have siblings and they were the people closest to him. And you already mentioned evidence of disorganized speech that you saw. We talked about him leaving in the middle of the interrogation to go for a walk. We talked about him thinking about schoolwork. And assume that throughout that interview, he didn't make eye contact unless told to look at me by the detectives, which he was told over 20 times. And assume he exhibited all those negative symptoms that you saw: the rigid posture, motionless, no display of emotion, and a flat effect. In your opinion, does that incorrect information he gave, does demonstrate intent to try to conceal his identity from the law enforcement?
No.
In your opinion, what does that demonstrate?
It likely demonstrates a combination of schizophrenia symptoms, a combination of cognitive issues that can arise in schizophrenia, where you have difficulty remembering things, where you have difficulty organizing your thoughts, incoherent speech reflecting disorganized thought processes like I talked about before. And yeah, I mean, I think that it mostly targets or captures those symptoms as opposed to, like a goal-directed, organized attempt to evade detection or make himself look like he's somebody else.
And sir, was there anything that you noticed about how the officers asked Mr. Reales Dominguez questions that you found significant?
One more time.
Was there anything about how the detectives, the way they asked, let me start over. Was there anything about how the detectives asked Mr. Reales Dominguez questions that you found significant?
Yes.
What did you find significant, sir?
So they did something called begging the question, where they assume premises that haven't been established. And so an example would be if someone were asked, why did you kill this person? But it hasn't been established that you killed them, and that you're jumping ahead to well, why did you do it? And so that type of questioning was done numerous times during the interrogation. And if you're already having disorganized thinking, and maybe you have decreased cognitive abilities as well because of the schizophrenia, it can be, I think, difficult to identify that that's what's going on, answer that sort of question in a way that's accurate. And there was other issues as well. There was a lot of open-end questioning that I think, closed-end questioning and forced choice questions.
What is a closed-end and forced choice question?
Simply put, that would be like something like a yes/no question, where you're not really given an opportunity to explain yourself beyond yes or no, or where you're given in the situation of forced choice where you're given 2 choices, right? but neither of them reflect the answer you want to give. So then neither of them will be the correct answer, but you're only given those 2 choices.
Sir, based on everything you've reviewed and seen in this case, including your testing and evaluation of Mr. Reales Dominguez, do you have an opinion as to whether Mr. Reales Dominguez was in a state of floored psychosis at the time of the charged offenses in this case?
Yes.
And what is your opinion?
That he was.
And In your opinion, during this time period surrounding charged offenses, was he experiencing positive symptoms of schizophrenia, including hallucinations and delusions?
Yes.
Sir, in your opinion, did these positive symptoms of schizophrenia substantially affect Mr. Reales Dominguez's thought processes and perception of reality at the time of the charged offenses?
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you, sir.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hudson. All right, Mr. DeBoer, cross-exam.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good morning, Judge.
Good morning.
Now, Dr. Weiner, you testified that you met with Mr. Reales Dominguez 4 times over a period of time for approximately a total of around 7 hours or so in evaluating him in person, correct?
Yes.
And as part of your evaluation of Mr. Reales Dominguez, as Mr. Hutchinson pointed out, you have reviewed hundreds, if not thousands, of pages of documents, correct?
Yes.
And as part of your review, you also reviewed videos of interactions that law enforcement had with Mr. Reales Dominguez as well.
Yes.
As part of your review of records, did you review Safeway surveillance video of Mr. Reales Dominguez from May 3rd of 2023?
I did.
And you were essentially looking at that for signs of positive and negative symptoms of schizophrenia, correct?
Yes.
And so all of those things, in addition to other pieces of evidence, you evaluated those to come to your conclusions that you just opined with Mr. Hutchinson, correct?
Yes.
Now, in your evaluation, in your opinion, in your training experience, as part of going to medical school and going into your fellowship as well and completing that, you've had to interact with people who have used cannabis.
Yes.
And at times, including your experience with the Department of Corrections, you've had to evaluate or interact with people who have abused cannabis as well.
Yes.
And people who, in your experiences, have used and up to abused cannabis, they may not have a serious mental illness. Is that fair?
That's correct.
And you've evaluated people who have had serious mental illnesses and then have used cannabis or another controlled substance, but have used that, and that has exacerbated the symptoms of schizophrenia.
Yes.
And you would agree that when someone who has a serious mental illness, if you add a controlled substance into the mix, and you start using it, that can bring forth symptoms, positive symptoms and negative symptoms, so most positive symptoms, that may not have revealed themselves but for the use of cannabis.
It can, but the extent to which that occurs has to be evaluated on a case-by-case basis.
Right. And with individuals who are suffering from serious mental illnesses, it is always a case-by-case analysis of the severity of that person's serious mental illness, correct?
One more time.
Let me rephrase that. Every time you evaluate an individual, you're looking at that person on a individualized case.
Yes.
And so when you're evaluating the symptomology to make a determination of what the mental illness is, you have to look at what literature and other individuals have said exist over 100 years, the positive and negative symptoms, correct?
I think it's important to look at relevant background data to get a sense of potential risk factors that can affect the emergence of a diagnosis. I don't know that it's important to look at the literature over a given time period, but referring to books like the DSM is critical.
And when you say the DSM, you mentioned the DSM-5. It's now currently the DSM-5 TR, correct?
Yes.
And that's what you use to evaluate or reference in evaluation of Mr. Reales Dominguez.
Yes.
And when you say you look at other risk factors, that's something you did look at when you were evaluating Mr. Reales Dominguez.
Yes.
And those include social history,
Yes.
education history,
Yes.
employment history,
Yes.
legal history,
Yes.
religious history,
Yes.
military history,
Yes.
psychiatric history,
Yes.
family psychiatric history as well,
Yes.
and substance use history.
Correct.
And so when you're diagnosing an individual, or when you have reached the diagnosis that someone is suffering from schizophrenia, is it fair to say that because you have to take into consideration all of these risk factors, all these environmental factors and historical factors, it's a complicated and complex diagnosis, correct?
One more time?
It takes a lot to make that determination, to narrow it down to what a specific diagnosis is.
It takes a lot of work, yes.
It's not something such as you go in for a blood test and determine if your cholesterol is high and you get a numerical reading saying, hey, you're too high or you're too low or you're normal, right?
Correct. This is a qualitative analysis, not a quantitative analysis. There's no number assigned to my opinion.
And as part of your analysis, you look at what the individualized patient tells you they're experiencing or have experienced, correct?
Yes.
And then you look at that collateral information that we talked about that was provided to you by both defense and prosecution.
Correct.
And you have to look at that collateral information because oftentimes you find that you cannot make an accurate diagnosis just based on what an individual patient is telling you, right?
Correct. I would go a step further and say in forensic evaluations, you can never rely exclusively on what the evaluee is telling you. You have to look at all of the data.
And because in a forensic setting, you mentioned that's the intersection of medicine and the legal profession, correct?
Yes.
And the DSM-5 and the DSM-5 PR have a cautionary statement about an individual and diagnosing them in a forensic setting.
Yes.
And what's that cautionary statement?
The statement is pointing out that simply because you make a diagnosis like schizophrenia or bipolar disorder, that on its own, by itself, is not sufficient to say that, because they have this diagnosis, they meet the legal criteria for some legal question. That's a separate question that requires typically more than merely meeting criteria for a given diagnosis.
And that can be because an individual is maybe a poor historian on the things that they've experienced, correct?
Yes.
That could be that the person is not giving you full or truthful information as well.
It can also be because, they're statutory requirements. So you can't look at just what the DSM says, you have to look at what the law says too.
And would you agree that in a forensic setting, sometimes it's more difficult to get accurate information from a patient that you're evaluating?
It really depends on the case. Obviously, in forensic settings where there's significant monetary issues at play, like in a civil lawsuit or in a criminal case where someone might be facing a lot of prison time, on a case-by-case basis, there can be significant motivators to not portray illness accurately or genuinely.
And so you had mentioned some tests that you ran Mr. Reales Dominguez through to determine whether he was suffering from a serious mental illness and whether he was malingering as well.
Are you referring to the malingering testing I did?
Yes.
Yes.
And there was other testing involved too to reach your, that you took into consideration when making your determination or your opinion, correct?
Well, there were 3 tests, the MOCA and those are the cognitive test and the 2 malingering tests I did.
And you'd agree with me that those tests that you administered, none of those tests determine whether the information you were receiving from the patient, Mr. Reales Dominguez, is accurate or distortive.
Well, yes and no. So it's true that, and I mentioned this when I was initially talking about this malingering testing, it's true that the malingering testing refers specifically to their response style on the test itself. You can't say with certainty that because the malingering testing was quote-unquote negative or doesn't indicate malingering, that you can then say every single thing they're going to say you can take at face value and is 100% truthful, but it does give you a sense of their what we call response style. And in Mr. Reales Dominguez's case, I did 2 tests. I actually could have stopped after the first one. The first one's a screening test, and when screening tests are negative, you can typically stop screening and say that, okay, there's no malingering here. But I decided to do another test that's very specific for malingering. That's the SIRS-2. That also was negative. That's extra evidence that, in general, his response style was genuine. And I'll just add one more thing, that it is possible that someone could manufacture a genuine response style just on the malingering testing and then abandon that response style and then have a malingered response style to every other portion of the psychiatric community. That'd be a very sophisticated sort of like a highly sophisticated evaluee, and frankly that level of sophistication was absent everywhere else in the evaluation, meaning that it's very unlikely that's what happened here.
Okay, let me stop you there. Thank you, Dr. Weiner. We're going to continue your testimony at 1:30, and I'll see you at that time. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, remember your 3-part admonition. Don't discuss, don't
All right, I am going to go back to Amy Gutierrez's testimony because she, Dr. Weiner goes, he testifies for like days. So I don't have time to play all that. I do have enough. I want to do another half hour before we get over to Dr. Berry. So Dr. Berry's, we're going to get together with her in about an hour and 10 minutes, so 6:15. So I hope you guys stick around. But in the meantime, I want to go back to Amy. She was the social worker, and she talked to and evaluated Carlos when he first came in. So we're going to go back to her. So we're going to go back to her just for the next half hour.
Scrolling down, we see entries for olanzapine, parentheses Zyprexa. What is olanzapine?
It is an antipsychotic medication.
What is Zyprexa?
It's another name. It's just a different brand.
So, is Zyprexa a brand name for olanzapine?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to scroll up. It looks on July 10th, we see a check mark next to olanzapine. It says scheduled, and it says Dr. Patricia Tyler. What does that check mark mean, if you know?
It would indicate that he received the medication that day.
But then on the 13th, you see a check mark from RG. You see that?
Yes.
Who is RG?
That is Rosemary Gladden.
Now, Ms. Gutierrez, Dr. Tyler testified about some ambiguity in the medical records as to whether this dose was given or not. Did you personally observe Mr. Reales Dominguez receive a dose of antipsychotic medication on or about July 10th or July 13th?
No, I did not.
And just to clarify, the July 10th date, that says scheduled. Does that mean it was given on July 10th, or does that mean it's scheduled on July 10th, or do you not know?
I don't know.
Now, Ms. Gutierrez, did you become aware that at some point in late July, the jail sought an order for involuntary antipsychotic medication?
Yes.
And were you aware that that order was granted?
Yes.
I'm showing you now reports for August 2023. At least, does that show he's offered the insurer?
Yes.
At least, does it show he starts taking the insurer?
Yes.
How about the fiber?
Yes.
How about the Gatorade?
Yes.
Are there still some dates he's refusing?
Yes.
But in your opinion, was this an improvement from where he'd been?
Yes.
And so we're going to go up, looking at the August 7th date. You see this column right here?
Yes.
We're going to scroll down. And next to the column, olanzapine. What does that indicate beginning August 7th?
It indicates that he began taking his medication.
And now going to September, does it show him taking, whether he's been offered the insurer, the fiber, and the Gatorade?
Yes.
Does he appear to be taking it more regularly now?
Yes, most days.
And this column here, it says olanzapine 10 milligrams. Does it indicate whether he took that from September 1st to September 7th?
Yes.
And did he?
It appears he did.
Okay, and then we see a note, olanzapine 15 milligrams. Did Dr. Tyler increase the dosage?
It looks as if she did.
Beginning on September 7th, does it indicate whether he took the medication?
It appears he did.
And then after September 12th, the record stopped. What happened after September 12th that caused these records to stop?
I would have to look at the documentation, but I believe that's when he was transferred to state hospital.
And once he was transferred to state hospital, who handles his care during the time he's at the state hospital?
The state hospital staff takes care of his entire care.
Are you involved in that in any way?
No.
Turn it off. Now, Ms. Gutierrez, at some point in January, early January of 2024, did Mr. Reales Dominguez return from the state hospital?
I would have to look at the records, but yes, I believe that time frame sounds correct.
Do you recall Mr. Reales Dominguez returning to the Yolo County Jail sometime around January of 2024?
Yes.
Now, when he came back in January of 2024, did you have as frequent contact as you had with him before he left?
No.
Why not?
It was around that time that I transitioned to my new position, so I was not in the Yolo County Jail full-time anymore.
Did you still have some contact with Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Yes.
When he returned in January of 2024, back up. Did WellPath continue to keep records of Mr. Reales Dominguez when he returned in January of 2024?
Yes.
I'd like to direct your attention to VVV. Now, Ms. Gutierrez, you see an entry from January 23rd?
Yes.
Is that an entry you made?
Yes.
Let's see if I can increase the size here. And there's a highlighted section. It's not highlighted in the actual records. This is something that I did, correct?
Correct.
Okay. When you first saw him, what change did you notice in his appearance, demeanor, and behavior?
I noticed that he had gained weight and he did appear to engage a little bit more.
Even in your experience, even when a person is stabilized on antipsychotic medication, is it common for them to continue to exhibit what are called negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
Some people can, yes.
And I'm going to ask you, I'm going to go through these records. You note that he, on January 23rd, you know that he's alert, that he's reality-based, but you noted a blunted effect. What does that mean?
That just means that he still did not demonstrate a wide variety of expression. So when I was talking to him, he didn't show a lot of emotion.
But was there an improvement from when he left?
Yes.
So we're looking here, and these notes are there. There's a list of different people. I'm looking at a note on January 26th from a Jody Heiser. Who is Jody Heiser?
He's one of the RNs at the jail.
And what does he note that Mr. Reales Dominguez is doing on January 26th?
He noted that he was sitting on the bed, staring at the wall, and no response to him.
In your experience, can that be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
It can.
Going to notes from January 31st, 2024. Who is this note from?
This is from Dr. Tyler.
Okay. And what does Dr. Tyler note about Mr. Reales Dominguez's thought process?
She noted there was poverty of thought.
What does poverty of thought mean?
That can present in a couple different ways, one of which is just that the patient does not articulate what's going on internally, and so they don't share and they don't communicate spontaneously, or if they are talking, they're not sharing a lot of content.
Can poverty of thought be a negative symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Going down to, once again on January 31st, what does Dr. Tyler note about Mr. Reales Dominguez's insight and judgment?
She noted they were poor.
Okay, what does that mean to have poor insight and poor judgment?
Typically, that is that the patient is not able to identify their mental health symptoms or recognize the efficacy of their medication or understand kind of the purpose of their treatment.
But during this time period, is Mr. Reales Dominguez taking daily antipsychotic medication?
Yes.
And we go to an entry on February 3rd from Brandy Halstead. What does Ms. Halstead note about Mr. Reales Dominguez's speech?
She also noted poverty of speech and that it was soft.
What does she note about his effect?
She noted that it was appropriate, but she did add that it was mild blunting and increased range.
Increased range means it's better than it had been before?
Correct.
And what does she note about his thought form?
She did say that he was coherent, but noted a mild poverty of thought.
Once again, can these be negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Going to February 13th, you see an entry from you.
Yes.
What did you note?
I noted that he presented with blunted affect.
And going to February 16th, again from Ms. Halstead, what does she note about his speech?
She noted it was appropriate, soft, with some poverty.
And what does she notice about his effect?
She did say it was appropriate and also noted mild blunting and smiling intermittently.
What does intermittently mean?
Just means that throughout the conversation he could have smiled or smiled in response to something she said.
Ms. Gutierrez, since he returned from Atascadero, have you seen Carlos Reales Dominguez smile?
Yes, I have.
Going to February 29th, again, Randy Halstead, what does she know about his speech?
She did say it was appropriate, there was poverty, flat, and matter of fact.
What does she say about his mood?
Appropriate, but also guarded and flat.
What does she say about his effect?
Blunted, smiles and laughs intermittently.
So she mentions a laugh intermittently. Since he's returned from Atascadero, have there been occasions where you have seen Carlos Reales Dominguez laugh?
Yes.
Going to a note from March 12th, are these entries from Ms. Halstead?
Yes.
And what information does she share about his Mr. Reales Dominguez's thought processes?
She noted that he loses track of time intermittently and that he will suddenly realize a large amount of time goes by without knowing what he was doing.
And what does she notice about his speech?
Appropriate, soft, and with poverty.
And again, what does she note about his effect?
Blunted and smiling intermittently.
And what does she say about his thought form?
Poverty of thought.
Turning to an entry from Ms. Halstead on March 27th. What is a socialization program at the jail?
It is a different classification. So the patients that are in the socialization program all have a mental illness and are stable and able to program with other patients. They do house alone, so they stay in their own cell, but when they come out for their recreation time, they're able to be around their peers.
Now, we see here Mr. Reales Dominguez reported that he's doing well, but did it indicate whether he wanted to be placed in a socialization program?
He stated he did not want to be.
Can social withdrawal be a symptom of schizophrenia?
Yes.
Again, on March 27th, what does Ms. Halstead say about his speech?
Appropriate and with poverty.
What about his mood?
Appropriate, guarded, and flat.
What about his affect?
Blunted, smiling and laughing intermittently.
Can these all be negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes.
And since he's returned from Atascadero, has Mr. Reales Dominguez taken daily antipsychotic medication?
Yes.
We're going to move a little bit faster. On April 3rd of 2024, we see an entry from Dr. Tyler. What does she say about Mr. Reales Dominguez's insight and judgment?
She notes them as poor.
And on April 12th, we see an entry from Brandy Halstead. What does she know about Mr. Reales Dominguez's sleeping habits?
She noted that he does sleep during the day.
And again on April 12th, I won't have you do, but Ms. Halstead still note the same poverty of speech, mild and guarded mood, and blunted affect?
Yes.
Again, and at this point, are you in your new position?
Yes, I was.
So on May 19th, another entry from Ms. Halstead. What does she note?
Very similar presentation.
Have you sent that over?
A very similar presentation.
The poverty of speech, the blunted mood, and the blunted and flat affect?
Yes.
On June 13th, what does Ms. Halstead note about Mr. Reales Dominguez's speech?
Appropriate and minimal.
What does she note about his affect?
Blunted and flat.
What does she know about his thought form?
Poverty of thought.
On July 2nd, 2024, what does Ms. Halstead note about Mr. Reales Dominguez's affect?
Blunted.
On July 20th of 24, what does Ms. Halstead note about Mr. Reales Dominguez's speech?
Appropriate and minimal.
What does she note about his affect?
Blunted.
Now, on August 9th, we see an entry from someone named Lance Briggs. Who is Lance Briggs?
He is one of the nurse practitioners. He's a psychiatric provider.
Is he a psychiatrist?
No.
Do you know what his position is?
I believe it's a nurse practitioner.
When Dr. Tyler stopped working at Yolo County Jail, did a new psychiatrist come in, or was it a nurse practitioner?
It was a nurse practitioner for a period of time.
Is this period of time?
Yes.
So it's not highlighted, but on the unredacted portion, what does Mr. Briggs note about his observations?
Similar, guarded, poor, and that he reported good satisfaction with his medication.
What is laconic? I probably mispronounced it. What's the laconic thing? You know?
I'm not sure.
All right. What does Mr. Briggs note on August 9th about eye contact?
And poor eye contact.
What does Mr. Briggs note again on August 9th about Mr. Reales Dominguez's effect?
That it's flat.
And what does Mr. Briggs note about perceptions?
That he had hallucinations.
Ms. Gutierrez, even when a person is stabilized on medication, can there still be occasions where they have still experience some positive symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes.
And we see an entry on August 21st from Kelsey Daterweek.
Yes.
Who is Ms. Daterweek?
She was the clinician there at the time.
And she mentions, what does she say about Mr. Reales Dominguez's thought form?
Circumstantial.
What does circumstantial thought form mean?
If you ask a patient a question and they answer you, but it seems like they kind of share unnecessary information or start to talk about something else, but they come back to the question and they're able to answer it.
And again, we're now on September 13th of 2024. This is about a year after he was sent to Atascadero, almost to the day, correct?
Yes.
What does Ms. Halstead note about his effect?
And it's blunted.
What does she know about his thought form?
Poverty of thought.
Now we're on October 3rd of 2024. What does Ms. Halstead note about Mr. Reales Dominguez's effect?
It's blunted.
October 22nd, what does Ms. Dachweek note about Mr. Reales Dominguez's problems?
She noted impaired social skills.
Do you say he or she?
She.
On November 21st, 2024, what does Ms. Halstead note about Mr. Reales Dominguez's effect?
Blunted.
Now we're moving into March 31st of 2025. What does Ms. Halstead note about Mr. Reales Dominguez's effect?
It is mildly blunted.
But what does she note about his mood? Right next to that effect.
That he is pleasant and engaged.
Again, on the 31st, does she note his effect?
Yes, blunted.
And again, now we're into July 3rd of 2025. What does Ms. Dachweek note about Mr. Reales Dominguez's effect?
Also blunted.
But did he also endorse that he's feeling good?
Yes.
July 3rd, 2025, what does Ms. Dachweek note about his effect?
Blunted.
August 3rd, 2025, what does Ms. Halstead note about his effect?
Blunted.
August 30th, what does Ms. Halstead note about Mr. Reales Dominguez's effect?
Mildly blunted.
Now we're going to August 30th. August 30th, 2025, what does Ms. Halstead note about his effect, or his speech, excuse me?
Poverty of speech, inappropriate.
What about his effect?
Blunted.
What about his thought form?
Poverty of thought.
So at this point, he's been taking antipsychotic medication for about 2 years. If this is August of 2025.
Yes.
Are all these things that Ms. Halstead is noting, poverty of speech, blunted affect, poverty of thought, are those negative symptoms, or can they be negative symptoms of schizophrenia?
Yes, they can.
And now we're into September 27th, 2025. What does Ms. Halstead note about his effect?
Blunted.
Now you're back. October 28th. Why are you now seeing him again? You still occasionally would see him?
I do.
Now, this time, when you saw him on October 28th, what did you note about his appearance?
And that it was appropriate.
What about his speech?
Appropriate.
What about his mood?
Appropriate.
What about his thought form?
Coherent.
What about his effect?
Blunted.
Now, on January into 2026, we see someone named Arlen Torres. Who is that?
Aurelie Torres is the new clinician that's there.
Aurelie Torres. What is Is it Ms. Torres?
Yes.
What is her position?
She is a clinician at the Yola County Jail.
What does she note about Mr. Reales Dominguez's effect?
Flat.
And I want to go back. Briefly. The defense exhibit XXX. So you see here we have olanzapine 15 milligrams, and we see January 1st. You see that?
Yes.
I'm going to zoom in a little bit more here. What does that check mark mean on January 1st, 2024?
It looks as though he received his medication.
And February of 2024, what does that show?
It shows that he was 100% medication compliant.
Can you repeat that?
He was 100% medication compliant.
And in March of 2024, there appear to be 2 zeros with O's on the 16th and 17th. What does that mean?
It just means that he was not given the medication. I'm unsure why.
Since he's returned from a task control, has Mr. Reales ever refused to take his medication, Mr. Reales Dominguez?
Not that I can recall and not that I've seen in records.
April, what do we have there?
100% medication compliance.
And what about May 2024?
Looks like there was only one day that the medication was not given.
And I'm not going to go through all of them, but based on your reviews of the records, as we go through each month, does it show that for a few, maybe days it wasn't given 100% medication compliance?
Yes, it does.
But despite that 100% medication compliance, we saw in the records that he continued to exhibit negative symptoms of schizophrenia.
Yes.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hutchinson. That was direct examination.
All right, I am going to stop us there because I want to get ready for this stream with Dr. Barry. Got to take care of kitties and get ready for that. So I just want to kind of go over what we saw today. So today was all about, let me come back here. Today was all about the experts. So today we dealt with the expert witnesses, as you can see in the thumbnail. Today was all about the experts. So we did the families. We did the family for the defense. Now we did the experts. Still no word about verdict. The jury has been deliberating. I keep checking. KCRA is the one that I'm checking, and that's where all these clips are coming from. And nothing's coming in. So they've been deliberating since about 2:20. So 2:20 on Thursday. So Friday, Monday, now Tuesday. If you count Thursday, it's like, half a day. So they really, let's see, Thursday, Friday, Monday, Tuesday. Yeah, I mean, they've been deliberating for 4 days, but not full days. Plus, don't forget that they can set their own schedule. So they could be coming in at 10 and leaving at 4, coming in at 9, leaving at 2. I have no idea. So, but yes, Debbie, I will go grab some food. All right, so let me see. Just want to remind you at 6:15, which is just a few more minutes, about another half hour, 35 minutes or so. We will be joined by Dr. Berry. There's a redirect on, so you don't have to worry about going anywhere, doing anything. Oh, yes, and the poll. Thank you, Debbie. Redirect is on, yep, so you don't have to worry about anything. All right, let me end the poll. Thank you, Debbie, for that. Let's end the poll. Let's see where we stand with the poll. All right, so 125 votes gets us, let's see here. So what would you decide for Carlos? 125 votes. What would you guys decide on Carlos? 62% of you said NGRI, which is not guilty, reason of insanity, on all counts. So he has a mental illness. You were convinced about that. 38% say guilty on all counts. There is no mental illness. So, Gina, yes, see us at 6:15. Join us at 6:15. All right, Debbie, thanks as well. All right, you guys. With that, I will let you go. Thank you for spending your day with us. Dr. Berry will be coming on. It's a different stream. It's not this stream. It's going to be another stream. You can watch it here with us. You can watch it over at her channel, whatever you guys prefer. Watch both, however you guys want to do that. But we will be going live at 6:15, which is just about a half hour, 40 minutes from now. And then tomorrow, we're going to pick back up on Colt and Colin Gray. We understand that 8 jurors have been seated in Lindsay Clancy. So we'll be talking about that with Dr. Berry. So the stream with Dr. Berry is going to be Carlos, Isaac Apodaca, Kiara McCauley, and Lindsay Clancy. So I already have a couple questions that you guys asked. I have a couple questions of my own. So please bring questions for Dr. Berry to that stream. But Lindsay Clancy's trial, they have seated 8. They had seated 9, but they got judge let one go. So they're back down to 8, and they need 18. So they still have 10 to go. They're not quite halfway there. So it'll be interesting. It'll be interesting. So we're gonna have a really good conversation, and looking forward to that. And hopefully you guys will join us. So if you don't join us tonight for Dr. Berry, join us tomorrow. Colt and Colin Gray. We're going to be revisiting Colin's hearing while we get ready for their sentencing. They actually moved Colin's hearing out to Thursday. So that means they expect Colt's to take Friday, Monday, Tuesday, maybe even to Wednesday. So with that, I have no kitties to show you. They've all disappeared. Erin's going to feed them. I'm going to go help her feed them. I will see you guys hopefully in about a half an hour. All right, take care, guys. Bye.